panels when they're, so he'll control them once their panels are. This will be, yep. Okay. I think we're good.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Board of Retirement and Board of Investments. Today is Wednesday, February 22nd, and the time is 9 a.m. Because this is a hybrid meeting, we will go ahead and go through a roll call as well as do our public announcements.
Thank you, Chair Kehoe. This meeting is being held virtually and in person, so I will do a roll call of trustees to confirm attendance. Trustees Keith Knox, Elizabeth Ginsburg, and Ronald Oakham will be participating later this morning. Trustees sitting on the Board of Retirement and Board of Investments. Trustee Herman Santos. Present. Trustee Jason Green. Trustees on the Board of Retirement, Trustee Vivian Gray. Trustee Antonio Sanchez. Trustee Elizabeth Greenwood. Trustee Ellen Bernstein.
I'm here.
Trustee Les Robbins.
I'm here.
Trustee JP Harris. Trustee Sean Kehoe.
Present.
Thank you. Trustees on the Board of Investments. Trustee Gina Sanchez.
Here.
Trustee Joseph Kelly. Trustee David Green. Trustee Patrick Jones.
Present. Good morning,
Trustee
everyone.
Good morning. Trustee Onyx Jones. And Trustee David Ryu. Staff participating in the meeting include CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Assistant Executive Officers JJ Popowich and Laura Guglielmo, Chief Investments Officer John Grable, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice. Staff and managers participating today include Dr. Carly Natoya, Cassandra Smith, Louis Gittins, Ricky Contreras, Tamara Caldwell, Cynthia Martinez, Maritza Perez, Stephanie Kawai, Bernie Buenaflor, Didier Acevedo, Allison Barrett, Danny Hang, Elsie Gutierrez, Frank Boyd, Jasmine Bath, Christina Logan, Barry Liu, and Roberta Van Nortrick. Consultants include Gila Hartso from KH Consulting. Trustees participating remotely, please use the raise your hand Zoom option to be placed in the queue. For those participating in person, please gently push and hold on the mic button to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Great, thank you very much. Our microphones are trustee proof. One, they don't stay on, so if we're having side conversations, they turn off. And two, they make you work to talk, so we won't be sitting here talking for hours on end. So good thing. Okay, so we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a flag here, so if everybody will please rise. And Mr. Santos, Herman Santos, would you please begin?
Ready?
Please sit. That was a test to see if everybody remembers it. It's been a few years. So I think we all passed. Perfect. Next item is our public comment period.
We have not received any requests.
Perfect. There's no request. Nobody's waving their hands in here. So we will go ahead and pass the mic over to Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair Kehoe. It was very, very nice to see everyone here today. It's been a long time since we've all gathered and talked everything about LACERA. I do want to express my gratitude, quite frankly, to all of the trustees for being here. Those of you that have taken the time to visit with us remotely is much appreciated. I know that the strategic plan is really going to be something that we're hopeful the trustees will embrace to provide us, the staff, the direction in order for us to execute the vision that you all have moving forward. I do want to say that the process was really a ground up sort of engagement. We've tried to incorporate all of the thoughts and ideas from all of the staff, from the line staff all the way to mid-level managers, the executives. And so we gathered all of those ideas. I do want to recognize the advisory team, the trustees, Mr. Trustee Santos, Trustee Knox, Trustee Sanchez, and JP Harris, Trustee Harris, for helping guide the discussions as we were going through the strategic planning process. Your input was invaluable, quite frankly, and you'll see as part of all the materials, there's a lot of material that we went through. We have a lot of new trustees as well, and so we had to make a decision about how much material do we actually give you. And so we elected to give you all of the materials, and we will modify our discussions as we go based on the discussions and the questions that you may have. And so we thought it was important for everyone to have all of the materials moving forward so that we can have a really good discussion. I do want to recognize my staff in this particular effort. I don't know if many of you know, but I lost my my older brother 2 weeks ago, and I had to go through the Social Security process for his widow. And I can tell you, without a doubt, that the service that you all provide to our members is outstanding in comparison. And I'm trying to navigate Social Security. Every time I had a question, the person on the other end said, well, let me ask my manager, can you please hold? And it was just one delay after another after another. And quite frankly, I still don't understand the benefits that are provided to a widow. But I take my hat off to each and every one of you on my staff that provide that service to our members. It's incredibly important work that you do. It provides relief, quite frankly, and lowers the stress level for each one of our members when they make these life-changing decisions and when events overwhelm them, quite frankly. And so the individuals that majority of the individuals that come to us are serviced very, very well, quite frankly. There are times where we may have failed, but we've always recovered. We've always looked to see how we can improve. We self-reflect and we make adjustments. And that's the beauty of LACERA, that mindset of making sure that we're not perfect, but we're trying to be perfect, but we're excellent in what we do. And so with that, I just wanted to say welcome to the Offsite. I'm looking forward to the discussions. The mission, vision, values section is going to be interactive. We'd like to hear everything that you, as trustees, think that we may have missed, things that we may need to expand on. But I believe that that in the end, we're going to have a really wonderful work product, a wonderful roadmap that we can use in order to elevate LACERA to that next level of service that we all want to leave behind as a legacy, quite frankly. So we want to take the things that we've done well in the past. We want to make sure that what we're doing here in the future is even better. And then, of course, that future state where our members can go ahead and interact with LACERA on their terms, the way they want to. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and, with the chair's permission, turn it over to Mr. Lugo so that he can make the presentation in this next section, with your permissions.
We have a question.
Yes,
Thank you for this comment, Mr. Kryman. And I certainly agree with you with your comments regarding the staff. They do a tremendous job. So I'm very happy with that. But I have requested in the past that every time we have a meeting, that we should highlight one of our members.
yes.
Because we need to remind ourselves that we here for the members. And so if you can provide me or provide us with a status on what, with regards to trying to highlight a member every month that we have a meeting.
Yeah, actually, that is one of the items that is going to be on the March 1st agenda. We're going to talk to you about the program. We do have some individuals that we are going to highlight. And so we have that plan in place that we'd like you all to take a look at and provide, your approval moving forward. You're absolutely correct that all of the work that our members do is critically important to our communities and to individuals that need their attention. All the way from, the fire folks to the deputy sheriffs that are working, 24/7, hospital doctors, nurses, public defenders, district attorneys. It doesn't work without our members, quite frankly. And I think the important thing to point out as part of our strategic plan is the development of our staff and the recognition that the work that our members do is important work, critical work. And it is important that we do recognize them, not only our staff. Remember, our staff are also LACERA members, but also those that are on the front lines as well. And so we do have a plan in place that we're going to share with you on the 1st. I can certainly have Mr. Popovich provide you some additional information if you'd like.
Well, good. Thank you for your report.
Great, thank you. With that,
Thank you. And that's great comments, great idea. They do that at the Metro board meeting that I work for with Metro, and they highlight at least 2 employees every board meeting on what they do and what kind of work they do. So I think that's a great idea to do that for all of our county family that we are responsible for. Before we go into our first item, which is the Building Better Tomorrow, since we don't have a good of the order on the agenda, I'll just go ahead and open it up, see if any trustee do have any additional comments before we jump into the meeting itself. And hearing none, we will go ahead and move on to our Building a Better Tomorrow.
great. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Kehoe. Good morning, trustees. Good morning, staff. As Mr. Kryman reiterated, it's good to see everyone in person. It's also good to see everyone via our Zoom platform. I'll be the first one to work out all the technology issues. Here we go. Okay, what we wanted to do is drive for the first session, the agenda around mission, vision, values, but also talk about our strategic priorities as well as our corresponding objectives. And as Mr. Kryman stated, there's a lot of content. The goal of this meeting for trustees is to really familiarize yourself with the priorities, the framework in which and the process in which we took to get there. And then come in April, have a final, get your solicitations and feedback, but April have a final document that the trustees can review, approve, and finalize. So really this meeting, this session is all about interactive questions, feedback, solicitation. So that's what we're looking for as a collective group. I'll go over our framework, how we got to where we are in terms of our strategic priorities, as well as objectives. The bulk of this session is really going to be focused in on our mission, vision, values. Gayla from KH Consulting Group will have an interactive session with trustees where she'll highlight some of the work that was done from staff at all levels, and then ultimately get to a point that we have kind of some consensus around our mission, vision, values. And then I will end this session highlighting our objectives, highlighting our priorities, as well as our objectives as it relates to teeing up some of the sessions that you'll hear later this morning and afternoon. So this is just a touch point in terms of our strategic planning process. Believe it or not, it's been a year. Usually most strategic planning programs or sessions last about 3 to 4 months. Ours lasted about a year. And the reason for that is we were really inclusive with our process. We had engagement from members, engagement from staff, engagement from trustees. So it was really a collaborative, inclusive effort in terms of our process from start to finish. And here's a highlight of some of our touch points. And building our strategic plan, there was a lot of, as I stated, a lot of key stakeholders, obviously our employees, our members. We had a action planning team, we had an advisory team, but we also leaned on some of the organizational audits that we had. Two in particular that really spoke to our organizational maturity was our Eide Bailey audit that focused in on our HR recruitment efforts, as well as our Weaver audit that really looked holistically at our operational maturity on various fronts. So as you see the priorities, a lot of that was a buildup from not only the staff sessions, but also some of the interactive activities that we had as it relates to audits. And then lastly, obviously, this session is trustees. So this is where we really want to hear your feedback, get your perspective in terms of where our focus is over the next 5 years. And building a better tomorrow, the reason we chose that as really as a theme for today is obviously we have a rich history at LACERA over 80 years. There's a strong foundation that's been built, but we realize that over the years, things evolve, things have changed, our demographics, our member makeup has changed. So as you can see over the years, especially over the last 2 to 3 with COVID, we've accelerated a lot of our service delivery methods and options. We do now virtual counseling. We have an online disability application. We've instituted a project management office. We instituted a information security office. So there's a lot of things that have been built to get us to where we are today, but we know there's still a lot of work to do. And that's one of the things that we've identified in terms of this process is when you assess and evaluate our organization, we have a lot of opportunity for improvement and growth. And I think that's been recognized from staff at all levels. We wanted to highlight, obviously, this is a LACERA-centric strategic plan. So our demographic, if you look at our retiree population, we talked about this at the Board of Investment meeting last month. Our retiree population, the amount of retirement elections that we see year over year since 2020 has grown. We know that that's going to continue to be the case with baby boomers reaching their retirement years. So we want to make sure as we look at this and gain some insights, what are we doing to prepare for that increase in a retiree population? Right now, we sit at over 71,000 retirees, and we're going to see that population grow. And we know a lot of the efforts among retiree healthcare, among the questions that retirees have, we need to make sure that we're prepared in terms of the modality of service that we provide to them. Some of you channel a lot of customer calls, member calls around wait time, around frustrations getting access to LACERA. These are the things that we have to look at and monitor in terms of how we're going to deliver service and not add to our overall workforce. So how can we do things a little bit different, but still meet the needs of our retiree population? Similarly, if you look at our active population, our PEPRA began in 2013. If you look at the General Plan G, which is our PEPRA plan for general members, and the Safety Plan C, which is our PEPRA plan for safety members, those are growing at an accelerated rate, which means the average age for those individuals in that population is 39 and 32 respectively. Today, is LACERA meeting the needs of those individuals? Because we know that's going to continue to grow in terms of that demographic group. And we talked about this again in our last Board of Retirement meeting. We have to make sure that our modalities that we have in place meet the needs of all of our members, all of their ever-changing needs. So whether that's retirees, whether that's end of career, early career, mid-career. So Mr. Popowich during his session around superior member experience will highlight some of those things that we have planned for over the next 5 years in terms of enhancing our ability to deliver service at different touch points with our members. Lastly, in terms of building our
one question.
Yes.
With regards to, I'm going to call it the new generation, Plan G and C, have we thought about reaching out to the different departments or hiring these people and train the HR individuals to provide some basic information regarding LACERA, both the pension and the retiree healthcare? I think it's important that we begin to educate these new employees coming into the county Usually at that age, they don't care about retirement, but they will. And we all came here, we swore that we're gonna spend only 5 years and then go somewhere else and make the big dollars. And here I am 25 years later, right? So nevertheless, I think it's important if we can reach out to the different departments and educate them, because I know when I came in, they didn't even talk about LACERA. They just said, you want to know about LACERA? Call them up. So they should have at least some basic information.
Absolutely, absolutely, Trustee Santos. And I think you'll hear that with Mr. Popowich in their presentation, where they really take you through a journey of a member and how do we make sure that we connect with that member early on, whether it's through the departments, whether it's through, we talked about this before, I think everyone here has a mobile application, and the representative, the demographic representation varies from, all spectrums. So I think those are some of the things that we're going to look at in terms of how do we reach our younger members, not only for the fact of understanding LACERA and understanding that value, but also to retention too for our departments. And then you'll see in some of the demographic data, interestingly enough, the average age for members that come on board at the county is over 30, which I was surprised at if you look at some of our demographic data. So those are some of the things that we're going to look at in terms of how do we target certain customer service approaches based on individuals' career as well as age and ability to kind of connect with us. In terms of our framework, again, the bulk of this session is going to be facilitated by Gayla with KH Consultant. It starts with vision, our purpose, our why. Then we're going to go through values, core values. Those values dictate and promote our behaviors, which inform our culture and ultimately really lead to our strategy. And after KH's facilitated session, I'll talk about those 5 priorities and how that makes up our organizational strategy going forward over the next 5 years. So with that, I'll pass it over to Gayla with KH Consulting Group.
So good morning, trustees. I had the pleasure of kicking this off with you it's been about a year ago, to sort of go over what the process would be. And so this is a very important juncture to be meeting with you now to let you know of status and get your input on these next steps. I do have one of the longest names in Southern California. You can just call me Gayla. It'll be much easier than my whole name. I also teach at USC, so I'm very much used to walking around. So this is going to be a little bit hard for me to remain place-bound, but let's proceed and make it as interactive as we can. We're going to be covering mission, and then we're going to talk really substantially about vision. This is a very important role of the trustees to weigh in on where you want the organization to be 10 years, 20 years from now. And then go over some proposed values and then wrap it up. I think it's important. I was pleased that Lewis presented to you some of the input in terms of the aging and the changes of demographics of your members. The other thing for you to really keep in mind is your diverse stakeholders and audience. I've highlighted obviously in the center, the 2 boards. In green, your members, you talk about your active members, your retirees, and your survivors, beneficiaries. But there's a whole host of other partners and audiences you should keep in mind that will need to receive your strategic plan, think about what you have set as the direction of the organization, and to make sure it speaks to them. Obviously, LACERA employees, but also the various legislators, the County Board of Supervisors, various associations, the unions, all the advisors and consultants that you tap into, community members, and obviously your plan sponsors. So keep that in mind as we proceed. Now, this is a model I presented to you when we first kicked this off, and I do want to challenge you, Lewis. Taking a year for your first strategic plan is pretty common. 4 months would be considered to me very rapid. You might rush, you might sort of do the obvious, but this process has been very reflective, and they've been doing it in the midst of COVID-19, which obviously adds a few added complications. We've done lots of these strategic plans in the county, and Joe, it can easily take 6 to 9 months even to update a plan. So you're on target, so you can relax there. We usually, Think about vision. Vision is usually at least 10 years out. And I really want you to keep this word in mind, aspirational. It doesn't describe what you do now. It's what you desire to accomplish for your members. You'll then see mission, and the mission is very descriptive. What you do every day should really be very clear. It may not change a lot. And you've already heard Louis talk about the importance of values and behaviors. And then, of course, from that comes your strategic priorities and your roadmap for implementation. What we're going to be working on in the next hour or so is vision, mission, and values. And then the balance of the day is going to be LACERA sort of talking through what they've identified as the strategic priorities for the next 3 to 5 years to achieve the mission and vision. Now, I'm very excited to sort of share with you. Actually, a slide did not pop up. We're missing a slide. Huh. Okay. Let me just go back up to here. Okay, so mission, it describes what you do every day. It should describe the purpose, why you exist, why you're important, and speak to the various audiences. The current mission is oftentimes at LACERA referred to as the 3 Ps: produce, protect, provide. And there's a 4th P, the promised benefits to our members. And what was astounding to me, I probably have worked with about 50 clients on strategic planning. I have never worked with an organization where their mission statement was so much part of their DNA. And it goes back to the 1990s. People can quote it. It's on the walls. The employees basically say, we love it. They embrace it. They might want to tweak. And we surveyed the trustees. We got the same kind of feedback of even greater support. And just to give you an idea of some of those demographics, this is how the employees reacted to the mission statement. You'll see on the left, a very high out of 5-point scale, 4.4. Sorry, thank you. The 4.4 basically are very supportive of the current mission. The lowest one was 3.8, saying it's not inspirational, but they remember it and they embrace it. You trustees, you were even more gung-ho with this mission. 4.4, 4.5, and 4.7. It really spoke to you in terms of the important role you take on. So our suggestion is don't change it. It really is ingrained. There were basically 2 tweaks suggested that you should entertain. And that would be to make it a little bit more inclusive, that it's not just your members, but it's also their survivors or their beneficiaries. But that's the only tweak that really sort of came forward. Thoughts, reactions?
I concur with the assessment that everybody's very happy with it. So I think it's good. And when I look at when we're talking about survivors and beneficiary, I consider them members. So,
Okay.
So when I'm thinking, I already see it as inclusive, and I'll open it up to additional comments. I think we're all good.
Okay. I'll tell you, I've never had a mission go this smoothly in terms of any client in our history, and I've been doing this for many decades. Okay, so now the tough one, vision. This one was not so straightforward. Unlike a mission, a vision, remember the key word, aspirational. It really talks about this longer end state that you want to be at. And it really should focus on what's good for the members. So I'll oftentimes have clients say, well, our vision is going to be, we will be the premier organization, blah, blah, blah. Well, what does that mean to your members? That's what you may aspire to get, the name recognition, but your vision should really be, how will your members' lives be better? How will they be different? I will be brutally honest. Is it okay if I'm brutally honest? Your vision's not a vision. This is what you currently have as your vision. Great words, noble words, but in many ways, they're sort of like values. We're going to be committed, we're going to be trustworthy, we're going to provide good service. But they don't really speak to the future benefits for your members. Anybody want to challenge me? I'll tell you, when I did the survey, the trustees, you rated it reasonably well, although you felt that, it could remain as it is, but I think a lot of people didn't really understand what a vision could be. And I'm going to give you some examples. And to me, the comments of the trustees were the most revealing. It doesn't have a 10-year horizon of where we want to be. People love the verbs, trust, commitment, and service. They wanted some rewording on some of the areas. But the last one was that it should be streamlined. It's way too long. I mean, how many of you can recite this? So this is where I need your input. This is what we need to workshop today. Does anybody, you disagree with my harshness? Okay, so we're going to go on to here. So let's talk about what goes into a vision. It describes the desired end state. It should be something inspirational. Just like people remember the 3 Ps, they should be able to remember the vision. They should be motivated to work here because of what can be the best outcome. It may take 10 or more years to achieve. It can be challenging. It can be a stretch. It should really describe what needs to be changed to make LACERA even better. Based on a survey of 30 organizations that were considered to have really good vision statements, the average length was about 15 words. Also, what some executives do is they'll have a brief vision statement, and then they'll have more text to elaborate further in terms of what that may mean in terms of the member's journey, or what it may mean in terms of the new technological innovations that they will be experiencing. But the vision itself can be brief. Now, this is where my role as a professor comes in. I'm going to do a little bit of tutoring before we talk about specifics. What are some examples of good vision, you might ask? And I picked some from nonprofits. I'll give you some others from retirement funds. Ducks Unlimited. You'll see on the left, their mission describes what they do. They preserve, restore, and manage wetlands and habitats for waterfowl. You can all picture it, right? That's what they do day in and day out. That's their mission. Their vision was for these wetlands to be sufficient to fill the skies with waterfowl today, tomorrow, and forever. Is that aspirational? The next one, Habitat for Humanity. I haven't heard the latest on President Carter. As you know, he's very active in that group. Its mission, we bring people together to build homes, communities, and hope. That's what they do day in and day out. What's the vision? A world where everyone has a decent place to live. Do you see the difference between the here and now, what we do as our mission versus what we aspire to? A hunger-free America, their vision is a hungry-free America. I mean, pretty straightforward, right? But it's the kind of thing that motivates people to come work for an organization. It's the kind of thing that gets trustees to say, I want to run, I want to be appointed, I want to be a part of those new directions. I even put in some other ones just for fun. CVS, live longer, healthier, happier lives. It's not about selling drugs or selling Halloween candy or any of the other things, but it's to make people live longer, healthier, and happier lives. Save the children, survival, protection, development, and participation of every child. And then Johnson & Johnson, they want to spark solutions that create a better, healthier world. So again, just a little bit of aspirational. You may say some of them are too far reaching, but they are visionary. Now, you may want to know, what do retirement groups do? Well, I'm going to show you what CalPERS and CalSTARS have, and you can decide if you like them or not. I'm going to give you some more examples. CalPERS' mission is to deliver retirement health care benefits to members and their beneficiaries. That describes what they do, right? Their vision, a respected partner providing a sustainable retirement system and healthcare program for those who serve California. A little bit more aspirational, recognizing the importance of our members and all the years of service they have given as civil servants. CalSTARS, securing the financial future and sustaining the trust of California's educators is their mission. And their vision, your reward, a secure retirement, our reward, getting you there. Little catchy, Is it aspirational? Maybe, maybe not. I see a couple skeptical trustee faces there, but it's what they've developed. Here's some other examples. And again, just focusing on vision. And it's, I will tell you, writing the vision is really hard to do. Illinois provide the highest retirement services to our members, their beneficiaries, and employers. Does that really tell you how they're going to be better off? Maybe. State teachers, retirement system of Ohio, to be a leading retirement system. Yeah, we want to be premier. That's our goal. But they want to provide it through comprehensive retirement health benefits, quality service to our members through exceptional financial performance, ethical business practices, and responsible resource management. I would almost say that's a very long mission statement, wouldn't you? It sort of describes what we do today, and they really haven't stretched, have they? If they don't do that, they're not meeting why they exist, right? New York, I'm just going to highlight another one that's more of a mission statement: to be a high-performing organization with exceptional people and the highest standards for ethics and investment management. Again, pretty much what you would expect them to do today, not 10 years from now. Go on, Michigan is successful today and is secure tomorrow. A little bit catchier, a little bit more aspirational. Progressive, to reduce the human trauma and economic costs associated with automobile accidents. I mean, they're making their customers' lives better through that statement. And the last one really just talks about, again, dreams by anticipating and meeting their financial needs. Again, helping people to dream about a better life after they retire. So this is your challenge today. There was not a lot of closure within LACERA when they talked about a vision. There were a lot of words and possibilities, and I've put them on the slide, starting from the longer ones to the shorter ones. I'm not going to read them. I'd like you to instead read them quietly, unless you want me to read them for the public recording, but it should be on the screen. And I'd like you to jot down on a piece of paper those words that speak to you, those words that you would really find more aspirational, something that you feel your audiences, whether or not they're members, peer organizations, the County Board of Supervisors, your plan sponsors, would find something that they feel, yes, you're making a difference in terms of our lives. Now, I was going to type in the words when we went to share it, but I think if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to make a new slide. Let me just sort of let the trustees know what we're going to do. I want you to jot down the words, and then I'm going to have you, we'll go around the room, share what words you like. And would you mind starting a new slide and capturing the words that are spoken from the trustees? Because I don't have a keyboard here to do it. You can't do that? And we don't have a flip chart, so I'll just write them down. Okay. And then once I get your feedback, we'll identify patterns. And then because you can't rush a vision statement, what I'd like to do, you may come up with what is the perfect wording that right now, but I think what would be healthier is for us then to take those words back, massage them a little bit, and bring them back to you like in March to reflect on before the plan is pulled together in April. Okay, so that's the process we're going to go through. And let me put these back up on the screen. A whiteboard is coming to the professor. This is great. Thank you. I should have picked up on that first thing this morning. I have a bit of an obstacle course here. Maybe we can just put it here. Can you see the board on the screen? I guess that's the question. So maybe bring it around here. Sorry about that. A little last minute reorganizing here. So who would like to go first? Is there a word that inspired you? The trustee Green? I always like the bold one, speaking out first.
I figure you're going left hand around the table. I wrote down about 6 of them. Confidence, member confidence, retirement security, trust, tomorrow, shows, identifies the future. A lifetime, same thing, projects it out. Serve or service, the county of Los Angeles, it gives an identity to the employee and the retiree. And that's what I got.
So let me just confirm I got them all. Member competence, security, trust, lifetime, service. Retirement security. Okay, black would be better. We'll show up more. Okay. Who would like to go next?
Sustainable.
Sustainable. That's very important because we're talking about sustainable for one's lifetime, are we not? Trustee Harris. So Trustee Kelly, I saw your hand go up.
I wrote, worry-free, actually 4, worry-free, dream, secure, safeguard.
It's a worry-free. Sort of ties in with member confidence, doesn't it? Dream may sort of allow you to think about the possibilities, and safeguard ties in with security. Again, we're seeing a couple themes. Other
I see
trustees.
Gina Sanchez as well.
Yes, on the screen. We
Yes.
can go to
Did-
each one.
Gina, go ahead.
Good. Thank you. I'm just going to second some of the ones that have just, because so far I think we're going to start to repeat. So sustainable, secure, and healthy tomorrow certainly is, but I would probably add, besides sustainable, secure, and healthy tomorrow, it seems like tomorrow is a really broad concept, and what we're trying to do is provide a standard of living. And I don't know how that's going to come in, but the concept of standard of living is what we're trying to provide.
Okay. Thank you.
Antonio?
I like highlighting for those who serve LA County. I like the deference to the members. And it also just highlights that they served, right? That they worked hard for this.
Herman, you have anything?
Yeah, I think it's important that we mentioned investments. Our members usually are concerned with how LACERA is doing financially as well as the benefits. So I will suggest prudent investment management.
Because it's a very integral part to that secure tomorrow, isn't it? Yes.
I'm just going to repeat some of them that's up there just so I can get them all. Worry-free, lifetime benefits, secure, healthy retirement, and I added the word safe as well.
And safe.
And I'll also open it up to staff and
Hey,
audience.
Sean, I'm ready to
Oh,
go. I
perfect.
texted you. I'm not sure how.
Sorry, I missed that. Alan, go ahead.
Sure. I'm sort of with everyone, worry-free, sustainable. A word I added is stable. And then the observation I have is I'm just intrigued that part of our vision, for most businesses, a vision is expansive, but I think we need to continue to mind our knitting. We do something really, really well in terms of healthcare and financial benefits, and sort of staying true to our mission while improving how we deliver it.
Additional online trustees? Hearing none, I'll go back to, I'll open it up to staff or anyone from the audience who has comments or thoughts. Just throw them out there. Bernie?
I just thought, reading all the words, something that might be brief, but caring for those who care for us.
I like
JJ?
compassionate, compassionate care. We have to show compassion for those that we're caring for.
Audience, just don't be shy. Throw it out there. Speak loud.
A worry-free dreamer. Do you put those together? Accessible? Easily accessible. Right. And it actually goes even beyond sort of the changing in how people access their information and manage their own financial portfolios, as well as all sorts of other aspects of accessibility.
So the two thing to Trustee Bernstein's point that we have to do well based on our mission is security and
Mhm.
sustainability. So I think having those two, sustainability really speaks to our portfolio, our investment fund, and the prudence we have there, and the security, obviously, ensuring that we're paying our promised benefit.
Louis, you forgot to turn on the mic.
Oh, I had it on. Can you hear me now? It's on.
We could hear you, Louis.
Okay.
Additional comments from the audience?
And it's, oh, thank you, Bonnie. And it covers multiple areas that the affirmative acts that LACERA is doing to secure that healthy and retirement. So I know it's not up there, but I think it's a strong action word.
It was interesting when planning this, you picked the theme of building for today. And clearly that has a futuristic kind of a connotation to it. I think there were a couple more I saw. Wanted to speak?
I have one. So one of the things that I don't really see on the list, and I don't see it really in our mission statement either, is the educational component. And I only say that because I had to go through Social Security, and so I'm not sure how that fits in, but I think it is an important area that speaks to Mr. Bernstein's, we have to do what we do well, always, right?
It also speaks to trustees Santos' comment about working with county HR to make sure they educate existing employees about LACERA and the benefits available. I see a hand.
Hi, just following along with Mr. Kryman's comment. We really seek to empower our members and educate them, give them the information they need to make well-informed choices. So I know that's kind of what we already do, but to further those efforts, so everybody can have that type of retirement that we dream about, that is sustainable, that, LACERA is going to be here for a long, long time providing.
Another fellow up here. You can see why doing a vision is hard.
Yeah, I
Just
don't know if
want
you're
an
looking
illustration.
for a sentence, but to me, it seems like, I don't know if it's really up there, but it's the seamless transition from a career of service to a secure retirement.
So seamless transition from a career of service to retirement.
To a secure, seamless transition from a career of service to a secure retirement.
How do you define a secure retirement?
Worry-free, sustainable, all the, I guess a lot of those things. Yeah.
Well, when Pepper kicks in, a lot of our employees, when they transition from active to retired, are gonna see a significant reduction in pay, regardless of what percentage they retire at. And I'm listening to all this, and I don't want to pour water on the fire, everybody, but the one entity that I think is out of our control is the plan sponsor, and what the plan sponsor does and how the plan sponsor envisions our system. And supervisors don't have the buy-in they had 30 years ago because they can only stay in office for 12 years. So the pension that they get is quite different from the pensions that their predecessors got. And I'm always worried about how that's going to impact how they view LACERA, what we do, how we do it. And I think that's the X factor that I don't know how we control.
I might suggest one of the things I've learned in working with other county departments is those county departments that have a well thought through strategic plan, a vision, a mission, goals, priorities, actually have stronger working relationships with the Board of Supervisors. So as challenging as it may be, I think you need to start with this plan, educating the Board of Supervisors that it's bigger than just them. It's 178,000 members who in fact helped to get them reelected. But I do hear you in terms of that challenge. But it will be important that you educate them and bring them along for the very points you're making. Because they will have a term limit, narrower perspective. Other thoughts? I often refer to the departments in LA County that do not have strategic plans, and Santos, you've experienced this. They're more susceptible to becoming what I would call the whipping boys of the Board of Supervisors, because they haven't defined their direction, their priorities, what they want to do, and help bring the Board of Supervisors. I know, I've worked with the treasurer tax collector over the years, and the relationship was very different in terms of the technological enhancements you were able to make and the funding you were able to get approved by the board by having that plan. So this will help you, I hope, to strengthen that as well. Yes, John.
Sleeping on the job.
One thing that I would add or to think about, their great words that were proposed is just making an active statement. I think that that's really important for a vision to be active.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
I just have a question. What about stronger language? I mean, to Les's point, Trustee Robbins' point, what about, active, robust, aggressive investment? Something identifying, legislation or that could impact retirement in a vision statement to instill confidence, or is that an option, or?
I think those are all good points. They have to do with the members' future, to instill that confidence, the robust.
I think it's one of the things that we may want to consider, and we probably have to have a deeper discussion about, is how active do you want to be, quite frankly, for advocating for our members at the Board of Supervisors and communicating with them, taking positions on legislation, for example. I know that we do take certain positions, but there are things that we can sponsor. We do have some ability to impact, that particular arena and the Board of Supervisors. So I know that we've had discussions before in the past about, what the role of the CEO needs to be. And that was part of some of the early on. The pandemic kind of put that on the back burner because we were dealing with other things. But I think that's a discussion that the trustees, quite frankly, we really need to have. Does the CEO have the power to go into the Board of Supervisors, for example, and have a deep discussion about, the impact that it has on our members, for example, healthcare. It's one of those things where direction from the trustees would be very helpful, quite frankly. And I'm not sure that that's something that would be captured in the vision statement, but it's definitely the words that we use can certainly direct that moving forward.
I agree with your thought on that. I do think that we gave direction because we can't have a vision statement giving the future if we don't know what that future is, right? I remember very distinctly Mr. Rice's excellent presentation about if we're going to be eagles, or it's a great analogy. I wish I remembered it perfectly, but and we discussed it as a board and gave direction at that point on how active and engaged we were going to be. And I believe that we wanted to be very active and engaged at all levels. So not just targeting like Board of Supervisors, but just all levels.
Right.
So with that, I think that helps drive what our vision is going to be. Because I agree with the comments that Les brings up is things that we have to counter within our vision statement. We need to be prepared for that to show our support of that. So things to think about. I've Ms. Sanchez in the queue.
I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that some of the best vision statements are very succinct in what the outcome is without necessarily trying to describe the entire sausage making that goes into that. And while I think it's important that because we have to make the sausage every day, I do think that we do want to think about kind of what that outcome looks like. And I think I actually very much like Mr. Bendel's version so far, which is this notion that you transition very seamlessly from your career of service to I can't remember the exact wording, but
retirement.
To a secure retirement. And I think that there can be embellishments to that, but I think that encapsulates what we're doing. We're here to to take part of the income that you earn as a sort of a public servant, and we transform that to ensure that you have a consistent standard of living throughout your lifetime, and a good one. And I think that is, I don't want to go too long into it, but I like the notion of being succinct and focused on the outcome that we're going for without trying to get too in the weeds about how we describe how we plan to get there, because how we plan to get there may change over time. But if we're clear about the outcome we're going for, then we can be nimble in the process in order to ensure we get there. And that's just a sort of thinking out loud comment.
That actually ties in with you define the end game of where you want to be, which is why I like using the little rocket. You're going to go to Mars and defining what Mars is, that future end state. I also think this conversation about the plan sponsors is important because your vision needs to speak to your members, but to all those audiences. I put up with that beehive, all those honeycombs. You are a complex organization and you have a lot of audiences and you have to make sure that it, people can say, yeah, that's what I want in the end, in the long run.
I have Mr. Bernstein also in the queue.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Kehoe. I'd like to slightly disagree. I don't think that we're a broad organization. I think, to speak to Santos's points, we need to be passionate in how we pursue our mission, that whether it's working with the plan sponsor, working with legislation, but to be specific, in the time since we did our last plan, an AIDS health organization in Los Angeles City got very, very active in housing policy under the operational theory that sort of everything is health. And I think one of the things that we do beautifully is focus on a very important and very limited mission, and certainly bringing passion to how we advocate and promote it, to me, is part of the vision. But I think it would actually be a failure of the organization if we start wading into the idea that because we have approximately 1% of the county in our membership, we should also be advocating on school policy, on a variety of things that impact our members, but are not retiree benefits, in my opinion.
Yeah, a very good point. It's not that you can be all things to all people, and really scoping it will be important. And your mission is very clear on that.
And that's where I think the wordsmithing will be so important, because bringing a passion to how we pursue our mission is, I think, part of our vision, while staying true to our mission as well.
Okay, what I'd like to do, are there any other comments before we sort of look at the patterns? Yes. Hi, Steve.
We have such a world-class mission that really brands us internally and externally. We don't want to restate that or compete with that. I think the vision should add to it by addressing, taking that and just saying it in completely different words. And I do think that what the suggestion that Bernie made and the suggestion that Richard made do kind of go in that direction of saying something new and not competing with the mission.
So, Chairperson, any other comments before we look at
Any
patterns?
additional?
Okay.
See that?
So what I think is exciting is there's a lot of consistency in terms of the themes. We actually had a bold person put forward a phrase. Let me first hit some of the highlights. I don't know if this comes out. It does in a limited way. So some of the themes, we started out with member confidence, retirement security, that would be linked to standard of living. The words lifetime, sustainable, safe, stable, healthy tomorrow sort of all tie in with sound investments and management. A lot of interest in acknowledging who you serve. For those who served LA County, caring for those who care for us, being compassionate. Sort of the other words that people liked was a worry-free retirement, dreaming, making your dreams come a reality. And a desire to really make this aspirational. I mean, that made me feel very good about what you were thinking of. Some proposed wording, I'm just sort of interested in a slight show of hands. Seamless transition from career of service to a secure retirement. Did that ring with any others? A couple people said they liked that. Any challenges on it? Because it helps if we can start with a basic framework. I mean, does that, and I wrote it way down low. Do you want me to put it up higher or can you see it here? Seamless transition, that sort of acknowledges those who served and those who've worked in the LA County. from career of service to a secure retirement. We may want to incorporate investments, but I think a secure retirement implies good investment policies. And then we can use bullets underneath it to elaborate on each of these concepts of what do we mean by a secure retirement. We could have bullets underneath it that define that better using many of the concepts you've put up here. Thoughts, reactions? Yes, Trustee Kelly.
Thanks. My comment is that it suggests to me the initial phase of, and having been retired in the last several years myself, it suggests a focus on the initial transition from being an active member to a retired member, and not necessarily all the things. It doesn't encompass in my mind all the things that I will face, for example, when I have to decide, going into Medicare, or just, if I get married or something. Just there are other significant touch points along the way that are beyond the time frame of the initial transition, if you will. So that's
Good
my
point.
that's my comment.
And with that secure tomorrow also comes some of the other words you've had that maybe we need to think about, because it isn't just at that point of retirement you're saying, but to make sure we're healthy and robust into our 80s and
There's an ongoing
90s.
relationship with LACERA beyond the initial, paycheck from LACERA. So there's, and I think we have to capture that. It's not over once you retire.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of an ongoing relationship.
To Mr. Kelly's point, I've been a member for 25 years. So, and I'm not at the seamless transition point. So we haven't captured that. So I do agree. I think that's a point in time, which is a
Good.
very important point in time, probably the most important for every member. But there's the before and there's the after.
Got
So
it.
we got to somehow capture those.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that, there's a relationship throughout the journey because you get married and divorced and, before you transition in retirement, and you have debts that you need to deal with. And so I agree. We have to look at the timeline because that's where everybody wants to get to.
And I want to highlight the education component because I think that really is, and that's a lot of what we do. And I think we take it for granted so often that a lot of what we're doing is educating.
So you're almost saying that every member is informed,
That's the goal.
part of the education when they become an employee within any of your plan sponsor organizations. Obviously, LA County is the largest. They understand, while they're working, the transition and then the comfort later in life. And it might tie in thematically with this member journey that I know LACERA has been working on and JJ will be talking about later today. In terms of a comfortable member's journey, regardless of what stage they're at, I think is what Trustee Kelly is referring to.
And I saw JJ had a comment.
Thank you, Chair Keough. And that's exactly what I was going to mention. The whole member experience concept is looking at the entire life cycle of the member from the moment they join us all the way through. We do call the survivor journey or beneficiary journey because it's a separate part. But so if we should think about incorporating that terminology in there. Because if we look at the either something about the member journey or the member experience throughout the lifetime, because you're absolutely right. You have to focus on them from day one all the way through when their survivor passes away, and everything in between. And so you'll see those concepts come up later on when we talk about education content that we need to develop for each of these journeys. So if we're in our vision statement, I think there ought to be something about, that experience, that journey.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe you've given me enough ideas and patterns. One of the hardest things is writing a vision, mission, or values by committee. So I'm going to suggest that we don't spend a lot more time on it, but if the trustees would allow me to take these words, massage them, and come back with maybe 2-3 options. And I'm thinking of a phrase and then some bullets underneath for further elaboration. If that would work for you.
Okay, I don't hear any objections.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that you in return, because we're now February, if I were to share with you, could we do this as an online survey again to sort of get initial feedback? And then maybe I could hone it and then you could look at it one more time in March before it becomes part of the draft, or even in the draft, you could still do some tweaking. But I'd really like to get more of your input on some possibilities.
Perfect.
Does that work for everyone? And then I can also circulate it within some of the other groups within the LACERA to get their feedback in the process too. Okay, so vision's hard, right? And you can now tell the difference between a well-written vision where you can really sort of see it's a better outcome. And I'm hearing you using those words than just a repeat of the mission statement. So we're on good track there. Okay, so I want to move on now to values. And let's sort of define a little bit more about what they are. Lewis talked about they are, basically the beliefs. They guide your behaviors, your attitudes. I'm a strong believer in values because an ethical organization that has well-defined values has a much better, healthier culture that's ethical, because you can never write enough rules and regulations and policies and procedures to encompass everything. You have to have really well understood values. And so if there's a new situation, people know how I'm supposed to respond. The classic example I give in a very simplistic way is if you buy something from the dollar store and you don't like it, what is the value that's been taught to the salespeople at the dollar store? Final sale. We don't take it back, right? If you go to Nordstrom's and there's a problem with it, they have a different value, which is not only will we take it back, we'll replace it, we'll make, and it's not that one is wrong and one is right. It's just that they're different, and they're different based on the two different cultures. And it's very important that their employees know the difference, because they then know how to behave. They can describe your ethics, they can inspire employees, and they can over time help the organization evolve to another kind of culture that they want to achieve. So these are your current LACERA values, and they spell the word profit. And when we surveyed the employees, we got some criticism. First of all, these values were developed back in the 90s. In some ways, they reflect what I would say was written by a committee, that they wanted to start with the letters profit and sort of find values that fit it. But I didn't get a lot of feedback about, like with the mission, this is who we are. I didn't get that same feedback that these values, we live these every day. Now, they're all good values. Professionalism, who would argue with that? Respect, we all want respect, right? Open communication, fairness, integrity, and teamwork. Just as an outsider though, if I'm one of your audiences, and again, I'm going to be a little critical, I don't think I would be real excited if LACERA's values spelled the word profit. Given your mission, given people who have dedicated their lives to civil service, the word profit generally rubs government employees the wrong way. So what the LACERA work groups did is they tossed this out, and they really started from sort of a fresh perspective. Actually, I don't know why when these slides were imported, not all of the text was included. So I'm going to give you these examples, but let me tell you, this one should be CalPERS. These are the CalPERS values. So CalPERS went through and they have quality, respect, accountability, integrity, openness, and balance. And then they have bullets underneath. The other thing that CalPERS did was they developed, these are called guiding principles, where they elaborated a little bit further about how they were going to operate given these values. This next list, and again, I don't know why the header's not on there. This is from CalSTARS. And CalSTARS also developed their values as customer service, accountability, leadership, strength, trust, respect, and stewardship. When you get so many values, like they have more than 6 or 5, I find it's really hard for people to remember them. They tend to overlap. They get a little bit confusing. So before we sort of look at values that LACERA might embrace, I want to make a couple of distinctions. There's something that I define as core values. Just like your mission is deeply ingrained in you, there's some values that are deeply ingrained within this organization. And just as we brainstormed, a lot of these words, you're very concerned about stability and security and, those aspects in terms of wise investments to take care of your members' future. They should guide an organization's actions, just like the Nordstrom and the dollar store example. They should be something that people will maintain at all costs. So I'll give an example. If I can beat up the assessor's office, Santos engaged our firm when a former assessor was arrested. And we did this exercise down at Dockweiler Beach, and we had like 90 people there. And I handed out a worksheet with 100 values. And I broke them into small groups. And I said, individually circle what values are important to you. I made small groups. You all come up with a list of 5. I had groups pair off, come down to a list of 4. And we kept honing it down and got down to 2 values. And it was integrity and it was accountability. And that was part of their DNA. And that was what we needed to restore because it had been shattered by this arrest of the former assessor. LACERA has ingrained values, core values. So rather than trying to have it fit an acronym like PROFIT to make it easier to remember, what you're going to see are values that the employees worked on, management worked on to say these we think are core. You'll also see some examples that I would argue are aspirational. Innovation, for example. You're innovative today, but you're going to have to continue to be even more innovative given the changing technology and the changing demographics of your membership. There are 2 other types of values that I would tend to tell you, you don't have to write. Permission to play values. What do you think that means? I use the word sometimes motherhood values. Things that everyone should probably ascribe to, but won't make you unique. They're just sort of basic, don't distinguish you. It's sort of the minimum things if you're a retirement organization we would expect of you. And then there's another category, which is accidental, where, things just sort of arise spontaneously in a culture. I can give an example of what's happening in some developing countries is the value of happiness is emerging as an important value rather than a value of the GNP. They're doing chief happiness indicators because that's more important to taking care of their people. Does that sort of help frame where the trustee focus should be in looking at it? The other thing I want you to do is, because you're in the best position, being appointed and elected, of how would these values not only speak to you as trustees, but to employees, but also to the members and all the other audiences. So these are the proposed values that are being put forth. They should form the foundation of how LACERA executes its mission. And so the words are inclusivity, integrity, innovation, accountability, collaboration, and transparency. I like, though, easy ways to remember values. So I've been calling it Act 3 because it spells ACT on the right and you have 3 I's and you're sort of in that next Act 3 of how you're going to take LACERA to that next level of excellence in achieving the vision. Now, I will point out that when you all got these values in the survey, the trustees responded very positively. I mean, on a 5-point scale, there were 14 trustees who responded, and the ratings range from 4.4 to a high of 4.8. So it sounded like these values really were hitting home in terms of is part of your DNA, core values. Trustee comments, we are moving in the right direction, still more work. And there was a suggestion on collaboration to include work successfully with partnerships outside the organization as well. Now, what you all didn't have in the survey was what LACERA has done is not only define the proposed values, but they've gone ahead and they've expanded with additional explanations of how what their guiding principles would be. And what I like about this versus what CalPERS did is they've linked each guiding principle to a value. Again, further reinforcing what we expect when we use the word inclusivity, or when we use the word collaboration, or when we talk about transparency. So my question to you all, oh, yes, Trustee Kelly.
I think it was under accountability. There's mention of the pension trust. And the pension fund, I just wanted to point out that the investment office also manages an OPEB trust. There are two trusts.
Okay.
And I wouldn't want to forget OPEB. I don't think you need to say pension trust, but or pension fund, but there are two funds.
Okay. And that was under accountability. Yes, we could start just by looking at these. Is that type big enough for the folks online to see and also in the room? Okay, I see a thumbs up from the screen. So just general reaction to this framework before we get into sort of the wordsmithing specifics. Do you like this idea of defining the values and then being more specific about guiding principles underneath? Does the structure make sense?
For values in general, a larger statement like this is acceptable.
Yeah. You might, for example, in the public strategic plan, just use the definition of the values on top. But internally, in working with the trustees, working within the organization, use the guiding principles for further elaboration. I think
so. We'll have 6 values with a definition for each of the 6 values. Is
right.
How it's proposed right now.
Right. So this would be the level of detail I would suggest be in your public strategic plan. But you as trustees and all the employees are here, I think also benefit by having these guiding principles available of how you'll conduct yourself and do business. Any thoughts, reactions?
I think it's fine. I think it provides staff and also us, quite frankly, some more detail so that we can frame what the actual value is in our everyday kind of workings with each other. And I think that's important because not everyone may have the professional experience where they can do that. And so I think it's important to frame them, and I think it does that. I also agree that it should be more internal versus external.
Now, one thing I didn't talk about is what you're going to be getting in April as a draft strategic plan is what we would suggest LACERA use as their public document, public facing. They have a lot more work to do, and you're going to hear a lot of the ideas in the balance of today where they'll be rolling up their sleeves to really think through how they're going to implement them. Okay, and that's more of an internal working document with updates to you all. Okay, I'm watching the time. So here are your audiences.
Mr. Rice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One concept maybe to keep in mind as the values are finalized. The current values set really almost a standards of conduct. And they're extremely useful in the organization to HR and just in managing staff to have them phrased in that way. These proposed values weaken that I think they can be fixed by adding some more of those specific expectations into this language. But I do think that's an important concept not to lose, because again, really, you can't overstate the importance of the current, setting aside the acronym, of the content of the current values as a management tool, as an HR tool. And that should be, I think that should, my view is that should be maintained here. Otherwise, I think it just kind of weakens their value.
You know, Steve, what could be interesting to do is what I would call a crosswalk, where we look at the values, the profit values that were established in 1990, and do a crosswalk in terms of what would be the change with what I would call the Act 3 values. Because I think a lot of the concepts have prevailed that are part of your core values. And I think the Act 3 are adding innovation, for example, as a new value. But that might be a healthy exercise for me to look at and help you internally talk about what Act 3 means, possibly. So think about that.
Yeah, I was going to ask for that to make sure that all of our current values are somehow encompassed in each of these values. And if not, then that's an area we need to address. JJ.
I think, you know, when we developed these, one of the purposes for developing the guiding principles was to give it that clarity that management could use when dealing with, you know, each other, right? That's the whole point. So, you know, we wanted to provide guidance to say, okay, you know, under accountability, you know, what does that mean? So we follow through on promises. So if we find ourselves in a situation where internally somebody's not doing that, we can look at them and we can say, well, look, you're not following our values. You know, here's our guiding principles, and we've defined those very clearly and said, you know, part of that is when you make a promise to call back a member, you call back that member when you said you're going to do that. And so I think just to give some context, that was the purpose of the guiding principles, to provide some meat behind it.
Yeah. Were there any other comments?
We have Laura too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think that we have to, you know, we talked about this internally quite a bit about how do we preserve the existing, as Steve pointed out, there's sort of standards of conduct that we expect all of our employees to have. And so some of those are not necessarily our organizational values, but they are our professional expectations. And so I think that we can maybe find a middle ground with a crosswalk where there are organizational values, but then there are also sort of standards of conduct that we expect all of our employees to have, which is not really, you know, it's more internally facing as opposed to the, what does LACERA as a whole stand for versus what do we expect of our employees?
What are the thoughts on that as far as having almost a separate in-facing versus an out-facing values? Because when I think of it, I would want it shared. I know exactly what you're saying, but I'd want it shared. So maybe we share that in our final value statement to make sure that we can hold our employees accountable.
Yeah.
Because that's the first thing when I'm dealing with discipline with my own employees, I always say, what could we have done better to make it so that this didn't happen? Right? What kind of training issues, what kind of things? Those should already be answered, and they should be incorporated within our values themselves.
So you could easily put all of this into your public document. Is that what I'm hearing you suggest? The guiding principles as well as the values?
Yeah, it was more of a question on what the standard is. Is there two separate, or is it better to combine and have a value statement that covers both?
I think this would be perfectly fine to include in the formal. The only reason why I was suggesting maybe not is sometimes the public doesn't want a lot of stuff to read, and they might lose the important point if there's a lot of detail. But you could certainly include this all.
Okay, so that I think where we're getting at is I wouldn't want to include all of that for public facing, but I think what I'm hearing is that we're expanding on it when we're holding our employees accountable and giving direction to our employees, but it's still built on the foundation of our values that we develop.
Right.
Okay.
So
And JJ.
One thing we could do is we could create a place for them, on LACERA.com, so they're there and accessible if somebody wants to dig that deep. Just a thought.
but
And
these,
Ms. Sanchez too.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something you just said, Kehoe, is as I've seen this and I've sat on a number of boards, they have generally been simplified for the purpose for, let's call it, marketing purposes, so that they're easy to digest and expanded on in other form. But I've never seen two separate sets. That would be unusual in my experience. So I think that if these become our values, if these proposed values become our values, then it makes plenty of sense internally to have a deeper dive into each one of these. But I agree that for marketing purposes, it's overwhelming.
okay.
Mr. Chair,
David.
there's a lot on title. I think I'm understanding. We want to do the crosswalk or whatnot and integrate, but what about maintaining them as sole and separate as a standards of behavior or a standard of conduct for employees? And whether we present that to the public or not, they can be maintained and preserved as they are. It's simplified, like Ms. Sanchez says also, it's not overwhelming. And we can still have it for the employees as a operating principle guideline.
Yeah, the one observation I would sort of make, I told you how remarkable how the organization embraced the mission. I did not get that feedback when we did the employee surveys on the profit values. And I think a crosswalk is important to Steve's concern to make sure any values that really are core, sacrosanct, are captured in this. So I think we should do that kind of an audit just for the trustees' comfort and for management's comfort, and to make sure we've captured those concepts, and where we haven't add more language, maybe not add more values, because it becomes too much of a long list that can't be recalled. But I think you have some new emerging values that you didn't have to emphasize in the 90s. I think innovation is a breakthrough value for this organization. I think respect, which isn't on the list, is something I would call motherhood and permission to play. You have to show respect, and you can define that in terms of how you conduct yourself. If there were problems with respect, which I don't think there are, it can be handled with the guiding principles, and you might want to elevate it. I mean, I think respect was there because something was happening in the 90s. But it's unusual for an organization to have the same values for over 30 years without doing a refreshing, which I think is what's sort of happening here.
Antonio.
I was having a similar thought because we're working on our mission, then we're working on our vision, and then we have values. It does seem like a lot. Or what are we going to use to just like what will the public see and what will the employees work with? The other visions, I love those other visions that you put up. They were beautiful, simple, but profound. I mean, that's what I would want to see. That's something I can memorize, right?
Yeah. So these are what we would propose, and maybe there'll be some tweaking of language when we do the crosswalk, but this is what's being proposed for the public document. And this is what's being proposed for the internal. And one of the questions always, will they speak to the audiences? But something for you all to consider, and we don't have time today, but it's not uncommon for boards to take the values, develop their own guiding principles of what that means of how you would conduct yourselves. And I've just pulled together some examples from other boards. And I took values that were examples of the, from what's being proposed for LACERA. So for example, with collaboration, a board said we express our good intentions explicitly and reiterate those intentions wherever they are in question. Under innovation, we regularly hold conversations that open up new possibilities, is what a board had used. or an inclusivity. We solicit and consider ideas and opinions from others. I mean, the trustees have an important role to make sure your members and your stakeholders and all of your audiences' viewpoints are being considered. So I just want to leave you on this note of you thinking about your own ownership of the values. What LACERA has proposed to you are draft values to share with the public, guiding principles of how they would implement them internally. But you might want to think about as you go forward and you adopt your plan, how you might apply these to how you as trustees work together. So
We will take that and we will definitely ask that at our next offsite. Since we're going to have our values hopefully fully adopted by then, that we can have a strategic discussion about how we apply the values internally for our board.
So that was a note I wanted to leave you with. And I'm going to turn it back to Lewis because the next steps will be you to keep in mind the ideas that were discussed in terms of vision, mission, and values. And what you're going to be hearing for the balance of the day are then what LACERA is thinking of in terms of the priorities and the goals of what they'd want to accomplish in each of these areas. So Lewis, you're going to wrap it up and then you all get a break.
Lewis, you got 10 minutes.
Yep. I figured I only had a few minutes. Really good discussion, really good feedback. That was the intent of today. So we really have some really good content to circle back with trustees on. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. So what I want to focus on now is really our priorities. So our priorities, there's a lot of content, so I won't go into detail. There's, our objectives as well as kind of our destination. I won't dive deep into them, but I want to lay the foundation of some of the sessions that you'll be hearing in the next few sessions later this morning and in the afternoon. Our priorities are both aspirational, but they're also practical. We talked about our foundation that we've built. There's things that we currently want to focus in on that may not seem aspirational. There are 12, 18-month goals around how we operate as an organization internally. But there's aspirational goals on how we operate as an organization externally. So our 5 priorities that we want to focus in on and focus in on our strategy is superior member experience, innovation through technology, how technology is an enabler for us, investing in our people, and I should have brought my glasses, enterprise risk management and compliance, and fiscal durability. I won't read the bottom slide because I have a couple of slides for that. But superior member experience, Mr. Popowich and his team will be covering some of these objectives as it relates to the journey of our member. But a lot of the session with the mission, vision, values is really talking about some of the things that we're going to focus in on. So when you talk about our digital strategy, making sure that there's various modalities for members to engage with us at various points of their work career and thereafter. Retiree healthcare. One of the main decision factors for our members when they retire, the benefit is an important one, but medical, health insurance, how they go about making their decision and ensuring that they have, whether it's dependents, have a keen understanding of what the retiree healthcare program is and what it offers in retirement, because most of our members don't know that when you transition into retirement, it is a different retirement health plan. You may be with Anthem, but it's a different makeup in terms of that plan design. Also, we want to focus in on our communication plan. So while this is member focused, and I know we have EKA Eric Rose here as well, but our communication plan is vital to some of the conversations that we had today as it relates to our external posture with our stakeholders, whether it be our employee groups, RELAC, ALADS, our plan sponsors, the industry. How do we go about collaborating? We have partnerships with our federal lobbyists and our state lobbyists, but how is LACERA positioned externally? And what type of approach do we want to have in terms of making sure that we're visible and we're advocating for our members? Secondly, I won't go into that, that's more detail. Innovation through technology. We realize technology is an enabler, but we want to make sure that it addresses our capabilities, it enhances our efficiency. We just had a meeting yesterday where we had a whole division talk about the manual nature of the way they do their work in 2023. Excel spreadsheets, manual documentation. So internally, we have a lot of work to do to elevate the way in which we work together. So there's a lot of technology, a lot of integration that needs to happen as it relates to our focus on efficiency. The two big things that we're going to focus in on over and above our IT strategy, which I know was presented a year and a half ago and it'll be refreshed, is our data integration and analytics. How do we have an enterprise-wide approach to insights? How do we get information, whether it be on our member side or business services side, HR, finance, all of the different various groups, legal. How do we get information in a seamless way to allow us to make better, more informed decisions? Right now, it's very labor intensive. And then secondly, our knowledge management, having an enterprise-wide approach on how we collect, store, access our knowledge. We have a lot of individuals that are 30, 40-year employees. The county has that as well. How do we make sure we mitigate our risk as it relates to when these employees retire? We have mechanisms in place that instill confidence in our staff that they're able to do the work once that single point of failure potentially is gone. And we have significant investment that needs to be made around how we capture our knowledge. Oops. Investing in people. You'll hear a session today that's going to focus on our DEI strategy, a lot of not a checkbox approach, but really focusing in on how do we focus on inclusivity, equitable programs around LACERA, and as well as looking at the diverse nature of our organization, but also how we communicate with our partners, but also interact with our members, which represents a really diverse workforce as highlighted in our most recent economic impact study. So you'll hear a session today on that. Also relating to training and development and learning and development, looking at how we build our training and development programs, not only at the enterprise-wide level and focusing on all different staffing levels, but making sure we have succession planning in place and we're preparing our staff for skill sets of the future. So really a lot of efforts going to be focused in on that objective. And then lastly, we know that this is our priority over the next 12 months. It's been our priority over the last 12 is our hiring. We have over 100 vacancies. We are hiring. We are focusing on our hiring. We understand the critical needs. We've talked about that within our Board of Investments. We've talked about that within the Board of Retirement. We're accelerating those hiring needs. We want to make sure that we onboard high quality staff, and that's going to be our focus, but ensuring that we have a simplified and seamless recruitment process as well as onboarding process. So really doing a lot of work there as highlighted also within the Eid-Bailey audit.
Comment. I just get a little nervous in public sector when people talk about simplifying HR practices. They are what they are, and I think they're there for a very good reason. So I think you can streamline them, but I just am nervous when people say they're going to simplify public sector HR practices. And so I just offer that comment to you. The other thing I want to mention on IT, I don't disagree with you. I think it would be great if years ago, the CEO of Citibank told me that Citibank was an IT company with a banking license. And so I think it would be great if LACERA could frame itself as an IT company with their disbursement process or a retiree healthcare process or something like that. And I think you're a long way from it. I think you're absolutely right. But I really like that framework, that you're an IT company first, and then the specific, processes fall out underneath that. I think that would be an interesting perspective to take on IT as you frame that out.
Thank you, Trustee Kelly. Appreciate that feedback. And it's interesting we land on enterprise risk management. I think from an IT perspective, you're absolutely right. There's a balanced approach. How much risk does LACERA, do we want to be first to market? I always say, do we want I'm okay with the 2020 Camry, from a, making sure others are able to,
No one else is.
It's safe and secure, right? But no, I totally understand where your comments in that in terms of technology being a big leverage for us in terms of improving our processes. Enterprise risk management and compliance, Mr. Rice, Mr. Bendel, and his team will be providing a session for the trustees this afternoon. And that's really focusing in on the fact that we're a highly regulated environment. We have CERL, we have the government code, we have our own internal policies and procedures. But more importantly, we got to make sure that our compliance and ensuring that our compliance program, we do have them in place, but they're siloed, and making sure that it's a enterprise-wide compliance program, instilling that approach, as well as enterprise risk management. ensuring that we identify our vulnerabilities, and more importantly, across the organization, every person knows their role and responsibility. So Mr. Rice, as well as Mr. Bender, will be talking in depth about that. And then lastly, fiscal durability. We're going to be implementing a budget system, making sure as trustees, you approve a budget for us every year, making sure that we're prudent in presenting our budget, making sure that it meets our future needs, it aligns with our mission, and making sure, again, that we're making progress in terms of the objectives and the goals that we've set forth. And then also from the Board of Investment side, ensuring that we support Mr. Grable, his investment staff, on the Board of Investment strategic policy around investments, and making sure he has the added support, whether it be through HR, whether it be through IT, our finance team, collectively at LACERA, to pursue their future state of allocator to investor. So those at a high level are our 5 strategic objectives, both kind of internal and external facing. With that, I think I still with the 10 minutes, Chair Kehoe.
Yep, you made it. You made it right there to the break time. So I'll tell you the two that stand out really is the IT side of the shop and fine tuning that and making that even better than where we are today, and as well as the fiscal and budgeting side. And both of those are things we've been talking about for a couple of years now, and I know that we're focused on it. I'd love to see some movement in that direction. I'm looking forward to the presentations. Okay, before we go to break, any questions or comments from any trustees? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take a break until 11 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
Is that what you were gonna do?
Recording in progress.
Yeah. I know, I'm like,
Right, so now that you've connected to something you don't know, like, I don't know if this is that, these are validated.
we do have everything, you have to be careful on that here because it's like really right here.
Remember, keep link last. The camera adds to the
sound on you.
Welcome to LACERA, where our home is your home. Put simply, excellent customer service means meeting our members' demands and actually exceeding them. Always looking for ways to improve our efficiency, customer service relationships, delivering customer service with our integrity intact, and knowing that we are also stakeholders.
Almost.
We'll restart it in a moment as soon as everybody gets in the room. Is that okay?
Yes. This is gonna be, we don't have to say anything, right? Or we're gonna have touch. No, we turned it on.
Okay, welcome back. It is now 11 o'clock, so we're going to get started with our Superior Member Experience panel. And JJ, I will pass it on to you.
Thank you very much. If we can restart that video.
Welcome to LACERA, where our home is your home. Put simply, excellent customer service means meeting our members' demands and actually exceeding them. Always looking for ways to improve our efficiency, customer service relationships, delivering customer service with our integrity intact, and knowing that we are also stakeholders, all while delivering with a smile and overall authentic attitude towards our members.
So a great member experience follows best practices like maintaining a positive attitude, providing knowledgeable resources, and also valuing the member's time. And sometimes anticipating their needs. Sometimes they don't really even have any idea what they're wanting until they start talking. And that's what you're really trying to do. You're trying to interview them for information to find out what they need so you can help them.
A great member experience is when a member can easily find, access, and understand information that is relevant to them. Where my role comes in providing a great member experience is by assisting members if they are having trouble finding, accessing, or understanding information that is relevant to them.
That's why here at LACERA, we aim to provide a unique individualized experience for each of our members. Customer service is always in the details, so ensuring that every single member is greeted with a smile at the door and feeling like they're the rock star of the moment is our top priority. When sitting down with our members and providing them counseling, we are aimed to always anticipate their questions and concerns so that they walk away knowing full in depth of what their benefits are, with confidence knowing that LACERA is taking care of them.
From a communication standpoint, a great member experience is being able to access the information and the tools that you need when you need them and knowing how to take action. So that could be receiving a postscript or a spotlight newsletter with timely information, knowing where to go online to book a workshop, or watching a video that walks you through My LACERA. My role in delivering that experience as part of the Communications Division editorial team is to distill complex information and present it in a way that is logical, engaging, accessible, and most importantly, understandable.
A great member experience to me is more than just answering a few questions. It involves compassion, respect, and patience. Here at LACERA, my role is to ensure that our members are taken care of, That includes hearing their concerns and answering their questions, but at the same time, doing it with kindness.
What a powerful group of statements that really help explain what LACERA is all about, to be honest with me, and the type of service that we deliver to our members, and encapsulates the whole point of what we're going to be talking about today, which is the member experience. So thank you to Sarah, Elisa, John, Maritza, and Sarah Scott, and Mary Lou for providing that. Let me take a moment to introduce the panelists, which is a wide-ranging group, probably the biggest panel we'll have up here today. But that's because it's a comprehensive effort. So we'll start with Cassandra. Just introduce yourself because we have some new trustees that may not recognize all of us.
I'm Cassandra Smith, LACERA's retiree healthcare director. I've been at LACERA for 37 years.
Hello, I'm Bernie Buenaflor. I'm the chief of the Quality Assurance Division. Been here for 25 years, started internal audit, transitioned over to manage the benefits division, and now in QA.
I'm Louis Gittens, the interim benefits division manager. Been with LACERA for 21 years.
My name is Maritza Perez. I've been with the member services family at LACERA for 6 years.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Martinez with, I'm chief of communications, and I've been with LACERA for 8 years.
Good morning. I'm Ricky Contreras, and I'm the division manager for disability retirement services. I have been with LACERA for 12 years, but have been a public servant 27 years now and counting.
Good morning. My name is Tamara Caldwell. I also work in disability retirement services. I'm a supervisor, and I've been with LACERA for 25 years, or wow, 21 years. It feels like 25 years, but for 21 years, happy years.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
My name is Stephanie Kawai. I currently serve in our benefits division in our process management group. And I've also been with LACERA for 21 years. I think in practice I said 20, but you're right, the time goes fast.
Great. Thank you very much. So we're going to talk about the member experience proposal for the superior member experience. And the topics that we're going to talk about today are up here. This is a hybrid panel discussion in that we've prepared a discussion that we're going to go through, but I am hoping that the trustees will engage with us, provide input, thoughts, whatever comes to your mind as we go through this. So I want to thank Louis for going through and giving an overview of the superior member experience. Over the next half an hour, we'll take a deeper dive on that. Looking at the idea of a member experience program really means for LACERA and what steps we're already taking and some of the steps we want to take for the future to develop the program. So, whoops, I went backwards. So.
Time for a break.
Yeah. That's wishful thinking. Developing a strategic plan is all about developing a plan for the future and where we're going to go. It's a plan that outlines what matters to an organization and what we're going to focus on over the next couple of years. This plan, it's all about building a better LACERA for tomorrow. It's all forward-looking and aspirational. And at the end of the day, it's the basics, the foundation that we're laying that drives LACERA's mission to deliver to our members. In the end of the day, everything is all about the members, and nothing speaks more about that than an organization than how we interact with them, how we treat them. LACERA has a long history of striving for a highly personalized, high-touch approach to serving our members. And nothing encompasses that type of approach better than the latest in the current customer relationship model, which is a customer experience program or member experience program. You'll also hear that defined as CX or MX in our particular case. In our last Offsite, we spent a lot of time talking about the future of possibilities. And so this year we're building on that concept through the Superior Member Experience Initiative. So what does that look like? We put together the graphic that you see on the screen because the member experience program is not a one-time effort. It's a continual cycle of going through a process to make sure that you're delivering the best service possible to your members. It starts by defining and recognizing journeys, which are specific steps or series of events that a member goes through. And we'll talk about journeys in a little bit in a moment. You collect data, you make observations, you do surveys, you do focus groups to understand what that member perspective is. Because at the end of the day, a member experience program, it's all about the member's perspective. It's all about making sure that we're delivering to them what they need to accomplish what they need to accomplish in their part of the journey. So it's all looking at it from their perspective. You review that data, you analyze it, you determine what changes you want to make, and you implement the changes. And then you start that cycle again. More data observation, more surveys, more focus groups to determine how you're doing. Did it have the desired effect that you want? You review it, analyze it, report out on it so you can show whether you're making success or whether you have further to go. And then the cycle continues all over again. So member journeys, it's a key concept as part of the member experience program. There are multiple journeys that a member takes as they go through their life cycle with LACERA. These on the screen here are just a few of those journeys to help highlight the concept. Journeys can be based on major periods in a person's life cycle with LACERA during their career, or may be triggered by a milestone event. It could be a marriage. It could be a divorce. It could be a disability as a journey as well. So all of these sub journeys that people go through as they go through. Each one of these journeys has unique touch points with the member, and we have to customize our approach to those journeys. So it could be as simple as an email at a certain point in their life. If we hear that somebody got married, well, here's what you ought to be thinking about. Or it could be a full-blown conversation and counseling session that we go through all the time. The point is that each journey is defined and it's mapped so that we can ensure that the member has everything they need delivered to them based on their preference when they need it. It's a very highly personalized, high-touch, comprehensive care approach to our members. So what does that look like? What does that look like for LACERA? I'm going to go back to the screen for a moment. Well, sorry. Get used to doing this. What will our member experience program encompass? A sustainable system. It will include a member experience council, which I'll talk about that in a moment, what that is. It focuses on those journeys. It's an omni-channel approach, and we'll talk about what an omni-channel approach is in a moment. And of course, it requires measurement and surveys. So what is the Member Experience Council? One of the key concepts of a successful member experience approach is making sure that the entire organization is in sync and working together. One of the reasons you see so many people up here today is because each one of these individuals represent part of the process in the member operations group. We add to that retiree healthcare, we add to that systems. And when we're coming up with the approach, when we look at these journeys, we have to have this whole organization focus on delivering what our promise is going to be to the member. And so part of our member experience journey that we're proposing is the creation of a member experience council that will have the membership of the exec office, member services operations group, which is all the folks that you see here today, quality assurance, of course, retiree healthcare, and systems. And what are their responsibilities going to be? This council will identify the journeys, because the slide that I showed you earlier are just some of the journeys. There's certainly others, and we want to define each and every one of them. Once we define them, we'll map them. And what we mean by a map is going through that journey, figuring out every touch point, all the information that needs to be delivered, and figuring out what our members need in that process. And so we'll map that journey. And then we'll work to define priorities for how we're going to focus on that journey. The Member Experience Council will also be an internal organization that provides oversight for that journey. So as we define the maps and figure out what we need to do, they'll be responsible for making sure that we're working with the project management group, the PMO office, and our systems division, and subject matter experts throughout the organization to deliver on what we need to do for that journey. And then, of course, they'll also help us define and develop surveys, metrics, focus groups, so that we can report out to you on our progress. So, once we define and map a journey, we'll share what that looks like. We'll share our plans for that. And then the surveys and the focus groups and the data that we gather will help inform the trustees and the organization how well we're doing on that journey. So how many here has heard the term information is key or information is the king? When talking about developing a member experience program, information is critical. It allows us to gain insights into what our members experience at every stage and what their preferences are. We already collect a lot of data from members and their interactions. We track everything they do with us. We track their demographics. We track how long it takes us to meet service levels and when we deliver things. We track the accuracy of what we do. But to develop a sustainable member experience program, we need a deeper understanding of their preferences in general and during specific points in their journey. So in 2002, we conducted our very first ever member survey, and that focused on understanding member preferences. So now I'd like to turn to Cynthia with our first question of the day. So tell us a little bit about what we've learned from our surveys.
Sure, JJ, thank you. So to get insight about our members and how they want to be communicated with, as JJ mentioned, in 2022, we partnered with KH Consulting to develop and conduct a member survey. We used all forms of outreach to distribute the survey and get a high response rate. So what did we do? We mailed and emailed the survey. We also promoted the survey in our newsletters and on LACERA.com via the website banner and the news and announcement section. And then lastly, we conducted some follow-up reminders via email. Our efforts resulted in a 14% response rate, which our consultant said is very high for a survey with no incentive offered. So we're excited about that. Now I'd like to share with you some of the data that we collected and how it's relevant to keeping the member experience program. So Jamie, thank you. Here we're looking at the overall responses. As noted earlier, the survey was sent to all members via mail and electronic means. When we look at the demographics of the respondents, we see that the response was heavily skewed towards members in their mid to late career stages and retired members. We did see a big response rate from our new hires, or I should say we didn't see a big response rate from our new hires or those in Plan G. This gives us vital information by age group regarding level of engagement with LACERA and the differences in communication methods to inform future outreach efforts. Next slide, JJ. This slide demonstrates the preferred method of communication for LACERA, general news, and information by age. We know that meeting our members' preferences for receiving and seeking information is a key component of the member experience approach. At a previous offsite, we talked about generational preferences, and the greatest generation and the baby boomers tend to prefer traditional interaction points. In other words, mail, phone, and in-person interactions. The Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z generations, they still like the traditional methods, but they also like to do things themselves through websites and applications. The data collected in this survey shows that the majority, 62% of our members prefer receiving a mailed newsletter. But those aged 65 and over, that jumps to 77%. And then on the flip side of that, only 26% of the members on average expressed a preference for an e-newsletter.
Can you define the difference between email correspondence and e-newsletter?
Email correspondence. So what we do through LACERA is for those that have opted out of receiving a hard printed newsletter, because they do have that option going through My LACERA, they can opt out of receiving a hard printed newsletter. We will then, once we mail the newsletters, we'll email blast those that have opted out of receiving a hard printed newsletter. And then the e-newsletter is the one that lives on LACERA.com, or I should say that is the one that is emailed to them versus the one that lives on LACERA.com.
Got it. So the email correspondence is the newsletter being emailed specifically to them, whereas
Right.
the e-newsletter is just sitting at LACERA.com and people can access it.
Yes.
Okay.
So this shows the wide range of preferences and confirms the need for omni-channel service approach. We need to continue using all means of communication to reach our members, both print and digital. As we develop the member experience program, having this data about members' expressed preferences will help us build a targeted, consistent approach to reach members at any given point in their lives. Next slide. We also wanted to assess our members' comfort level and use of technology when managing routine financial transactions overall. Here, the green bar indicates the use of a computer or tablet, and then the red bar that you see indicates the use of a smartphone. Both stand out over all other options, indicating that we need to continue developing our digital footprint geared toward these goals, such as the redesigned LACERA.com, which is responsive, meaning it adapts to whatever device is being used to access it. We also need to continue our efforts to build more online applications, such as the disability online application, and ultimately an online service retirement application. Next slide. This is the last slide that I'd like to share with you. It's data regarding our members' preferences and how they like to interact with LACERA during specific life events. As mentioned earlier, the data is slightly skewed as the data collected was mostly from mid-career through retired members. But generalizing what you see here, most of the members surveyed prefer interacting with LACERA in person, reflected by the green line. The other line that stands out is a dark green line, which reflects My LACERA. This data shows there is a higher interest in self-service or virtual service for routine transactions and account maintenance. What we can take away from this data is that we are on the right track with our omni-channel approach and the development of the member experience and journey segments, recognizing that the preferred method of service can be dependent on the complexity and sensitivity of the type of transaction. We will continue catering our approach to each experience based on express communication preferences and the transaction type. And that's all for the data.
Can you kind of just summarize, so that's very difficult for us to see from a distance. Can you just summarize what that captures, what the data captures?
I'm sorry?
Can you summarize what the data captures there with those charts? Because
Yeah, what I'm pointing out here is that for the dark green line, that's where you're seeing the My LACERA. That shows a really high interest in the self-service or virtual service for routine transactions. And the other area that I'm pointing out is the member surveys. They like interacting with LACERA in person. And those are the two areas which is reflected by the light green line that you see on the chart. So those are two areas that I'm flagging there.
So in summary, Chair Kehoe, what we found is, at certain stages, particularly on the left-hand side here, where we're talking about retirement planning, things like that, this number of respondents still prefer those in-person interactions, whether it be virtual or in-person or one-on-one. There also is an increase in the My LACERA. And interestingly enough, you'll also see there's an increase on the right-hand side. Now, on the right-hand side, this is more towards your account maintenance type interactions and interactions that happen after they retire, all the way into their survivor journey. So one of the interesting things that appears when we're talking about death benefits and things like that, they prefer mail correspondence instead of, in-person correspondence, which, it's a tough time in their lives. They're going through a lot. So that's probably understandable. What we see not represented here, but just in our interactions with members, is we see a lot of an increase in secure messaging and email correspondence for people in active service. And that's one of the things when we'll talk about in a moment, when we talk about the omni-channel approach, why that approach makes such a big sense and why we really need to continue to develop that type of approach.
Quick question before we move on. I wasn't aware that we had the option to opt out of the newsletter. How do we push that message out to folks if they want to?
So if you go directly to, if you are signed on to or logged into My LACERA, you can go to My LACERA and there is an area, and that's probably where I need Kathy specifically to outline where it's at. But if you go to My LACERA, you do have the option to opt out of several correspondence. One is the newsletters, and JJ, if you can help me here, I think there's.
You can opt out of most of our regular mail correspondence to you, except for, don't think we allow them to opt out of ADRs right now, which is the automatic deposit receipts for retirees. We do allow them to do that, yeah. 1099, we cannot. Yeah. But for most of it, we also include that in our newsletters periodically, if I remember correctly, where we'll have a little blurb that you can opt out of.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'm looking at the previous slide. What is the Instagram account and the Twitter account?
I'm sorry,
The Instagram account and the Twitter account? What are they? Or can someone show me? I can't follow, I can't find them on my account.
Well,
Do we currently have a LACERA
we-
Instagram?
we do not. We currently don't have an active social media accounts that we're currently marketing or conveying any of our information at this time. We do have some accounts that are active, but are we soliciting on them? We are not. That is something that we are going to talk more about and is included in my communication plan as far as our efforts to move in that direction and why we see it's important.
Yeah, because it's on, there's a graph here, but it only shows 3% social media. So we don't have do we have a Facebook?
Yeah, this is asking whether our members have interest in seeing or actually actively participating in that social media arena. Also have a Facebook account, but again, we actively marketing or publicizing any of our information on it at this time. So, but that is an area that we are again in discussion, and as I mentioned, we'll be talking about in the communication plan to move forward with that.
Yeah, I just want to agree that we should have that as soon as possible. But now at this point, let me just share this. I'm not on Facebook for a lot of reasons, but Twitter, I feel like that I get a little more information there that I feel like is hopefully more real. And then Instagram as well too. I mean, that's a big lost opportunity currently, in my opinion.
So that's, oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was going to say, we do see the benefits and again, we will be talking about that. And I know that it's something that Santos Kryman is really a proponent of and wants us to move forward with. And we agree in communications that it's a area that would be really helpful, especially in this omni-channel and member journey experience. We do need to move in that realm because there is a certain demographic that is really interested in that particular arena. And in order to cover everybody in the different journeys that they might be in or in the way that they like to be communicated with, we do need to cover all bases, and that is one of them.
So we have developed a communication plan, which has a draft of a social media plan within it. And we do have plans to develop that within our organization. That's currently under review by the executive office, us. And we'll be bringing that to the trustees shortly. So look forward to it. Yeah, it's definitely part of it, and it's key. In fact, I think if I go to where we are here, I'm going to ask some folks here to talk about what other organizations are doing from a member experience and customer relationship process. And so I think, well, it'll be a moment. So.
All right, JJ, as you know, there's a great interest in customer experience by most organizations across the country. And so CEM partnered with in the past on other projects, they have a new product called the Voice of the Customer. And right now we're looking at it to see if it's right for LACERA. But in a nutshell, their expertise is benchmarking. And so for the the Voice of the Customer product is just a benchmarking service across different pension funds, but focused on customer service.
Focused on the member experience really is what they're focusing.
Chair Kehoe.
Please. Jason.
I have a quick question. I noticed in some of you got social media and whatnot, but there's nothing indicating any SMS messaging or push notifications. I can speak, my father's a safety A and he's in his 80s and he texts, uses his cell phone, and generally speaking, most also members aren't checking their email frequently, but everybody's looking at their smartphone. Has that been identified as a source of contact, maybe embedding links into it that could reach everybody en masse? I just want to go on further at the NCPERS and the communications segment in DC. CalPERS had a presentation on it, and they had transitioned from paper to email, and they were only reaching half their membership. And when asked regarding SMS, they hadn't even considered it.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if there's a plan for that possibly.
So we do use SMS for some things. We'll incorporate that as we move forward. So one of the aspects here, and we'll get to it in a moment, really, is that we haven't really developed a relationship with our membership. We have something like 44,000. Am I correct on the roundabout numbers? 44,000 registrants for LACERA. And why I tie it into LACERA, because that's our online portal for our members, and that's where we collect their email addresses. So there is a plan, which we'll talk about here, to develop a new way of connecting with our members at the beginning so that we can collect their cell phone numbers, their email addresses, and to begin to develop that digital relationship. And so it's part of a plan that I have to transition the current member sworn statement process that exists. So every time we bring somebody new onto, or the county brings somebody new, they have to fill out a member sworn statement. That's all paper right now. And there's no reason to keep it in a paper. In fact, we'll be bringing a memo to the next Operations Oversight Committee, if I remember correctly, to begin that process by talking about accepting digital signatures. So once we do that, we'll move that behind the LACERA, get people to register, give us their contact information, and then we can start establishing that real digital relationship that we need to do. You mentioned, yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So what role does LACERA.com plays for the retirees?
Sure. So LACERA.com, well, I don't know. Do you want me to answer this? Or you want to answer this? I don't want to step on your toes.
Either way, you can start and I can jump in.
Think of LACERA.com as our information hub. That's where you go to find out information about our plans, your benefits, your options, your retiree healthcare plans. That's what we envision it. In fact, we'll be talking in a moment about a new effort to really develop a member perspective of that being the information hub. LACERA is where you're going to go to take action, right? So you've learned, you've read about what your options are, you know what your benefits are, but now you want to start running estimates, or you want to purchase service, or you want to eventually enroll retiree healthcare, or you want to file a disability application. That's where you move behind the firewall. That's where you go to your own specific account, your own area, and that's where you start to take action. And over time, what you'll see is you'll see a greater link. And that's what most organizations do. They have you log in, and when you want to take action, you go to your portal. But if you want information, you'll see that they'll redirect you to a pop-up window. Usually that's taking you back to their website, where they have extensive information that you can read, or videos that you can see.
You just describe the value for active employees, but if I'm already retired, I'm not interested in estimates at that point because it's too late, and so on and so forth. So that's my question is, how does the retirees use, or what value does LACERA.com has for people who are already retired?
Okay, so in response to your question, Mr. Santos, for retiree healthcare, what we do is we try to push the members to utilize LACERA. Many of them, because as we know, the postal service sometimes are hit and miss when you get your mail and when you don't. So we will post their acknowledgement letters, for example, or if we're requesting additional information, if we see they have an email on file with us, we will post it in their LACERA, and it gives them a notice, letting them know that they have something from LACERA there. And so that's how we communicate with the retirees as well. We find many retirees actually prefer that because they don't have to worry about the mail.
And I'll add to that as well. As members on the member services side, they can administer a lot of their things on the LACERA account. So currently they can update their direct deposit, their tax withholding forms. If they need to update their beneficiary information, that information is immediately available through the LACERA portal.
And then from a communication standpoint, newsletters is reflected in the data is something that the retirees really enjoy receiving. So we're able to communicate, as you know, on a quarterly basis to our retirees through the Spotlight newsletter, any information. And we're also driving them through LACERA and other resources online to directly receive that information. Because they
And-
definitely read the newsletters, we know that.
And JJ, if I could add one other thing. There's a secure message center on LACERA, and I think that that's a value to retired members, especially if you can't get through on the phone. The turnaround, I believe, is 24 hours at the most,
Or
but
less.
or less. It's usually less.
Usually
So you
4.
can interact and talk about details of your account and get a secure answer very quickly.
So one of the things that kind of pointed out on those earlier preference slides, right? Remember those preference slides from our survey were really focused more on our more senior members, right? Or latter stages of their career and the retired members. The slide, the one that's hard to read, of course, and I apologize for that. On the left-hand side showed that once people retire, they tend to interact a lot through LACERA to do those normal interactions or through email. The other thing is when we get to looking at what the journeys mean and we start defining what those journeys are, we'll see that there's a whole series of journeys that we may not really be focusing yet or not focusing as much as we should for our retired members. For example, we do wellness events, right? But those wellness events and information about retired life, how to stay active, how to stay healthy, how to stay involved, that's all a journey, right? And as we define and map those journeys, we can create content for our retirees on LACERA.com. You know,
JJ.
yes,
I have Mr. Jones in the queue.
yes.
All right. All right. Can you see me?
I think he's on mute.
Okay. Hear me okay? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation so far to you and the panel. Just a couple kind of nerd questions as we continue to invest in the kind of underlying technology. One, do we have the ability yet, team, that when someone visits, I know we're omni-channel, when we know somebody visits through LACERA or they visit through .com or they open an e-newsletter, do we get a 360 view of all the touch points to that unique identifier? Is one question. And two, if so, if we do have that ability or kind of evolving ability, can you share with the trustees and folks here some of the insight you're getting from the tracking of, you know, when they arrive at a page, what are they doing the most often? What is it that they're appear to be doing research on? What are they coming back for multiple visits for? And then I guess 2B would be then, are we in the spirit of relationship building on the digital platform, if I happen to visit a certain section on a website that indicates that I'm curious about something, do we have a proactive means of sending a digital communication then to them back saying, hey, we noticed that you were looking at so and so and so. Is there someone from our call center who could help you? Or something of that nature. Can you just kind of give me a sense of where we are on the evolution of our CRM, our 360 system, and where we're at? Thank you.
So thank you for the question. It's a very good question. We're not there yet. We don't have the technology to connect it all together yet. So with the launch of LACERA.com, this is the first time we've had reliable information on what pages they're viewing. And we're just starting to look at that data, but we don't link it back yet to a specific member. So that's something that we will have to work with. That the whole omni-channel approach, and you've nailed it, is really bringing that 360-degree view of the member and knowing what they're doing at all times. So that if somebody were to visit the website, in fact, and they're looking at something, and they may call us or they may email us, we'll have an idea of what they were visiting and what they were looking at. So if I were to skip ahead.
JJ, I recall in past presentations that we've had offsites that we had breakdowns of how many people are clicking on certain pages and doing certain things, including running their own estimates and things like that.
Yes.
So I would question that we didn't have that yet. I understand it might be as robust as we want it to be, which is where we need to go. And I agree 100% with Mr. Jones. We should be able to have that organizationally, macro, micro, everything. But I believe we did have some of that data. So I'm just curious if we have any of that to be able to pass on.
We don't have it here today. We do have the data. We don't have it linked to specific members, right? And that's, I think that's what I was getting from Trustee Jones. But yes, we certainly can tell what pages they're looking at, how many people look at a particular page. I think we're still working on refining, click-throughs to say they go from here to there and drawing an inference from that. But we do have that. We can certainly tell how many estimates they run. We can tell what requests they make. And internally, when they contact us and we're having that conversation with them, we certainly track every touch point that we have with them. So every email that we share with them, every email they share with us is stored. What we don't yet have is a real good way of bringing it together without manual effort, right? And so when you contact us, ideally, and this is where I want to get, the system would then say, okay, this person has looked at this, asked for this, this is what we've told them, they may be needing this information to help the specialist. Right now, the specialist has to spend time, go through the notes on the account, look at the correspondence, and piece it all together. So when we move forward in the future, part of our digital transformation is to have that business intelligence to be able to help the specialist, help the member quicker. So we have a long ways to go to get to the type of integration that, sorry, you're down here on my screen, that Mr. Jones is talking about. But that is definitely part of that omni-channel approach. Brendan, you have something? Yeah, sure.
If I could add to that, part of the paradigm shift that we're currently undergoing is involved in the case management software that we recently adopted and are implementing. It changes the way we approach transactions with our members so that we do in the future envision the ability to integrate all the multi-channels that the member may take advantage of. And we can have a much more coordinated approach to serving our members from all different angles. So I think that's part of what you're inquiring about.
Absolutely.
JJ, if I may?
Yes, Tim.
I'd like to add, with the inception of the online application, I think although in the infant stages, we've developed some techniques where we're able to visibly see what the members are doing on the online application and immediately respond to them. So we can actually recognize when a member has accessed the application, answered a few questions, and kind of stopped and have it move beyond a certain point. And what that does is actually triggers one of our staff members to immediately reach out to that member and have a conversation to see what can we do to help you move beyond where you are today. A lot of times it was situations where members were having trouble uploading a document, and we could see that, and we could see that they were uploading the wrong document. So when we started to see those types of behaviors, we're able to immediately respond to them and assist them so they can actually continue through the process. And so I think as we go along, we'll continue to develop that, but it is definitely something that we have worked on, and it's very important to us because we want to meet the member where they are and as quickly as possible so they can complete their application and we can start processing that application.
And that's a perfect example. This is actually, there's a slide on this. That's a perfect example of how the member experience program works, right? You've defined touch points and you've created proactive action based on what members are asking us to improve their experience. And I think it's been tremendously beneficial for the disability application. We'll be able to do that with purchases. Let's say you start filling out a purchase request. You don't finish it. Once we get that online, we'll be able to see that they haven't done that. And that will trigger automatically, once that's put into case management, a proactive contact out to that individual to see if they have problems. We haven't done it yet, but we'll be able to figure out when people, one of the pain points we have with members is uploading documents. They still seem to struggle with uploading documents. And so we've listened to them, we've refined the instructions and provided them a clearer way of doing it, but it's still a struggle sometimes. So in the future, we'll be able to get a trigger and say, okay, somebody continually trying to upload something and they haven't been successful. So instead of waiting for them to call us, we'll call you or contact you or email you, whatever your preference is at that particular time, or text you. Yep. Just to touch base here, I do want to say LACERA's online, right? Or LACERA has an online application for retirement. And right now, they're also having a symposium on their member experience program where they're meeting with their members in a focused type of, I take it like a focus group type of environment and getting feedback from members. That's an example of the things we want to do. CalPERS has that tremendous, robust member experience program, and it's really focused on a really great social media outreach program. And their outreach program is not just about members and member interaction, but they also do outreach on their investments, why they invest in things, to educate their members overall. We talked a lot about the omni-channel experience, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it here. But the one point I do want to really get across is our members go in and out of the channels they choose. So somebody may start on the website, may send us an email for a clarifying question, call us, send us follow-up email or secure message on that call, then request an in-person or virtual visit. The point is they weave it in and out, and they expect us to have that full 360 view. So implementation of technology like case management will allow us to have that really good full review. The other thing is, and this is important to remember, I think it's important to remember for our member experience program is, listen, our members, they don't see different parts of LACERA. So they don't see disability retirement services. They don't see retiree healthcare. They don't see member services. What they see is the person they're talking to and the expectation that that person can assist them with their problems. So we all know we have subject matter experts that we need to direct members to at certain points of their journey. So part of that journey mapping is making sure that we have clear trigger points so we understand when do I need to get Cassandra involved, and Cassandra will talk about that in a few moments. But that's the point of omni-channel. It's this all-encompassing view of servicing members, and it has to be the service in their preference, the way that they want it, not us. So we may have a call center, that's great, but they may want text messaging or they may want an email. I never call a call center unless I can't help myself, right? That's just my preference. Other people, they want that human interaction, that high touch interaction. So we have to provide it all to them the way that they want it. So I want to take a moment here and turn it over to Maritza. I want to show how we're starting to put this all together and really the member experience. And so they're going to talk about our standardization of our retirement council. Is going to start off and then we'll take it from there.
So thanks, JJ. So in 2022, we expanded and restructured the LACERA.com retirement section. The main purpose of the revisions was to provide a special section for members containing all the necessary forms for retirement and an option to self-retire. The team was tasked with creating an online election form, which has never been an option for our members before, and adding forms not previously published online. Additionally, as much as possible for a non-interactive format, members needed to be guided through the process. This overhaul required significant review and reorganization of the existing active members' retirement planning section to accommodate the desired new pages and direction. After discussion, it was decided to create two new major sections based on members' career stages. And it's what you're seeing on the screen here. It's the steps to prepare and the ready to retire sections. The two tiles were added to the retirement planning landing page to direct members to these new sections, which were set up as follows. So the steps to retire, or actually the steps to prepare section, is broken out for members who are early to mid-career, 3 to 5 years before retirement, and 6 months before retirement, with pre-retirement preparation and action steps for each stage. And then the ready to retire helps members initiate the retirement process or self-retire by providing an online election form, online to-do list, a repository of retirement-related forms and resources, and sequence of action steps to take during the self-retirement process. We plan to continue to revise and update this webpage as we learn more about how our members are interacting with the information we've provided. If needed, we can develop videos to help walk our members through the steps if they require further explanation or direction. These videos will reside on in the Retirement University section of LACERA.com. We've currently Retirement University is in the works. It's going to be revamped to include updated videos and other popular webinar topics. And in the future, it will be highlighted as a retirement resource library that our members can access at any time. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Maritza.
Thank you, Cynthia. So in the spirit of the omni-channel approach, we found a need for a brand new retirement counseling model that not only continued to provide that highly tailored service that LACERA is famous for, but also ensured that we had consistency of information across all our channels. So as JJ mentioned, we're reaching more members than ever before. Since the pandemic, we've added virtual counseling. We've increased the number of pre-retirement seminars online through webinars. We're also even increasing right now the number of in-person appointments at our member service center for those who still want to have that face-to-face traditional retirement counseling process. And we've recently seen a surge in requests for field events out in our LA County partners through the different HR departments. And as Cynthia mentioned, we've made a lot of updates to the LACERA.com website, including the Retirement Planning Hub. So how are we going to weave our message to our members and stay consistent at the same time? So what we're going to plan to do is we're going to standardize our retirement counseling process. So right now we're in the development stages of the retirement standardization project. We've dubbed the name of the project for, and it's pretty much here to change and aim to change the future of retirement counseling at LACERA. Throughout the project, we'll be partnering with different departments and divisions through LACERA. So we'll be working with member services, with communications, benefits, retiree healthcare, and systems. We're taking in an all hands on deck approach and revolutionizing the way that we are retirement counseling our members throughout their journeys. So let me actually kind of explain and walk you through the different stages of this project. So we're currently in the phase 1 of the retirement counseling restandardization project. Myself and a group of 11 other retirement specialists are collaborating together and figuring out how we can actually improve and modernize the way that we approach a retirement counseling for members and implementing and including the technologies that we already have at LACERA. And when speaking to them, particularly implementing how we're going to integrate the retirement planning hub into our daily conversations with our members. Currently, when a specialist counsels a member, we have an in-house database that we usually take screenshots of or show them information from to provide them the retirement counseling information. But there's also that little disconnect in between the sessions where they don't really have a lot of information resources to go to. So the retirement standardization project essentially is there to help them find that resource information in between their counseling sessions. Now, the retirement planning hub is meant to be a reference point for these members, essentially in between these conversations. It's not meant to replace the human factor and highly tailored service that we already give to our members. We understand that each member has a different retirement journey that they are on, and we want to be able to communicate with them through the channels that they choose to be counseled through. And the hub essentially will be a touch point for them to self-educate and provide additional resources to them in between their counseling services with the specialists at LACERA. All of our specialists, in order to maintain current consistency, all of our specialists currently use retirement checklists to reach certain touch points throughout their counseling process to ensure we're providing accurate and complete information to every single member. So a part of this project as well is we're going to be looking at consolidating or distilling the different retirement checklists to kind of correspond to the 2 different retirement planning journeys that are outlined on the retirement planning hub. Once our model is complete and ready to implement, we do plan to provide a training process and a training module to all of our retirement specialists throughout LACERA that's going to include content review and also mock training sessions. Now, in phase 2 of the model, we're going to continue adding more to our retirement standardization model by bringing in retiree healthcare into the conversation. So what we're planning to do throughout stage 2, and the objective of that is to standardize retiree healthcare counseling throughout member services. Right now, if a member wants to come and speak to a counselor regarding retirement planning overall, they get different information depending on the touch point that they're reaching. If they come to the member service center where I'm currently housed at, they get inclusive counseling. They get the information regarding their options, their estimates, and all the information regarding the retiree healthcare plans. We'll even help them fill out the retiree healthcare enrollment forms that a lot of times they have difficulty completing. If they're communicating us to the call center, they're diverted to 2 different paths or 2 different call centers. One call center specifically for the retiree planning side of the estimates, and then another call center to speak to them about their retiree healthcare planning. So what we want to do in this phase is consolidate all of that counseling and make it all inclusive, no matter what touch point they're coming to. That way, when they're speaking with the specialist, they're getting an all hands in approach and a one-stop shop of information in that one retirement planning session. No more having to divert them into 2 different sections. Now, just like a member has a specific member journey for their retirement planning, they also have unique retirement journeys into the retiree healthcare side of things. And we recognize that as well. So additionally, from including the improving the day-to-day counseling that member services does, we're also planning on implementing a specific system that's going to create specific trigger points for members who have specialized questions. Maybe that member has complex member eligibility scenarios, or maybe they have a highly sensitive medical situation that choosing the right health insurance plan is going to matter more to them than picking the best day to retire. So we're going to create a trigger point system to reference them or refer them to a subject matter expert into the retiree healthcare department. We'll be able to specially help them with these specialized questions. And as Cynthia mentioned, we're also looking into adding more additional resources to the educator members, to the retirement planning hub. One idea right now that's floating around is the auto email follow-up system, where anytime a member speaks with the specialist, post conversation, the specialist can send them a recap in an email of the conversation that they had with them regarding the topics of discussion that will link them to specific resources to the retirement planning hub so that they can also have information to look into between their counseling session. And lastly, in the 3rd phase of our project, we're looking into having an H&R block style type of retirement application to help our members essentially self-retire or retire with a counselor themselves. It's either or. We want to focus on being able to communicate with their members the way they want to be communicated with, be counseled the way they want to be counseled with. It's not eliminating the human factor of our counseling. It's enhancing and being able to add more channels of communication to those who wish a little bit more independence in their retirement counseling. That's pretty much what we have going on in the pipeline.
So that's a perfect
We have
example.
a question here.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation, appreciate it. So what are we doing to increase the amount of counseling sessions that are available? The last time I logged in, I had to wait like 3 months to see virtually a counselor. So have we improved on that, or what plans do we have to make those more accessible to the members?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, we actually did increment the number of appointments starting January 1st, both virtually and in-house counseling. Currently with the staff capacity, we're fitting about 30 in-house appointments a day and about 27 virtual appointments a day. And we've added Saturday appointments throughout the March Madness season to accommodate those members who are trying to retire before March. So we're working hard to try to see if we can fit more into the schedule, but as of now for staffing, that's what we have as a capacity.
So with those improvements, how long is the wait now?
The wait is because of the high demand. The wait is coming about 2 to 3 months still, but we still are trying to implement as much as we can into the schedule.
So I do want to add, right now, Member Service Center is about half staff. They're staffed with RBS2s and RBS3s, right? And so we took the step of filling all the RBS2s in the call center, which is usually the feeder mechanism for going down to working with member services to the Member Service Center, and then the retiree retirement benefits with 3s, which are the ones that also go out in the field. So now that we've got that filled, and we're in the process of of getting all of those folks acclimated and fully trained and comfortable with dealing with members after they've gone through their training process. We also have another class which we're recruiting for, which will be about 26 actually. We're doing some efforts to overhire in anticipation of people that we expect to retire or move or promote, so that we'll have a pipeline. Once we get that class going, once the current group of graduates has gotten a little more experience under their wings where they can operate a little bit more independently, then we'll begin to start to fill the positions that are vacant in the retiree in the member service center downstairs.
Yep. So, I hear what you're saying in terms of expediting and consolidating the counseling process. But I think, with all due respect to everyone, is that we need to separate retiree counseling to a pension. Because I think, well, during my counseling session, I got praised a young woman who counseled me, and she was very knowledgeable on retiree healthcare. But it is retiree healthcare is, to me, is complicated, and we need to make sure that we have people that are specialized in the retiree healthcare, and other people specialize in pension counseling.
Want to talk about that? Want to talk about what we talked about, or you want me to? Okay. No, we agree 100%. I mean, you know, there are more extensive conversations that need to happen. The question is when do they happen? That initial session where we cover the different plans and just go over the high level differences and, you know, what this plan is, and so forth and so on. That's what we want to standardize so that people get that experience. And then when they want to have those conversations, okay, well, I'm ready to pick a plan, but I've got some condition, right? Or I really need to understand more about Medicare. That's what we were talking about in those trigger points, where we then get it over to what I term as a member care. So we have in member services, as an example, we have a member care unit. So when you're dealing with a member on the phone, you go as far as you can with that member, explain whatever it is, get them going down the road. But inevitably, there are those situations where they need greater follow-up, whether that's going to be they have to have a more in-depth conversation, say like an active death, or they have a problem that needs a greater amount of research and in-depth conversation to help understand what that problem is, or coordination with another part of LACERA to correct. So we have a small member care unit which handles those escalations. Cassandra, I've been talking about the same type of thing as when we get to those points where we have the conversations, that we have a member care unit that we then connect to the specialist. We do that also similarly with disability retirement. You come in and you say, I'm thinking about a disability. So we'll give you the generals of what the disability process is. We'll run estimates for a service-connected disability and a non-service connected disability. And then when they're ready to actually talk to somebody about actually filing for an application, then we'll reach out and we bring in, disability retirement services. It's the same type of concept. It's really creating a comprehensive approach to taking care of our members and making sure that we're steering them at the right points to the right people so that they can have the greater in-depth conversations. That's what the vision is.
How did we get to half staffing in the member service center? That's amazing to me that we're at that point. And I understand that it's a full-on a year-long process to get single person in the seat. Same thing in law enforcement. But if we got to half of the law enforcement officers out there, we'd have a problem, right? So we're in the same situation where we have an increasing number of retirees. We have the baby boomers coming, all these things that are going on, and we're at this half staffing. I know that we see it as an issue, but I do think we need to analyze what got us to there, make sure that never happens again, and also incorporate the overstaffing element. Jason and I were talking about that as sidebar with our own departments, that overstaffing is the key to prevent us getting to positions like this. So perhaps we can comment on that.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, we completely agree with you in terms of the overstaffing and the trying to get a pipeline going. I can tell you that the reason that we're where we are in terms of the hiring had to do with the pandemic. Because we didn't have the ability to train our staff in a virtual environment. And so, and we had difficulty processing, 200, 300 applications that we would have to process in order to get, candidates. The county had their own issues at that point for hiring. We, for some reason or another, had relied on the county to assist us with with those particular hirings or those recruitment efforts. And so we were told, you're on your own because we got our own problems. And so we tried to figure out how to recruit folks and how to train the staff. And we started doing that, but it took us a little bit of time, and we had other issues that we had to deal with immediately as a result of the pandemic. And so that's why where we are in terms of the hiring of our retired benefit folks. But it's something that was unforeseen. We tried to address it as quickly as we possibly could. Now I think we're in a better path. Classes coming in, 26 folks in April. And we're going to move forward and try to get the overhires after we hire the first 26. So,
So I was unaware that we used county HR to do hiring for our own house. Is there other areas within the organization that goes on?
So we did our own recruitment. I'm sorry, because just if you don't mind, we did our own recruitment, Mr. Kehoe, Trustee Kehoe, but we relied on them for our testing routines. And so, for those that are familiar with the hiring process, you go through, you put the application in, you get scored based on your application. And usually if you want to look for certain traits, you do some type of testing. So for us, we did customer service testing. We did some basic math testing. We relied on the county to do that for us. So they had an arm, I can't remember which particular part of DHR that does that, but they have an arm that helped us develop those tests and run the test, proctor the test, because, back in those days, they were all physical. And so you had to do somebody to watch you to make sure that it was you and not somebody else cheating on the test. And then, you had to score the test. So when the pandemic hit, we couldn't do that. And it stopped us cold. We had no resources to develop tests. We had no way of proctoring the tests. Now we quickly learned to pivot to that. So we started looking at online ways of doing that. We started looking eventually for online tests, which is what we use now. And correct me if I get any of that wrong, Carly. I'm on track. Yeah. So we develop these online tests so that we do that. And we even now today use a form of virtual AI interview, which is fascinating to me in the very first stages before we get to the selection stage. So we've done a lot of efforts to try and get over the reliance on somebody else to help us do that, to be self-sufficient and be able to get this pipeline moving. So the addition of overhiring, we have I think it's about 14 vacancies, if I remember correctly, in the Member Service Center, or somewhere between 9 and 14, forgive me, in the Member Service Center. And so we go through this process every time we get ready to do a recruitment of sitting around going like, well, who's likely to retire because they're at that age and they've got that service level? Is anybody, likely to, leave for other reasons because, they've been talking about it, or even who's likely to promote. And so we play all these games trying to figure out, what future vacancies do we foresee? And at the end of the day, that tells us, well, we can overhire by a certain amount of numbers, and we've never overhired at LACERA before. That's brand new for us. So this is the first time we're trying to do this, but it's all designed to keep a pipeline moving, because Member Services is the feeder organization for the rest of the benefit operations group. So usually you start in Member Services and then you promote up, you may promote up into disability retirement services, you may promote to retiree healthcare, but it's usually a feeder arm. And so we needed to have that strong pipeline to make sure that we have that. And I think we're on track to develop that now, so we won't have this type of problem again.
And can I just add one other comment? I think it's important to point out also that we did change our training programs so that we have more staff in the field sooner to get the hands-on experience. And then we also carved out retiree healthcare's training programs so that they have a 3 to 4 month track as opposed to 12 months, which it was before. And so the training, the combination of the things that JJ mentioned in terms of what we did, how we pivoted, that's something that we had to do very, very quickly. And, you know, thankfully, we've had a really good crop of candidates. I was very impressed with the class that just graduated. They're very knowledgeable, very curious, and understand the mission of the office. And so that's a credit to Carly and her staff, and also our division managers and our training program.
Perfect. And,
So-
and just confirming that we're now doing everything 100% in-house. We're not outsourcing any of that.
Yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that was my question also. So
Okay.
necessity is the mother of invention, right? So, hey, thank you to the panel. This is really good stuff, the phasing and whatnot. But yeah, big ship, small rudder, as they say with the county. And history has shown that, you know, when big county DHR takes over a hiring process, it can get stalled very quickly. So that was my question, was if we're going to keep it in-house from now on.
Perfect. And we're at 20 minutes for time checking.
So I'm going to jump ahead. We're going to jump around a little bit in the presentation, but I do want to talk a little bit about what we're doing to develop the future of our staff. So Bernie, briefly, talk about what we're doing to redevelop the training sessions.
Okay, well, you know, the underlying challenge here is to prepare our staff to provide that quality experience to our members, right? And so we have to select the right candidates. We have to give them the right training. We have to give them the right tools to support them. We have to give them the right management tools so that we can manage their development and their performance. So let's start with the training. We've had this training program at LACERA for several years, and it's been focused on primarily the foundational processes that the benefits division works on. It's not the advanced level, but then we recently added a customer service element to it so that we could start to cultivate that member experience, that customer service attitude. But still, we were dealing at the foundational level. Right now, we're going to be developing more advanced training tools like online training. We're going to use tools like role playing and mock calls, and we're going to be implementing more advanced on-demand technology because we want to expand this training even further. We want to be able to give the staff that graduate the ability to deal with pretty much any member question that they encounter, not just the foundational processes. So we need to increase the depth of the training. We also need to provide more customer service for every process because we want to prepare them to be able to answer members' questions about these things, not just to process the work. So that's where our training is focused on. But how do we know how to provide that training regarding the members' needs? Well, we're going to use tools like focus groups, surveys, which we hope to embed throughout the member journeys, because in the past, we've used them as one-off static snapshots of where members stand. We want to make it now a dynamic process of continuously gaining information. We'll use that to feed training. We'll also use that to provide process improvements throughout the member operations group. But that's basically what we're going to be doing in terms of training and also data gathering. Right now, we're relying primarily on what our audits provide to us in terms of insight and what feedback members proactively provide to us. We want to become more dynamic and more proactive about that in the future.
So on the training aspect, one of the things that we're doing, because I really want to focus on the training for a moment, is we had this core benefits training program. It trained them on certain subjects that were process-related subjects. They used to get out of that, they'd go to the member service center if they were coming to the member service or call center, excuse me, or the member service center. They go to the call center, spend some time in the call center, get the customer service training. It was almost like a duplicative effort. So we took a look at it. What Bernie's doing now is they're going through a process to consolidate all that into one program. So they get not only the technical training, but how to interact with the members at the same time. That's also going to be followed up with taking a look at their performance in the first year so that we could see how effective the training is. Focus groups with the trainees to see how their training related to the work that they're doing, and then using that to continually improve the program. So with that, in interest of time, because there's so much to cover, we talked a lot about the disability application. So I'm going to sort of move on from that. But only thing I want to say about that process is it was a model for how we develop things going forward in the future that fits into the member experience. So when they developed the disability online application, they went through all of the internal discussions with the disability team, with the systems team. They involved member services because member services has a component in supporting that. So they did all this internal work, developed it. They're in the middle of a soft launch. From that soft launch, they have learned a lot of lessons. And go back to, where is that? Things like they can't predict what the member's going to do. So they learned that. They can't meet every member's needs all the time with just one single application. And so there was this continual need for the engagement. And as Tamara talked about earlier, part of that was that proactive approach when seeing when people get stuck. So this development model was very flexible, very nimble, and it was an entire organization process. It involved every single part of the member operations group. For the most part, it involves systems, and it's really a blueprint for how we move forward. Another example of a blueprint for how we move forward, which I think is really special, is the death claim process. It was a pain point for us, a very significant pain point for us. Drove me crazy, obviously drove our beneficiaries crazy. We needed to do something about it. So we took proactive approach, and this is a model for how we improve that. So Stephanie, if you can go through this in maybe about 5 minutes, because I want to get to retiree healthcare. It's really important. Thank you.
Okay. You'll get the short and sweet version. So of course, our mission is to produce, protect, provide the promised benefits to our members. But even long after our members have passed on, we have one more mission, and that is to produce, protect, and provide those benefits to our beneficiaries and survivors. So those pain points, you'll see those little red pain points there. The death claim process in and of itself is actually pretty simple. We find out our member has passed on. We send out a claim form to the beneficiary or survivor. We get the claim form notarized and back. And if everything's all in order, then we can pay out the benefit. If only it was that simple in every case. Unfortunately, because of the volume, we're seeing something more like 200 to 300 member deaths reported each month. And we have a very, very small but mighty DLU, death and legal unit, that handles those death cases, as well as things like legal splits, I don't know, all sorts of POAs, all sorts of very highly specialized work. So we were seeing that there are delays in getting the work out, getting the forms out, which was causing delays in the beneficiaries receiving the forms. So of course they call and say, where's my form? And so then they have to drop what they're doing, get that form out. They have to continually monitor to see, did the form come back? Did it come back? And once we get to that point where we get everything in line, then we could pay out that benefit. But we were seeing a lot of delays. Unfortunately, we were not able to provide the benefits in a timely manner in the way that we really want to for people that are suffering during a period of loss. So we've removed all of those little red marks, all those pain points through a very collaborative effort along with systems, member services, our document processing center, accounting, RHC. There are so many divisions involved in this collaborative process. We created an automated process where certain cases that meet certain criteria, we can get the claim form automated and out the same day. So instead of a beneficiary having to wait and call back and ask, where's my claim form? They're getting it mailed out after an hour of being notified. So we have shortened the distance between the time of death notification and our ability to get the claim forms out, which in turn helps us get the claim forms back, which in turn helps us issue those payments faster. So I think, you know, I could speak for anybody who's had to go through a process like this. Really, you just want things to go smoothly. You want things to be clear. You want it to be, you know, you want it to not have hitches. And part of our process also involved re-engineering the claim form. So our beneficiaries found it easier to fill out. And I think if we take a look at the next slide, the graphic that you'll see here, this is a chart that shows the balance of death notification work objects over the past year. So starting in February of 2022, we see that we had, at the end of the month, we had 1,745 work objects out there that had not been processed yet. We implemented the claim form automation process in September of 2022, and you could see that our balance now is something like 347 at the end of January. So what this does is it allows our DLU staff to work on the more complicated processes, as well as work on getting those payments issued. So that's a big win.
If I can jump in there.
Absolutely.
Just for interest of time. So we automated the process, got the forms out to the beneficiaries and survivors quicker, got them back in, redesigned the form, which also, by the way, reduced the number of calls we got. Like, I've got this claim form, what do I do now? All by employing the whole point of what the member experience program is. The next phase that we're currently working on is looking at establishing business rules for to check when a claim form comes back. If once a person has reviewed it, if we don't have everything that they need, there will be an automated process where it checks to see what's missing. It'll notify the beneficiary and survivor. There's escalation processes. The notification, it'll check every day to see if that document has come back in. That will allow us to move the cases along a lot quicker. And it also creates some touch points for human interaction if we don't see that they're responding in a certain period of time. I want to take a moment. Can't talk about the member experience program without talking about retiree healthcare. It is a critical part of what we do. It's one of the best benefits that we offer our members that a lot of other systems don't. So I want to turn it over to Cassandra to talk about what are we doing to improve that from a member experience perspective.
And I'll make it quick because I know I'm standing in the way of your lunch. So next slide, please. So retiree healthcare has also implemented the callback feature. This has become a very beneficial benefit for the staff, because those members that don't want to hold on the line when there might be that 1 hour or 2 hour wait have the option of receiving a callback. So we have a team that would call them back the very next day, or depending on the time of day, later on that day. We've also made the ability for members to upload their documents, which is what I mentioned earlier. They can submit their enrollment forms via their LACERA portal account. If we need a document from them, we can send them a letter through their LACERA portal account, letting them know, hey, we need a birth certificate, or this is the wrong document that you submitted to us. Send us this one instead. I'm going to save this Medicare Part B for last, because that's the best one. But we've also, with the help of communications, we've set up sample online enrollment forms for those people that do want to utilize that self-service. We show them how to enroll or how to fill out those forms so they can do it on their own. Now, the best part that I wanted to say was the modification to our annual Part B mailing. As you know, we receive over 40-some thousand of those documents every year. This year, because Social Security lowered the Medicare Part B amount, we knew everybody that was getting paid the standard amount was going to go down to that standard amount. That allowed us time. And we worked with systems, thank you, to automate those for us. So at the opening of January, when we were able to start processing those, with systems assistance, we were able to complete over 21,000 automatically through systems. We told those members that are paying the standard amount, they did not need to submit verification. But if they do, of course, you know, we would go ahead and take a look at it, but most of those were rejected because they had already been done. We only required those that were paying something other than the standard amount to send those in, and that comes to my staff to process. So far, I think we've only seen like maybe in total 3,000 that came through that staff has had to process themselves. So the bulk of them have been through systems completion. Now, what we've done for next year, because I do anticipate that the Part B amount is going to go back up, is we've worked with the optical what's that? OCR.
OCR.
Yeah.
Optical character recognition.
Right.
Recognition.
Yeah, so when CMS announces the standard Part B amount, we will then again work with systems. The system will automatically detect that standard amount and update that account for us. The only ones, again, my staff will have to look at is if there's an amount other than that standard amount, then it will come to the queue for my staff to work. So I'm looking very forward to that. That's a big part of retiree healthcare since that verification is needed. Going forward, we're looking at doing a Medicare video because we find members have major questions about Medicare. And it's not to go so much in detail about the benefits themselves, but just the basics. What's A, what's B, do I qualify? And we were looking to maybe work with member services and collaborating with them to see if maybe there's something we can do in some of the seminars that they're doing. So then members get a better feel and at least a basic understanding of Medicare. The same thing with the enrollments, you know, quite a few members call and want to know how to fill out the form, which was why we did the video. But we're looking at actually putting something in the packet when we send to the members for those that are not on the computer that can't see the video that we've done on the system, but they have it in their packet when they get their healthcare packet. We would like to have the members be able to submit their enrollment forms electronically, where they could fill it out, do an electronic signature and send it to us. That's going forward. We're looking forward to members having to submit it electronically. And lastly, we are actually currently working with Kaiser to start sending our eligibility files over to them electronically. So when we complete something, every Friday, we send a file over to Kaiser and they send it back letting us know, you know, who's been enrolled and who's being kicked out or whatever the reason, they're in another plan, they're terminated. So we're trying to do everything electronic. We selected Kaiser because that is our largest HMO plan, and it has a part of Medicare as well as our under age 65. So we figure if we get them out the way, then it should be a breeze for the rest of the plans. And that's what retiree healthcare is doing.
So what you heard there is a bit about member experience. It's a bit about our digital strategy for how we're going to improve the member experience for members. And that digital strategy is not just member facing. It's not just self-service applications or online forms that they can fill out, but it also is behind the scenes, because when you look at a member experience, you have to look at the entire system. So the changes that Cassandra talked about in processing Part B reimbursements, I can't tell, I mean, you know, but I can't stress how big that was. What ripple effects that had across the entire organization. That freed up her call center to actually have those conversations with members about, you know, what plans should I be selecting and what Medicare means and how does that impact me? Because the majority of the calls that they were receiving in past years were the Part B, right? And so by simplifying that process and automating it as much as possible, and those calls would overflow to member services, which would make our wait time in member services even greater. So it's a whole host of looking at the entire member relationship and all of their touch points and improving those touch points across it. What we can do internally and what we can do member facing. So bringing it all together, what is coming up next? Formally establishing the Member Experience Council and creating our charter internally. So that we have this internal organization which guides our decision-making process, identifying those journeys and developing the maps so that we know all the touch points and what we need to do to improve and focus on it, develop content and education. We didn't get a chance to touch on it, but our communication plan, which we'll talk about in a future session, it is really designed around this member experience and journey concept. So it talks about developing, educational content for each one of those journeys and specific touch points in those journeys. It even talks about developing, sorry, Cynthia, but it even talks about developing subject matter experts in our writing team, right? So that they have in-depth understanding of what they're writing about, whether that be the member experience part of it, or it be an investment article. So they'll be going to specific training, they'll be going to meetings, they'll show up at the board meetings so that they're learning and developing their skill sets there. We'll integrate the development of online tools and the behind the scene tools as we're doing now. The case management project that we're doing will ripple across all of the organization as we roll it out. First payment is coming up next, which is going to be a huge improvement in our first payment process. We'll develop regular reporting so that we can share our progress with the operations oversight and the IBL and the trustees so that you'll always know where we're at and what we say, what we're going to do. And you'll get the feedback of what are our members saying about us. And then we'll deliver on that superior member experience. So thank you very much.
Perfect. I'm going to open it up for questions and comments from trustees and everybody. And I'll just say that my note that I wrote down here is making sure that this becomes ingrained and a part of the operations oversight committee. I think having a formal type of structure, where they're reporting to OOC, because really that is what the OOC is about, is the operations of the organization. That's what the membership experience is all about. And this is great stuff. A lot of the things that you've implemented, like the callback functions and things, have seriously reduced the number of calls I personally get from members that are not happy. So these are all great things that we're getting above. So I like that this is a focus of what we're doing. I'm going to open it up. I know Trustee Jones have a question, but I think before we do that, Santos, I think you had a comment.
I just wanted to thank, the panel for a really good presentation and pivoting quickly and providing us the information that we need. I think it's important to point out that the relationship that the operations side and the OOC is going to be essential when we start bringing in newer ideas and trying to implement these different systems. And so we are committed to making sure that the OOC, as well as the entire Board of Retirement, understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the cost is going to be, how it impacts the organization. We want to be as transparent as possible, and we want to follow the value of transparency that we've already laid out. I think what you're seeing here is that there was a challenge that I made 2 years ago, to look at our operations and try to figure out, what changes need to be made in our workflows and in our processes that enhance the member experience. We've been talking about the member experience for 3 years at least since I've been here, probably before that. And so what you're seeing now is all of those ideas that our staff had prior to my arrival were good ideas, and we put people in place to be successful. And I made sure that they were held accountable, that whatever they said they were going to do, that they did. And so I want to take my hat off to them, because all of the changes that you've seen in terms of the online applications, the case management system, the communication plan, all the good stuff that we're doing in member services, pivoting to virtual counseling, all those things were done, I don't want to say to perfection, but it was seamless in terms of integrating what we did best in terms of the high touch with our members to what we're doing now. We always have the issue of capacity that we're trying to deal with. And that is really a function of making sure that our staff are trained properly so they can provide better service and quicker service, quite frankly, to our members, as well as enhancing the number of people that we have. I can't tell you, I've been to a lot of budget meetings, and everybody wants more people, right? And so we're looking at those very carefully, and we're making we'll be making recommendations in terms of the budget in the next couple of months or so. So I wanted to just compliment those of you that have stuck to it, the industriousness of your efforts, and you've delivered a lot of really good things. Now we need to make sure that we push it even further and make it even better, because we're all here for a specific purpose. We are the only individuals that can make the changes at LACERA at this point in time. That's going to last for years and years to come. And so when they look back on us and they say, boy, those folks really knew what they were doing, that would be, you can lower me down 6 feet and I would be really happy. So with that, I just wanted to make sure that I pointed those things out. And so, and that was as a result not only of the staff's effort, but also the trustees that have been here for long term, that, these are the things that you all wanted, and we made sure that we implemented them as quickly as we possibly could over the last 3 years. So thank you for your leadership and your vision prior to this, and we're looking forward to being able to implement the strategic plan as quickly as we possibly can. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I have Mr. Jones with the questions.
Good afternoon again. Thanks again, DJ, for you and the team's presentation around this. Just kind of a question again around a member engagement and communication medium. So in the content style, I know there's a lot, seems to be a lot of emphasis on writing, on what we write. To what degree are we kind of testing, if not already committed to more video explanation of elements of the journey, the process, next steps, given the average American's propensity to be more engaged through that medium than, say, the written word or something of that nature? Can you talk a little bit about what's been the testing ground and results from more of a from the video component of our content strategy, if there is one yet?
As far as testing and data, don't have any real data that justifies that. We just know that it is a way and means of communicating to our members. I know personally I'm visual. And as JJ, I think, mentioned earlier, he has a certain way of learning things. We know that all of our members have different ways of comprehending information. And we realize that video has been a big void on LACERA.com or in our communication to our members to help them understand the information. Because I know for me, it works. It's not a 10-minute video. It's a 2 to 5 minute video, is little snippets. So we understand that. And with that, we are expanding our video production. We're moving first, and I mentioned earlier, I think, Retirement University. There are currently 13 plus videos that reside there. They're old webinars. We are in the midst of revamping those videos to make them more current, but also to make them shorten them to make them more concise, little snippets, depending on the topic of information, to make it more easily digestible for our members to understand. Also looking at different ways to utilize those videos. So we can take it a step further with QR codes and putting them on our newsletters, and the QR code can take them directly to that video for information, rather than us trying to communicate it in our newsletter in written format. But we can give it to them both ways. We can direct them to LACERA.com or directly to the video. So the Retirement University is an area that is definitely going to expand. We are doing that now because we realize the importance of it. As Cassandra mentioned, we are working with her to develop the RHC video for Medicare and intro to RHC. So that way it'll help members understand that. And we see tons of other videos that are going to follow as far as tutorial to help members walk through certain form processes. How do you get through this, just to help them walk through a form that might be a little bit more complicated. So we see several ways where videos can really be an enhancement to LACERA.com and on the Retirement University structure to help our members through their journey.
So one of the things I said to Cynthia when we started redeveloping LACERA.com, I said, for every topic on LACERA.com, we have to make sure that we're covering all of the normal ways that people learn. And that's the text, infographics, and videos. And so she's been hard at work, developing that. We recently added new staff with the capability to produce videos relatively quickly. We also this year went out and contracted with some local vendors to help us develop the videos so that we can churn them out faster. We realize that, we take a little while to do that. And so sometimes because just a restriction on the number of people that have the skill set to do that. So by expanding and incorporating vendors to do that, they've gotten really good at creating a process for writing scripts and planning it out. And so I'm really proud of the team for doing that. So you're going to see a lot more of that coming up, Trustee Jones.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, thank you, JJ and team, for that. Is there a concise way, again, I think would be helpful for the trustees? I don't think I'm alone in this. Maybe just to get a compilation of some of the existing, at least the videos you're the most proud of at present. Just got to kind of give us a sense of directionally where you're going. If there's an opportunity to send a link or whatever else, that's just a compilation, or if you've got a reel, I think I would love to see that. But thank you very much to JJ and the team.
Just to address that though, there are videos that we have produced. It's not completed yet. We were ambitious early on and kind of got sidetracked with some other priorities, but the Retirement University Options videos is a series that we created. There's currently 3 videos that live on LACERA.com that demonstrate how we want to communicate. They're kind of fun videos that walk through the options. We are currently working on the last 3 of that series, and we'll get those populated soon. But that'll give you an idea of the types of videos that we'll be creating in the future as well. But we'll continue to communicate and definitely share with you, because it's exciting to be able to move that forward, because there are some other videos that we've done as well, and we'll continue to share.
Can we
thank you, Trustee Keto.
Yep, thank you. Can we push that out to all the trustees? And then also when we produce new videos, it'd be helpful if we shot that out to all trustees as well, so that we're staying current with that as that goes through. Antonio?
Well, I just want to take that even further and just state they would be great on social media, right? I mean, that seems to be our target now. And well, we know the demographics, we know people's habits. A video like that would be incredibly helpful on social media.
Definitely.
Additional questions from trustees before we break? Okay, and I've been asked to, we're going to do a photo with all the LACERA staff and trustees. If we can step on out to the courtyard, we're going to do a photo over there. And I apologize, you're going to walk right by the food and smell it. But we'll get you right back to the food after a quick photo. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
And we'll regroup at 1:30 still after lunch. And thank you so much to the panel for everybody.
This didn't work.
You know what my real
Okay. Do you like my notes?
Oh,
My computer. Yeah,
look, as opposed to mine, like, oh, good Lord. I'm not, is this yours?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Because my computer accidentally, like, I don't know what happened, and I was like, you know what, I don't care, I'm just gonna print it, because I printed this at home, and so I'm like, oh, well, at least I can see it.
Well, I didn't, like, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna read my notes. I just have sort of like, just sort of,
Recording in
just
progress.
basic notes for me.
Yeah.
But it's
a lot.
been a while since I've done a presentation like this, so.
Yeah,
Well, because of the pandemic.
yeah.
Okay, if everybody can have a seat. Okay, is the mic, there we go. There we go. If everybody can have a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started for our next session, which is our investing in people.
Thank you, trustee Kehoe. I'm Laura Guglielmo, the Assistant Executive Officer responsible for the Business Services Group. And joining me today is Jasmine Bass, Senior Staff Counsel. And to her left is Carly Intoya, our Director of Human Resources. And together we are really excited about sharing our presentation today about diversity, equity, and inclusion. In our hour and 15 minutes, we have a packed agenda. We'll be briefly talking about our strategic priority, investing in people, and specifically objective number 7, which challenges us to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. We are calling that framework the LEAD initiative, LEAD, and we will talk about that in detail. It has 4 pillars that talk about our employees, our members, our business partners, and our community partners. And at each one of those pillars, we're going to talk about where we are today in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and where we see ourselves going in the future. And we will give trustees an opportunity to provide input at each one of those stages. So there'll be four places where we stop the presentation and specifically solicit your input. We'll stop that for about 5 minutes, and I believe there'll be a timer on so we can kind of track our time. I apologize in advance for limiting that time because we could really talk about this all day. But we do want to make sure we get to our next steps. What are we going to do with the information we get from you today? And then also we have a fantastic panel of LACERA staff who have volunteered to come up here and share with you their personal experiences, their professional experiences, and how those, how the LEAD program will help them connect to our, as employees, to our members, to our business partners, and to our community partners. So we have a full agenda. Oh, and then final opportunity for comments, questions, and direction from trustees. So this slide was discussed earlier today briefly during Lewis's presentation this morning. It's the investing in our people strategic priority. And really, in essence, this is all about making LACERA an employer of choice. How can we attract and retain the very best people? And one of the objectives is this objective number 7, the developing and implementing a diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. And, you know, there's a lot of fear, I think, about what that means. And one of the things we want to make sure that everybody realizes, our staff, our partners, our trustees, is that DEI is not about excluding anyone. It's about making room at the table for everyone and their ideas and their perspectives. And it's interesting as we go through the discussion today, there have been a lot of conversations that really, I saw a lot of parallels to what we're going to talk about today. So we'll be talking about that, and I'm really excited. So when we thought about developing a DEI framework, it's a little bit overwhelming. Like, where do you begin? So we began in the best possible place, and that's by listening. So we did, with the help of KH, we did staff surveys. We had a staff survey that was actually done prior to our strategic planning initiative. And then we did another survey as part of our strategic planning initiative. And we had action planning teams that talked about what it was like from an employee perspective. And those conversations and those surveys were really pivotal. People didn't necessarily use the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion, but they certainly talked about the concepts when they talked about career advancement, culture, how LACERA can be a better employer, and what they need as employees. We also talked to our members. We did member surveys and got a lot of information. We talked about that earlier today in the member experience, and you'll see a lot of parallels. And all of you talked about how can we think about all of our members? Who aren't we thinking about? When we were talking about that vision statement, right? And there was discussion about, well, wait a second, that's only talking about members who are about to retire. And the idea that we have members from, you know, cradle to grave that we are supporting, so, and beyond. So we want to make sure that our members are included, and we're thinking about them specifically when it comes to their diverse needs and making sure that they feel included in our plans here at LACERA. And we listened to you trustees. You responded to the surveys as well, and the comments that you've made in other meetings and today. We're incorporating all of that information into our initiative. And so I'm excited to introduce Jasmine Bath to my left. Jasmine joined LACERA last year, and she came from LA County, where she was involved in the county's anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative, or ARDI. And so she came to LACERA with this passion for this subject and joined Carly and I, and we really had so much fun developing this program. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce, oops, I skipped a slide, but I'm going to skip it. I'm just going to go with that and introduce Jasmine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Laura, for that introduction. I appreciate it. I'm really excited to present the proposed LEAD initiative. It's something I'm very passionate about, something I believe in, something I stand for. So hopefully you can, buy into this as well. The LEAD initiative is being proposed for many important reasons. I'm going to discuss 3 of them. It reflects the critical importance of establishing and maintaining a positive and welcoming work culture that encompasses attracting and retaining employees, creating job satisfaction, and fostering employee engagement. 2, it's to provide our members the best service in an inclusive manner. We touched upon that this morning. Our members' needs are fluid, can be fluid, and we need to make sure that we can meet them as their needs change. Number 3, teaching our business and community partners about the proposed LEAD initiative and setting an example that diversity, equity, and inclusion is not a choice, but something that LACERA demands. So importantly, what does LEAD stand for? Well, let me tell you. L is to lead effectively. We want to integrate the proposed LEAD initiative into our work culture by emphasizing the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. E is to ensure equity. We at LACERA are committed to fair treatment and access to promotional opportunities for everyone, regardless of their race, their gender, their religious affiliation. That is not a factor. Everyone should be entitled to those same opportunities. A is to achieve inclusivity. Inclusivity is essentially diversity in practice. And we are committed to practicing diversity by welcoming all groups. Finally, D stands for drive diversity, which means LACERA will seek representation of different and unique identities, characteristics, experiences, and perspectives. Now that concludes a summary of what LEAD stands for. I hope you have a little better understanding of the proposed LEAD initiative. I will turn it back to Laura.
So thank you, Jasmine. That was a great summary. And one of the things we thought you trustees and some of the audience members may have a question about is what about our TIDE initiative, right? Because our investments division led by CIO John Grable and supported through with the Board of Investments has created an initiative toward inclusivity, diversity and equity. Inclusion, diversity, and equity, or TIDE. And it's a great program, and we don't want to lose the momentum, but it really is focused more toward our investment division and our investment partners, whereas the LEAD initiative is more of an organization-wide initiative. And if you think about it, we were challenged by Trustee Moore, right, in his equity motion in 2020 to make DEI a more organization-wide, a more operationalized initiative. And so this is, we really are inspired by his motion and those initiatives. So the TIDE initiative really focuses on investments. It has 5 pillars: internal practices, which really focuses on investments division, internal practices for promoting and walking the walk when it comes to DEI. Due diligence with our investment partners, those organizations and companies that we invest assets in. Active ownership and supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion through active ownership. Capital formation, meaning where we allocate assets towards organizations that support DEI. And industry advocacy, which is really about LACERA being a leader in this space, promoting and educating the financial services industry to incorporate DEI. LEAD has 4 pillars, and that we talked about a little bit already, that our employees, our members, our business partners, and our community partners. And when we're talking about business partners, we mean more than just the folks that we invest our assets in, but our business to business vendors, the different organizations that we spend money with, that we support through our business relationships. And in our community partners, we mean, our local community, like here in Pasadena and LA County, but also our sister pension funds, sort of that broader community and nonprofits that support diversity, equity, inclusion, and letting them know that we here at LACERA, whether we're talking about investments or member operations or anything in between, we stand for equitable and inclusive treatment for all. And one thing that both TIDE and LEAD share is a tenet that DEI leads to better results. So we are excited about exploring that further. Back to you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Laura. Now that you've been provided an overview of the proposed LEAD initiative and how it complements TIDE, hopefully you guys are all excited about the LEAD initiative. Let's talk about how we plan to build upon the foundation already in place here at LACERA and how we will effectively lead to ensure diversity, ensure equity, achieve inclusivity, and drive diversity throughout our organization. As Laura mentioned, LACERA's proposed LEAD initiative touches on 4 pillars, which you can see on the right side of the slide. Sorry, next slide. Oh, sorry about that, Laura. Employees, members. Wait, I think that's the next. That's, no.
I think it's a slide.
Is it? Okay. Employees, members, number 3, business partners such as vendors and the business partners that LACERA invests in. And 4, as Laura touched upon, is community partners such as sister pension funds, nonprofits, and professional organizations, as well as our local community here in Pasadena. In this presentation, we will discuss our current DEI efforts in each of these 4 pillars and solicit trustee feedback about how to expand LACERA's efforts over the next 5 years. I'm going to turn it over to Carly, who's going to discuss the first pillar, which is our employees.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. And good afternoon. Okay, so our employees are our first pillar. And one of the questions we'll be asking repeatedly today is, what does a better tomorrow look like? What does our future look like? What can we do to get there? So our vision for our employees is to build inclusivity for staff that will help aid in retention and recruitment. Okay, next slide. So first, we're going to start with where are we now? So we can talk about how we get from where we are to where we're going. This slide presents information about our staff members that was gathered from employee records, not self-reporting, and that's important because it comes up later. As we look at LACERA staff today, we see a very diverse organization reflective of the community and members that we serve. LACERA's geographic location, the variety of professions that we employ, the government, public industry, all have us starting in a really, really good place. Well, a good place in terms of diversity, at least. And so other organizations might see this and say, hooray, we've gotten it. We are going to check the box and we are going to move right along. However, if we were asked, what are we doing to encourage diversity? Or how are we actively pursuing a diverse workforce? I'm not sure what our answer would be. So for example, if I asked, what is LACERA doing to better or to encourage gender expression, or to make those who don't identify with binary gender categories welcome at work? I don't know what the answer would be, because currently we don't even ask about non-binary choices, right? So simply asking the question, something active, moves us forward. We actively will be trying to include people, not passively excluding them. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide also presents information. Oh, one more. Sorry, no, not you, me. I have to turn one more page, not you, Laura. Okay. So this slide presents additional information about LACERA staff members. So let's talk more about tomorrow and what tomorrow can look like if we actively pursue diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do these various groups feel supported? Do they feel safe at work? Are they fully engaged at their jobs? Do they see a future for themselves at LACERA? So we know from a recent employee survey, so Laura mentioned that we work with both KH and CPS to gather information from our staff members. A very high number of respondents did not feel comfortable reporting information such as age, gender, and ethnicity. So they just left those questions blank. So what we're presenting here is from our employee records, but doesn't that point out a problem that they don't feel safe or like they should identify themselves when telling us their opinions? So we have a little bit of work to do. So if we were at the organizational maturity level we desire, every employee, no matter how they identify, would feel safe and they would feel included. They would feel welcome just as they are, and they would feel supported in achieving their professional goals. So we have some work to do in these areas. Next slide, please. As we focus on the employee pillar, let's examine where we are today and what our vision for building a better tomorrow might look like. LACERA benefits from many of the merit-based outcomes other public sector organizations have historically benefited from. LACERA practices equitable application of employment policies, and fully complies with all applicable laws and regulations and ordinances such as SERL, Americans with Disability Act, and FEHA. Our recruitments are competitive. They are impartial and job related. All candidates, both open external candidates and promotional internal candidates, have an equal opportunity to display their readiness and preparedness for the position. Assessments of employees are based on job-related factors. Our job classifications are organized to group similar work and provide equal pay for equal work. Our pay ranges are advertised and transparent, right? So they're online for everyone to see, and they're on every bulletin that we post. In terms of employee programs, LACERA offers numerous programs and generous programs to help advance our current staff members. Some of those things include a very generous tuition reimbursement program. We have a formal mentorship program. We offer internships, and we offer training to employees who want to further develop themselves and experiment with career development programs. All of these things aim to help our current staff grow. All of these things are great, and we're not starting from zero. So that's good news, right? That's good news. But we shouldn't be satisfied just because these things are not enough to make us stand out as an exceptional employer. So we must constantly ask ourselves, what are we missing? Who was at the table? Who's not at the table? How can we do better? And how can we facilitate more equitable and inclusive recruitment channels to those who want to work here? So as part of the strategic planning sessions, we had various APT teams with employees ask various questions, took in their feedback. And some of the feedback that we got was interesting because it didn't exactly come out as needing DEI specifically in a DEI framework. But what came out is that they wanted to see a better work culture here at LACERA. So we received specific feedback on items such as developing and expanding career ladders, expanding succession planning, expanding internship opportunities and programs, and expanding individualized career development plans, and of course, more transparency. So transparency has come up a lot of times so far today. And it looks like both our members and our staff members would like us to be more transparent. Okay, next slide. So, trustees, now we're asking you, what are some of your ideas for how we can build and support a more welcoming and inclusive work culture? This is the lead up to the first interactive questions. Okay, so all of you have different personal and professional backgrounds. You all have different experiences, as well as differing amounts of time providing leadership at LACERA. So we're going to ask, what are we missing? Who are we missing? And how can we do better moving forward? So for those who are participating remotely, just raise your hand and we'll be keeping schedule for a 5-minute session.
I'll open it up. Armin?
So kind of to respond to your question, I have to ask a question. And where are we with the internship programs? You know, Mr. Moore's motion included expanding the internships or education to high school kids, because we found out that unless we get some of these kids early on, they may not be attracted to this industry. So where are we with that? Did we get the high school pieces up and running, and what about college? And what are we doing with that?
Okay, so I'll start with the college and internship piece first. So last year, our internship did not receive a lot of applicants, really. I think that Mr. Grable placed either 2 or 3 in the last calendar year from now. Yeah, 1 calendar year ago. HR managed to hire an intern. That panned out for like a month. We had expanded, much more visible recruiting efforts for the internships, contacted colleges directly, contacted programs that contacted college programs that whose majors were directly related to some of the programs that we wanted to fill here at LACERA. It was not fruitful. Last year was a very interesting time for non-permanent employment. So we saw a dip in the level of interest for internships and a dip in the level of interest for temps. So although last year was not successful, and we actually did a couple of 2 or 3 different renditions of flyers. Communications helped us put out different things that might be more attractive to our non-typical applicants. Really not a great response. But just because we didn't get a great response once doesn't mean that we will not attempt again and attempt differently. So we are continuing to pursue many more internships outside of, let's say, traditionally outside of investments. Investments has always had a great pipeline. So I think this coming, budget spoiler alert. This year we're requesting, so I had to look for direction if I could. So this year we're requesting 11 interns for the next fiscal year for 2023 to 24. So we're anticipating better success then. In terms of the high school preparedness programs. Okay, so there were 2 parts to that. One was a simple outreach, right? Making LACERA better known. And then second, an educational component. So I specifically reached out to a couple of high schools in greater LA, because I won't say that they're all local. Some of them were a little bit further, that had magnet programs that were finance-based, business-based. We didn't get a great response. 2020 to 2021, pandemic was still going. So our options for interactions were limited. What we were able to do, though, is on the community outreach side, our staff was able to participate with 2 different schools in interviewing like prep and helping them, I would say, score their final projects. So you had some community outreach, not the community education that Mr. Moore so advocated for.
What about being part of the career counseling that they have? The kids, before you graduate, they have a career program where they invite different organizations to make presentations, have a table, and things of that nature. And I think at the high school level, if we are able to become part of the speakers bureau, so to speak, to come in and make presentations to the senior class or something like that, to begin to expose them of the opportunities that we have here, not only in investments, but elsewhere, including retiree healthcare. So I thought that maybe that's what.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think to summarize that is a recruitment efforts. So how we can improve and enhance our recruitment efforts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I actually started, I was on our recruitment bureau when I first started out in the organization, and went to a lot of those because I came on at 18. So they wanted me out there for the high school and early college students. And we got a lot of interest in that, going out to actual career fairs, going and doing presentation in classrooms. The bottom line is that I think LACERA needs to have a team that's what they're doing full time. That's what the sheriff's department did. And that's why it was a focus. So if LACERA had that recruitment side that actively went out there and did it, because when you reach out and you say, hey, this is what we are, let your students know, if we're lucky, we'll get an email out to people and nobody looks at them. But if we're physically there on site and doing it, I understand pandemic and stuff, but we're beyond that. And I think we can move beyond that. So.
Just to follow up with Mr. Kehoe's point, I think one suggestion I will have is to being able to reach out to, let's say, Mr. Moore other retirees who have been involved in LACERA, who understands LACERA, and maybe they can volunteer to be speakers or just provide some sort of volunteer program.
Yeah, to the chair,
Yep.
we
Mr. Craig.
have participated in, I think Mr. Gittens actually participated in counseling some youth in terms of the importance of saving and importance of retirement, and they were younger high school students, I believe. I believe we also
You're right.
participated in Southern California. Edison had I think it was on a Saturday. I remember I sat
I went
through
to that one.
And so we have participated in those types of activities, not to the level that we would like. I think that, we probably need to take a look at Carly and figure out whether or not we can put together a team that does that specifically. I think we can do something like that. It will take a little bit of time, but and we have reached out to Trustee Moore. So we have a list of agencies that he had recommended that we reach out to, and we have reached out to the agency. We're in the process of identifying the internship numbers. And then once we do that, we're certainly going to launch it aggressively and try to get as many students as we possibly can. So those are the things that we have done in the past.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask if we can table this and we can have a further conversation. And we certainly want to hear from trustees and staff and more on this, but we do want to make sure we can get through the rest of the presentation if that's okay.
I'm gonna I have two people, so let me
Okay.
get the two people that were pending, and then we'll
You got it.
we'll take you up on that, Antonio.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I am assuming that these internships are paid. We
They
haven't
are.
said that, but I'm assuming that they are.
They are.
Thank you for that. And then has there been formal communication to Pasadena Unified? Like Pasadena City College?
Definitely
Summit,
Pasadena
stuff?
City College, not so much. Oh, well, yes, the two of the schools that we participated with were in PUSD. So both Pasadena Unified and PCC.
It's tough. I can only imagine what that recruitment effort, how difficult that is during a pandemic, right? Let's acknowledge that. That's big. My union, we're at job fairs all the time, so we get these requests often. But I'm sure you're getting them too, so that there's just something that's not connecting there.
It would be helpful if you could share the job fairs that you're attending. I'm not sure if they're trade related, but if there's a carryover that you think or a connection to the finance side and pension side, we'd be more than happy to.
I think there is,
jump
that we
on
can
board.
make that connection.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I also want to move us beyond just the investment side of the shop. I mean, we're a customer service organization. We're a quality assurance organization. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do that we can bring people in. And a lot of people might be thinking one direction, but they get here and go in a different direction. So we're definitely, we can incorporate a lot of efforts. I got Mr. Jones in queue as well.
Good afternoon. I hope the lunch was as tasty as Trustee Kehoe was making it sound. So on the issue, and I appreciate the attention to the front end of the pipeline on the perhaps the youth or entry level. I think another important component to the degree that I've been involved with it in larger organizations is the intense attraction and interest on the entry level is typically there. A lot of energy is spent, but then you typically have lose people along the way as the culture beyond recruitment once people get there is unsatisfactory, and so you lose them. So I would want to make sure a couple of things, and you're probably already doing this, so I don't mean to say this as if it's not happening. Is one is I think making sure that as the research says, most people don't leave companies, they leave managers. So it's important that managers have the right incentive and the right skills for kind of managing DE&I scenarios through there. Secondly, as it relates to the promotion landscape, making sure that, and I'm hoping as an organization that much of our upwardly fill hiring needs are actually coming from internal versus external, to the degree that can happen, from a skills development and career development standpoint. So making sure that the hard work that's gone into recruiting people, that we're moving those people along and they continue to populate and provide good context for new D&I people who may be coming in on that piece. And so that's really what I would share there. Is again, very easy to put a lot of energy into the initial step. But secondarily, I think it's important that young people, when they look at the organization, they see, oh, hey, that person started here, that person has already jumped 3 places, that person's here. It gives a little further affirmation that for the long run, this is a place where they could be successful. So thanks for.
Thank you.
And then I also have Mr. Rose.
I looked at the internship page on the website. It's very impressive. I would just say, of my experience in helping other companies, you may want to re-examine your compensation levels. The $13 to $18 compensation level for interns is probably the barrier for attracting more people.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I know we took a little extra time on this, but it's always good to get the interaction.
That is certainly okay. We could talk about it all day for sure. And I know it was a little bit condensed. At the same time, I do want to encourage trustees, continue to give us your ideas. So send us emails. We can talk about it in board meetings further. We want to make sure that the dialogue remains open. It's not one and done. So our next topic here is our members. And we talked a lot about that earlier today. Our idea around membership in DEI is really about providing that superior member service. And we talked a lot about the diversity of our members and their unique needs. So it's really important that that we see the connection between DEI and our members and why that's important in everything that we do. So in order to truly understand our members' needs, we really need to think about them as individuals. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing today. We talked a lot about that in the last session under member experience, that highly personalized service, the individualized counseling that we do, and the ways we've been changing the way we provide that service. Our new website and our My LACERA portal are ADA accessible. Our member service center is ADA accessible because not all of our members can physically get into our space, or they may have transportation challenges. So thinking about that, but at the same time as we're going down the digital road, there are members who have a digital divide. So these are the challenges that we will see going into the future that we need to think about, plan for, anticipate, and adapt to. So we have a lot of work to do, and it's a continuous process because we learned through the pandemic, things change outside of our control, and our member experiences and expectations are going to change. Fortunately, we know that there's a lot of technology and technology is evolving. So we're going to be looking at leveraging that. So we got a lot of feedback from our staff on our action planning teams about ways we could do a better job of meeting our members' needs. Leveraging technology was a huge one. So I'm trying to rush this because we did talk about this a lot already, but we want to think, we got a lot of feedback from our staff about how we can do better. Now we really want to hear from you, trustees, how we can do better serving our members going forward. Are there members we're not thinking about? We talked about their journey at the different stages. Trustee Santos, you mentioned, this morning, how are we outreaching to the newest members and preparing them that, yes, they're going to get a retirement, they need to plan for it, but they better plan for a little bit more than what LACERA can provide, right? So those kinds of things, who are we missing? What are we missing? What should we be thinking about? And how can we do better? So, Mr. Kehoe, if you could entertain.
Open it up. Any comments focusing on members versus staff?
I have another question, and continuing this digital thinking. Do we have an app like I can look up my 401k and look at this and my other retirements with an IBW. Is that something being thought about?
You want to take that, JJ?
Yeah, trustee Sanchez, that's part of kind of that digital strategy is having a mobile application where you can have that accessibility. One of the things I do want to add, and I know it wasn't covered, is also our content strategy. We realize that English is what we produce and publish, but there's also English as a second language. And I know that's going to be an effort of ours in the coming year as it relates to our publications and making sure that they're not only in English, that we also offer Spanish and other languages that are heavily spoken within our demographic.
And to add on that, not even just the language in terms of what dialect we're speaking, but our choice of language, certain words that might not be intended, but might make someone feel excluded. We want to make sure that our language choice is really intentional so that as we're educating our members, they're understanding and they're seeing themselves as we're describing a situation, that they feel like their situation was anticipated and welcome, and that we've thought about their needs throughout their journey.
Have we done any surveys to see if there is a language barrier? I know we're bringing up a discussion, but have we actually identified a language issue?
No, we haven't. I mean, this is just traditional of where we're at today, right? Since you have to speak English in the county to work, we've always approached that. We do offer Spanish support in the call center because, obviously we're in Southern California, so we have a large population of Spanish speaking individuals, mostly for the survivors and beneficiaries. The other large language we don't offer support currently for, and it'll be a topic of discussion going forward, is, and I always mispronounce it, so please forgive me, Tagalog? Tagalog. I could never get that right. I have tried for years and I apologize. But that's also a significant population, especially working for the county. So, yeah.
Got it. So it sounds like we could prioritize too, like the outreach for the survivors would be the focus versus internal documents and things. Yeah, perfect.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Kryman, did you have a comment? Or you? Perfect. Sounds good. I heard somebody else. Was that Jason?
Thank you. Yeah, the language is definitely key. I know as a first responder, the county has contracted with a phone company. You can call it any hour of the day.
I think it's called Language Line, something like
put
that.
them on speaker and whatnot, which might fill the gap, and it might not be the actual employee, but their significant other, in the event of a death benefit, they might be trying to navigate through something. The other thing, connecting with the employees and members, America is great. California is an extremely diverse place. And as a government entity, we mirror the population that we serve and the employees of LA County. And when you're talking about inclusion, I don't know if this is appropriate, but you said there's a limitation to the data because it comes internally from LACERA. So to, I guess, ensure all employees feel included, what tools could you guys implement within the rules of the county board of supervisors, by state law, to encourage employees to divulge that so that they could be accommodated? Might be a very private thing. That would be something, and then that goes hand in hand with the membership / employees.
So one of the things we were talking about are the standard employment forms that we use. Haven't been updated in a while, but there was a period of time, probably at the beginning of my employment, not at LACERA, but in public service, where you didn't even have a box, for example, for multiracial box, and that puts people in a position where they would have to choose if there were more than one race. That's kind of where we are today when it comes to gender. Historically, there's been 2 boxes to check, male or female. Today's employees, particularly people coming in to employment, aren't necessarily seeing themselves in that. So by having another option for them to identify tells them, we anticipated that this may be you and that you would be welcome in this environment. So that's just one example. So we haven't updated our forms in a long time, and we're not sure if what the county's forms look like. So thinking about those intake forms that we get at the beginning of employment, how can that can be a pretty simple fix to start to get that information so that people don't have to actively say, I'm this, I'm that, but they see from day one, they're welcome.
Yeah, that was what I was leaning into. It is county policy, board of supervisors policy, and state law, and they don't an employee does not have to divulge that information.
Absolutely.
At their sole option. So that and other things, but yeah, those are the kind of things that, for employees and membership, they go hand in hand, I believe. And if you have a plan for that, that's great.
Is LACERA privy to the county reasonable accommodation requests? And if not, perhaps that would be something that we do on the onboarding when we're bringing people on so that they can request that, and LACERA can meet those needs as well.
Yeah, I believe we do, correct?
So we do get access to the county's reasonable accommodation.
We employ we employ a similar process, right? Whereby during both the application process and on the new hiring process, we ask, do you have a need for an accommodation? What can we do to better help you through the application process or as you were hired? And then if the answer is yes, then we employ the same mirror parallel process that the county does, the disability.
Interactive process.
Yeah, they have a new name, disability management and compliance process. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that captures everything that we're looking for. If somebody's applying and they have any type of accommodation from, physical to language barrier to those kind of things, they can make those requests. LACERA would flag it, identify it, and then we know whenever we're interacting with that member, these are the things that we should do to help accommodate them. So I think, and then you can't be any more inclusive really than that. I mean, you're giving them the opportunity to ask for everything, and we're going to provide that to them. So, yep. And in 10 years, it's all going to be AI anyways, talking to everybody. So we'll be sitting in a chair somewhere. Opening up for additional questions on this topic. Anybody online with any questions? Keith?
I guess I had one thing in terms of diversity. I also think about the diversity of jobs in the county. We talked about it a little bit this morning, between firefighters and deputy sheriffs and such. And I think of active members, and whether they have access to a computer on a regular basis. They're obviously not, as able to get online. Maybe I don't know. I'd be curious in terms of what are we missing in terms of surveying members to how often they have access to, a computer to engage the website or My LACERA. An app would be helpful, but even then, some of our staff, and we're office based, I know they struggle with accessing some of these things, let alone, grounds maintenance workers, folks in the field at Public Works, et cetera. So I'd be curious to see stats on that.
Absolutely. Great.
In digging in with regards to the different groups, the language that we use is key. Are we going to use Latinos, Hispanics, Latinx? And some people like me, I don't like Latinx. I think that's terrible, but it's just me. So as you move forward, take a look at that. I remember being in an organization where they gave me a couple thousand Latino names and said, go talk to them. And probably 50% of them were Filipinos.
Right.
Because they have the same last names,
sure,
or similar. And so it's typical mistake.
Mm-hmm. No, understood. And yeah, it's a complex situation, a complex challenge to figure out how people prefer to be addressed, which is really the most important thing, right? We all have our preferences and they may be different, keeping that in mind.
I know JJ, you're up, but Antonio, you had a.
Well, a couple of thoughts that come to mind. I recently sat through our sexual harassment awareness training in my office, right? So we go through this every 2 years. And we had a long conversation about pronouns. And I wonder if that's been had with the employees here, because the truth is a lot of us, some people just don't understand it. It's not that they don't respect it, but they don't understand it. And we need to have that conversation. That's one point I wanted to make.
Absolutely.
The other question is, and this wouldn't be applicable to my members, but I imagine that if we're trying to get to the members and better serve them, you have good relationships with the various unions and you attend their picnics and whatever events they have, and you're present in that way.
Yeah, that's part of one of the partnerships we're talking about is community partnerships. And that includes organizations like our employee unions and other affiliate organizations. There are a lot of employee organizations that our employees are members of and our members are members of, and they are a great resource to connect and make sure that we're reaching them and that they feel part of our family as we're serving them.
I have JJ.
Oh, the pronoun issue was what I was going to bring up. We definitely need to educate ourselves. Proper pronoun usage is today, so you're not assuming things. One of the things we could do is indicate what our pronoun is to begin with, so that people feel comfortable, like bringing that up to us. He or she, and then there are a lot of non-binaries, they, and things like that. So we can start by changing the way that we identify ourselves, so we make a comfortable work environment. And this wasn't part of it, but we will go to union events anytime we're invited. So SEIU does a really great job. So any of the other unions out there, I know some of the safety unions also will invite us to their events. So yeah, we're happy to go to those and make those connections with our members anywhere they are. Thank you.
And Chair Kehoe, we can move it along to our next topic because
Perfect.
we do want to
Feel
have time
free.
to do
Yep.
our panel
Feel free, move
presentation.
us along.
Thank you. Okay. Jasmine, you're going to talk about our business partners.
Oh, I'm a community partners.
Yep, that's me.
That's,
Okay.
part
I'm
of it.
sorry, I walked from there to here and forgot what I was supposed to do. So our third pillars our third pillar is our business partners. So by business partners, we mean the companies we do business with, our vendors who provide services to LACERA, as well as companies that we invest assets with. As we lead by example, as we lead, LEAD, lead by example, and demonstrate our commitment to DEI, we encourage our business partners to take a closer look at their own policies, their own procedures, and their own practices in the DEI space. Why? Because we think that it will lead to better results for our members. Put another way, as we do better and as our business partners do better, our members will benefit. So let's take a closer look at where we are today and our vision for collaborating with our business partners to build a better tomorrow. Okay, so in 2020, Trustee Wayne Moore introduced a motion for an equity initiative. The Board of Investments, in collaborations with the Investments Division, adopted the Tide Initiative. But Trustee Moore's motion went beyond our investment partners. He and the Board of Retirement continue to encourage LACERA to expand their DEI framework to include all of LACERA through an administrative equity initiative. So who are some of our administrative business partners? They are our actuarial consultants. They are our communications consultants. They are trainers, they're external auditors, and they're vendors who implement software systems. They provide LACERA a variety of services, and we spend a lot of money with them. In the fall of 2022, LACERA started asking potential vendors in the RFP solicitations to share their DEI policies if they had any. So for many years in the past, we've already asked about like litigation issues or any other lawsuit types things to help us better assess our risk and these issues, excuse me. Right, and additional issues are currently being evaluated as part of our competitive assessment process for awarding RFPs, bids, and contracts. Okay, so we're back to the questions. We've made great progress in this area by continuing to ask other partners for the DEI policies and to help us better evaluate their risk. But what are we doing? Are we really doing enough to encourage our business partners to have an authentic DEI policy, authentic DEI practices? Or are we simply by asking them, just wanting them to give us something so that we can say that we asked? So our questions now are, should we be asking different questions? Should we be asking additional questions? And how can LACERA be better leaders, LEAD leaders in this space? So let's take another few minutes and discuss how we can better engage with our business partners.
I'll open it up. Keith, go ahead. Yeah, now I'm opening it up for discussion.
Okay, thought you're going to kick it off. One thing that I had mentioned before to Mr. Rice was I thought it would be helpful at some point for trustees to get a better understanding of what we could ask of vendors and what we could not. Because I think that's important, especially when we went through the Tide initiative. I know at times I became confused, just kind of intermingling investment opportunities and firms with non-investment, related firms that we were, engaging. And I think we need to really understand what the boundaries are legally that we are allowed to, kind of walk up to and push the best we can. I think asking for policies is great, but I think we need to understand what we can and can't require. And then the other point I would make is just a concern I've mentioned over the years is the number of evergreen contracts with businesses that just we've been in business with forever. And I don't think that necessarily speaks well of our willingness to engage non-traditional businesses, women-owned business, minority-owned business, veteran-owned businesses. So that's where I see the bigger need to make a push is in marketing the business opportunities with LACERA, us as trustees being in a position to support those efforts, but understanding what we can do.
Additional comments?
Yes. One key, something to keep in mind is that, when we go out the experience that we have earned through the investments is that a lot of times when the report comes in, especially at the beginning, when the report comes in and a particular potential partner doesn't have a robust DEI policy. And the tendency was to reject that. And I was always concerned with that because we should not be rejecting these people, but rather partner with them so we can continue to influence them in changing the policies and or adapting something similar to what we have. So it's really, you are more powerful when you're at the table than when you're not at the table. So if you reject them, you will never be able to change the behavior. So something for us to keep in mind in evaluating the potential partners.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
Yeah. I want to speak to sort of an opposite perspective of Mr. Knox's. I thought Mrs. Sanchez was here, but I think she left for the afternoon. She, in the past, spoke quite eloquently about the risks that vendors and other suppliers can sort of shift their less appealing actions to third parties and look better on paper than they actually are. So I'm skeptical of some of the metrics for evaluating companies. What does concern me historically, and I think It's been particularly true in how we've looked at financial managers, which is of course a consideration for the BOI. But our standards for who we find acceptable are sometimes, in my opinion, designed just to weed out a lot of smaller operators. But in doing so, many startups are minority and women-led. I think we just need to be really rigorous about making sure that when we have qualification standards, they serve a legitimate purpose and are not just a first line of weaning down the applicant pool. To me, that's an area where we regularly probably lose people who could do the job, but don't actually get to bid on it because they don't meet our minimum standards.
Thank you. I have Frank.
Sir Kehoe, I can't hear the speaker.
We have a microphone coming right now.
Okay.
Mr. Bernstein, I had the exact same point. Make sure that our process doesn't leave out small businesses who are perhaps family run and very good at what they do.
Thank you.
Perfect. Additional comments on the vendor side. Good.
A couple of comments. First of all, with respect to Mr. Knox's question about boundaries, Jasmine is our LACERA employment lawyer and will work to understand those boundaries and communicate them as appropriate. Additional points would be it's important to understand the DEI profile of vendor, not just at the time of the RFP process or at the time of selection, but during the life of the relationship. So one thing that we've been doing with our outside law firms and legal division is we are conducting periodic diversity surveys of our outside counsel, which has been very enlightening, actually. It's also possible to engage with outside vendors on joint DEI initiatives. For example, Mr. Grable joined with our fiduciary counsel, Ashley Dunning at Nossaman, to participate in a DEI webcast that the Nossaman firm was hosting, and that gave an opportunity to broaden our footprint and engage with our one of our vendors on DEI issues. And then finally, and this may be I think this is requires some conversation, but we should be willing to take the risk to encourage our vendors to put forward their diverse staff members in the boardroom, in positions of responsibilities, in engagements, and not just have a picture or a name in an RFP or on a team, but actually see it manifested in the engagement, whether it be in the boardroom or in the work that's done for staff.
And I think that ties in what Mr. Sanchez is saying on helping to influence the organizations that we work with. Okay, I think we're ready to.
We are
move us
really
along.
running out of time. So I'm going to skip our community partner discussion. And I am going to, indicate that we're going to report back to you in April. And the idea is that we're going to measure our progress and come up with some specific goals as we move forward. We will be developing a specific work plan around DEI, probably several work plans over the years as we develop these goals. So your feedback is really very much appreciated. But I want to leave time for our panel, who are amazing. They really were inspiring us as we discussed it. So I'm going to step up, but we're going to welcome our panel and up to the table. And Carly, would you like to introduce them?
Absolutely. So we have a few brave souls here today who would like to talk to you a bit about DEI and their experiences at LACERA. So come on down. We have DBA Acevedo, who joined LACERA in 2019 and currently works in our investments division. We have Allison Barrett joining us online. She joined LACERA in 2015 and works in our disability litigation division. Jasmine Bath, who you've heard from already today, joined LACERA in 2022 and works in our legal division. Tamara Caldwell joined LACERA in 1999, working in HR and eventually transferred to our Disability Retirement Services Division, where she has worked for the past 21 years. Elsie Gutierrez joined LACERA in 2004 and works in our Administrative Services Division, supervising the document processing unit. And Danny Hay joined LACERA in 2012 and works in Disability Retirement Services. So as you can see, our panelists today represent a broad cross-section of LACERA staff. And through their unique lived experiences and current and past roles through the organization, they're going to share with us their ideas and perspectives to help inform the LEAD initiative. So the first brave souls that I have questions for, let's see, are Danny and Allison. Okay, so can you tell us, based on where we are today, what would you like to see LACERA do to move DEI forward?
Thank you, Carly. You said it best. You said it's time to be active. While we're certainly a diverse group, it's time to activate the I in DEI, inclusion. People want to be seen, they want to be heard, understood, and valued for who they are. And I'm hopeful the LEAD initiative will be open to and encourage all staff to get involved across all divisions and create safe spaces for us to show up authentically and share our unique stories and perspectives, because that's what makes life and work meaningful. And perhaps those spaces can include affinity groups with ally members. And we also need, ready for it, 3 words: education, education, education. People don't know what they don't know. Historically, our diversity training has consisted of outside attorneys advising us how to not discriminate against protected classes. And I think the initiative could provide education in a manner similar to that the board received a few years back, where there were open, honest, and sometimes hard discussions. And these discussions that we all need to have, they must be ongoing and earnest, and not something we do every 2 years to simply fulfill a diversity training requirement. And lastly, I just want to say that the fact that we're having this conversation and that I, as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, was warmly and enthusiastically encouraged to participate demonstrates we are certainly headed in the right direction. Danny, my friend, back to you in the studio. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon, board members and executive staff. My name is Danny. My pronouns are he, him, his. I just want to start off by saying that LACERA is a great place to work for. It's an organization that has provided me with many great opportunities as a whole. Little bit of a backstory, funny story. 6 years ago, I was appointed to my first advisory board by Councilmember Horvath, now supervisor for the city of West Hollywood. At that time, she had asked me, what do you do for work? Where do you work? And I said, I work for a place called LACERA. Immediately, she said, oh my God, I've heard of so many great things about that place. I've heard county employees want to jump ship and move to LACERA. And I said, oh, wow, that's probably true. And then I thought about that. And our CEO was one example. Jasmine is another example. So what Supervisor Horvath said at the time seemed to ring very true. So I'm very grateful for my time at LACERA.
You don't even know.
And with that said, any great organization can always strive to be better. That's the goal in life. That's how we get better. That's how evolution happens. Do we have diversity as an organization? Yes, we have a lot of diversity. I can speak to that myself. And do we have inclusion? I think that's something we can work on continuously. Today's meeting is just a great example of that. We're taking on the issue to improve ourselves, to move on, to be more inclusive. And what else can we do? I would say more internal investment in our infrastructure to guide diversity, equity, and inclusion work, such as tools, resources, capacity building, cross-divisional collaboration. That sort of ties into what Allison was saying about continuous education. We bring in external law firms who talk about sexual harassment, what you can and cannot do. Maybe bring in a law firm to discuss other types of equity and inclusion. That might help staff as a whole, as an organization. And also lastly, I feel the organization can begin to acknowledge and celebrate people's diversity people's differences amongst its staff. This can help to create a much safer space so that staff like myself or other individuals can be their authentic self so that they can do their best to better serve our members, because that's what we're here for ultimately in the end. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Tamara and Elsie, how would the LEAD initiative impact your staff? And what can we do to make sure they don't get left behind?
Okay, well, this one. Danny's gonna be a tough act to follow.
Probably have to bring it closer.
Closer to you.
Okay. That's what happens when you're short. Thank you, Danny. Okay, so this is gonna be, Danny's a tough act to follow, but I would say for my particular team, the LEAD program is gonna create just opportunities for them to grow in their career. You kept on asking throughout your presentation, who is missing? And I gotta be honest with you, and I gotta say the entry-level staff is missing. Every single time that I hear a discussion, it's always like, what can we do for, no offense, the investment department? What can we do for our legal office? But I never hear anything of what can we do to promote from within? And what I'm talking about is nobody's aspiring to be the next, CEO. I'm just saying we want to have a career that keeps us engaged and that helps us, be proud. And I think if we can provide those type of opportunities to entry-level staff, you will resolve part of the retention issue, definitely the recruitment, because more people will hear about the opportunities that are being offered. And I think it'll also help you with your succession planning, because you're going to be preparing a whole group of internal candidates that can be qualified to move up to the next level, right? So for me, it's all about education. It's about having equal access to training programs and to also have career development. Thank you.
All right, I guess I'll, let me.
I think if you start talking into it, they'll get the mic on for you. So just start
Okay.
talking.
In preparing for this, I actually surveyed my team. And I asked them, did they feel as though they belonged? Did they feel included? And the majority of them said yes. Their issue, very similar to what Elsie was talking about, was that there was no opportunity for them to take a step into some of the higher positions. And interestingly, for my team, several of my lower level staff, just to get their foot in the door, they took positions that were entry level positions, but they're degreed. They do have some outside work experience, but the issue is when they try to promote into some of these higher positions, the way that the classifications are structured and the way that the desirables are listed and all the essential functions, they're not able to qualify. And I'm not sure why that is, but it'd be nice if we could take a look at that and figure out why they're not qualifying, although they may even have higher education than some of the folks who are actually in some of these jobs. So that's one thing I think this LEAD program will do, where we can take a closer look at how we're developing our staff and providing growth opportunities. I also wanted to mention on our list here, there were a couple things that we didn't mention, and this is more on the member side. And folks who are hearing impaired, how do we, reach them? Folks that can't see. And the reason I bring this up, because this last week we had a couple members contact us, and one in particular was blind. She never told us. And so we kept sending her these documents, asking her to fill them out. And we kept sending them to her email. And finally, we closed her application and ultimately indicated that we're closing it because you didn't comply with our requirements. And she ended up calling the department called me, and then I ended up reaching out to her and we learned she's blind. And so the question became, well, how do we assist her? We can't keep sending her the forms and expect that she's going to be able to sign them. And so we've been able to link up with her and her son. We are going to send her the forms. We're going to clearly highlight the area that she needs to sign. And of course, he's going to work with her to sign those documents. But that showed me that we have a greater responsibility to assist those folks who have other disabilities that aren't often considered. when we have them fill out documents and log into websites and things of that nature. So that's another consideration in terms of our membership. And lastly, one other thing, and I'll leave this, I think, for everyone to kind of think about, and this was something that Ricky and I were talking about. We had attended a seminar some years back, and one of the comments was, there's a welcome sign over my door, and I talk about I have an open door policy, but when you step to my door at the bottom, the mat says do not enter. And I would hope that whenever we're servicing both our members and our staff, that that is not what they see when they try to access our services or access our time as leaders. And so in thinking about today's seminar, it really made me realize as a supervisor, I need to do more. And I want to make sure that my team knows that they have a voice and that they are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll hear from DDA and Jasmine. So can you tell us, why is the application of equity and inclusion important for a business, especially as a business that works with other businesses? So we talked a little bit about business to business and a little bit about engaging with our business partners.
And just for time management, we are on the end time, so let's go ahead and wrap it up
Fantastic.
with these questions.
So trustees and good to see everyone. So the business that we serve in the investment department is incredibly simple. We want to take money and make it grow into more money so that we can pay benefits. But the actual work involved to do that is incredibly complex. And similarly, diversity, equity, and inclusion seems really simple. We want everyone to have equal access. We want people to feel included. They want there to be representation of our workforce that looks similar to the slide that we had up earlier, which is, what our members look like. But that's also incredibly complex. And so when we talk about equity and inclusion, the work that we do to make businesses better, as John Grable would say, is we ask, we probe, we agitate, we work with our business partners, and we ask them, do you have a harassment policy? Do you have an inclusion policy? Do you have the building blocks that help us set up a good diversity, equity, and inclusion profile? We can work on the demographics over time. The demographics don't change overnight, unfortunately. But having the policies in place, having the recruiting practices in place, and having the right frameworks in place that allow people to move through organizations is how we try to influence our business partners to just be better. And I'll be brief in the interest of time.
Do you want me to, do I still have time?
Yes, please do.
Okay, I'll be really brief. Essentially, it's important to allow everyone to have a seat at the table. I mean, from a business standpoint, you have a decision-making process that involves individuals from various backgrounds with different experiences. Therefore, you will have a decision-making process or decision that is well thought out, and representative of the individuals that it serves. So essentially, that's it.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. You guys really took a lot of bravery for you all to come out and talk about your experiences and give us your opinions. And I think it really helped inform the conversation. Thank you, trustees, for your incredible input and conversation. This is not a one and done, right? This is an ongoing dialogue, an ongoing commitment that we have as an organization. So I think we have a lot of really exciting work to do together. And I hope you are all feeling like really energetic about this initiative, because we certainly are up here.
Perfect. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, we're going to take a break and we will be back at 3 p.m. for our final panel.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Are we live?
Recording in progress.
Okay, if everybody can please take a seat. We are in the twilight hour here, so no pressure to the panelists that are gonna get us all out of here on time. So, which is 4 o'clock. So let's go ahead and get us going, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Rice.
All right, thank you, Chair Kehoe, trustees, and everybody else. This session of today's offsite will focus on compliance and enterprise risk management as part of LACERA's risk governance structure for fund operations. The purpose of this presentation is to introduce concepts and the broad outline of the plan that staff proposes for LACERA. So there is an educational component to this because there really hasn't been a presentation like this given to the boards before. It's an important subject. There's a lot to it. And so we will be doing both just from some basic familiarization with the area of compliance and the area of enterprise risk management, and then laying out the plan. We will come back to the board in the future with additional information, more details about what is proposed, and get additional direction. This presentation, should note at the beginning, will not address investment risk. That's a separate subject that's addressed separately by Mr. Grable and his team with the Board of Investments. However, the discussion today does relate to processes and controls that apply to fund operations supporting the entire organization and all of its divisions. All of the public entities and businesses on this slide have one thing in common. They each had serious and widely publicized problems that might have been avoided or addressed before becoming front page news if they had better compliance, risk management, and values. To further the performance of LACERA's fiduciary duty, the strategic plan to be presented to the board for approval will include goals and objectives to enhance compliance and enterprise risk management. We use the word enhance deliberately because there are existing efforts in these areas that we will acknowledge while presenting ideas to make the approach to these areas more intentional, more disciplined in all parts of LACERA's organizational chart. For our presentation today, I will start by covering risk governance, and compliance. Richard will talk about enterprise risk management, or ERM, And then we will have scenarios and discussion with our panel, Christina Logan, Barry Liu, Roberto Van Nortrik, and Bernie Buenaflor. We will appreciate questions and comments throughout from the trustees, management, and the rest of the audience. With one exception, we're not going to pause for trustee comments, but fire them away whenever anybody wants to raise their hand. We will have one interactive session in a few minutes. We will begin with risk and risk governance because they are foundational to compliance and enterprise risk management. What is risk? At its highest level, it is any factor that may interfere with realizing organizational goals. Fairly simple. Risk may be operational in resulting from failure of processes, people, and systems, getting a little bit more nuanced. And as a fiduciary, we should be concerned with fiduciary risk, which is the risk that occurs when an agent engages in conduct that affects the agent's performance of their obligations to their principal. As a fiduciary serving members in a highly regulated business, LACERA has reason to focus on operational and fiduciary risks. Risk can have a combination of impact and likelihood. Risk management should take into account both of those factors, impact and likelihood. An organization may decide to devote resources to a high impact risk that is not very likely to occur or has a low frequency of occurring because the consequence of that remote event occurring is so great. And business continuity, disaster recovery are examples of those sorts of risks and the resources that are devoted to that type of risk based on its impact. Or on the other hand, a business may choose to prioritize risks because their frequency itself causes too many ongoing problems and too much risk to the operations or delivery of service. So an example of that is LACERA's daily member service and benefits operations. Both of those areas are a high frequency risk environment. Assessment of the balance between the impact of a risk and its likelihood of occurring should be important to the boards and management in deciding our organizational priorities. So I mentioned a minute ago, we'd have one kind of formal interactive session, and this is it. We're proposing that the board, management, and everybody else in attendance engage us in an interactive mini risk assessment. This is not the way a regular risk assessment would be done. It would be more deliberate, but to get an idea of what is on everyone's mind, just kind of spontaneously as to non-investment risks facing the organization, this might be a productive exercise. So the risks that you can be thinking about can be operational, they can be law or policy, they can be fiduciary, they can be business environment, anything that you can think of that create risks for our fund. And we will try to do this for about 3 minutes. I left 28 slots on the slide. We'll see if we can fill those up.
Data security.
Data security.
Benefit fraud.
Benefit fraud. Lawsuits.
Attrition of good people.
Attrition of good people. Thanks, Vincent. Was there another comment over here? Providing inaccurate information. Good. Human resources. Physical injury.
Data quality.
Data quality.
Employee behavior.
Employee behavior. Workplace violence.
Data breach.
Data breach. Non-compliance with rules and regulations.
Business continuity.
Business continuity. Regulatory.
Environmental risk.
Environmental.
Reputational.
Reputational risks. What's that? Tax?
Violation.
Tax violations.
Legislative risk.
Legislative risk. Change in our plan document.
We've got 1 more minute.
Got 1 more minute. Actuarial experience. Media coverage, negative media coverage. Public opinion.
Loss
Ben?
of confidence.
Sorry, Laura?
Confidence.
Loss of member confidence.
Public contracts, vendors.
Public contract and vendors. Financial statement integrity.
Investment loss.
Investment loss. We're going to stay away from investment, but that's certainly true. Don't want John to jump up here. Plan sponsor.
Think of it themselves.
Relationship with plan sponsor. Authority, plan sponsor authority. Frank? Public what? Public disaster? Yeah, public disasters.
What?
Yes, snow.
All right.
All right, very good. All right, so that was great. Thank you all for participating in that. So this mini assessment shows the wide range of risks that LACERA faces and should be addressed within its risk governance structure. We talked about legal risk, we talked about operational risk, we talked about factors in the environment, things maybe within LACERA's control, maybe things that are not necessarily within LACERA's control in terms of them occurring, but maybe within LACERA's control in terms of preparing for that risk occurring. Risk governance is a continuous process because the risk environment is constantly changing, and I think the mini risk exercise demonstrated that. An improved risk structure is necessary and will be helpful, but it's not a panacea. Equally important are ethics and values, which also must be given attention and can be given attention concurrently with the compliance and enterprise risk management program. The risk governance structure that is proposed for LACERA is the Institute of Internal Auditors IAA 3 lines model. And I think a lot of the trustees and maybe some of the staff have seen this graphic before, but we really haven't talked about it. The model starts with the boards at the very top, which are accountable to stakeholders and oversee management of the entire operation. Integrity, leadership, transparency, and accountability are core board level values that set a tone at the top. Under the boards is executive management. Management is responsible internally for addressing risk. Under management are 2 types of divisions. Over on the right-hand side are first line divisions. And on the other side of the under management are the second line divisions. The first line divisions are the divisions that deliver services to our members or to our other stakeholders. The second line divisions are divisions that have a role in the monitoring of risk and other risk related matters. The first and second line divisions are overseen by both executive management and ultimately the boards. And we will relate the first and second divisions to LACERA's organizational chart on a separate slide in a moment. The third line is an independent line of management, which is internal audit, and it provides independent assurance as to the adequacy of management's risk controls and functionally reports to the audit committee. Internal audit also works with external assurance providers, such as our financial auditors. The service LACERA provides to its stakeholders, most importantly our members, depends on the success of each of the 3 lines in managing risk. In the 3 lines model, compliance is the responsibility of executive management through both the first and second lines. The first line is involved in compliance by performing their jobs in a risk-aware way. The second line has direct responsibility for the oversight of compliance activities. So graphically here, that's the first line, and the second line reporting to management, and that's the compliance function. Graphically on the 3 lines model, ERM is a partnership between management and internal audit. Richard will discuss this a little bit later, but this partnership is done to identify and manage risks in a way that doesn't compromise internal audit, and there are guardrails that can be put in place that Richard will talk about to ensure that that takes place. These shapes show the separateness of these two different functions, compliance and ERM, but also the overlap of them, and the point of overlap is management, executive management. Why will we focus on compliance and enterprise risk management? And we were drawn to this quotation from a compliance educator that makes the point really well. They're the brakes that should be built into LACERA's organizational machine to ensure that we work safely to arrive at our goals. So the point of this is, just like brakes in an automobile, compliance and ERM need to be integrated into the organizational machinery of the organization. They're not bolted on separately or bolted on later. They're integrated into everything we do. So now we'll spend a little bit of time talking separately about compliance. Simply put, compliance is following an organization's laws, regulations, policies, and procedures. This sounds very simple, very obvious. That's what we want to do. We want to follow the rules. But in reality, it's a very complex process to manage and requires constant attention because LACERA's legal and policy framework is complex. It's changing, and without a proper compliance program, it can be easy to slip up and miss or neglect an important rule by, for example, not providing regular training or failing to update a policy. On a cultural level, compliance is a mindset that recognizes the core value of being compliant. On a functional level, compliance is an executive management responsibility supported by the first and second line divisions. It focuses on the avoidance of compliance risk, which is the risk that controls are inadequate or not followed. This slide shows how LACERA's divisions are roughly divided between the first, second, and third lines. And as you can see, it's not a formally organized structure. It's very loose. There are strong first line divisions delivering services such as member services, disability retirement, retiree healthcare, communications, for example. There are also second line divisions that focus on risk oversight responsibilities. Legal, quality assurance and metrics, information security are examples of second line divisions. But we also have a whole host of divisions that are listed down at the bottom center of the slide that straddle the first and second lines. They are involved in delivering services. They have first line responsibilities, but they're also heavily involved in managing the risk that relates to matters that are relevant to their assigned responsibility. We also then have the third line, which is in a defined box over on the side with the internal audit division reporting to the audit committee. As you can see from this chart, there is no defined compliance structure. There's no defined first, second line set of roles. There's no single point of leadership over the compliance function, and that is something that the proposal that we're making aims to correct. We have no formal documented compliance structure. We have no full-time compliance leadership, such as a compliance and ethics officer that oversees, monitors, measures, and reports on compliance and ethics. If a compliance leadership structure is built by management, it will elevate, strengthen, and organize the compliance function. The compliance officer also will provide a strong counterpart on management side to the third line leadership that is provided by the chief audit executive. And that's an appropriate balance of powers between the compliance function and the internal audit function to have staff of relatively equal authority interacting with each other. These are some of LACERA's existing compliance structures, but as just noted, they function without a compliance charter or a dedicated compliance officer to guide, report, unify compliance efforts. In addition to the IIA, many of the best ideas about compliance come from the federal sentencing guidelines, and that may be surprising. The reason for this is because in considering sentencing of a corporation or corporate executives, the Department of Justice and the courts will look at the strength of a defendant's compliance efforts. If the compliance program is strong, it may support a lower sentence by showing an intent to follow the law and that a criminal act may have been an aberration that will not be repeated. On the other hand, if there is a weak compliance structure, it could suggest a disregard for the law, risk of another violation, and support a higher sentence. The DOJ has issued very detailed guidelines to its prosecutors for the evaluation of compliance, and these guidelines and the sentencing guidelines have become a benchmark for private corporate compliance programs and public sector compliance programs, which is why we bring them to you and emphasize this to you today by way of this background on the subject of compliance. The DOJ's compliance program, its guidelines are centered around three questions. Is the entity's compliance program well designed? Is the compliance program adequately resourced and empowered to function effectively? And how does the compliance program work in practice? And there are many factors under each of those questions, and we're not going to go into all those factors today, but we will cover them in future presentations as the compliance program is built out. Generally, however, both the IIA guidelines and the Department of Justice guidelines center around 6 elements of a strong compliance program. The first is leadership and ethical culture, including a compliance and ethics officer that is empowered to exercise leadership, oversight, monitoring, and reporting, have that authority and that responsibility. Second, risk assessment, and this is an area of overlap with ERM, to identify risks that may be mitigated by compliance efforts. This element ties into ERM, as I said, and Richard will also elaborate on this in a few minutes. Third, strong policies and internal controls. Fourth, regularly scheduled, high quality and effective training and education on risk governance, ethics, and individual laws and policies. Training should also provide staff with compliance roadmaps. Fifth, monitoring, reporting, and compliance program evaluation. And finally, enforcement, remedial action, and lessons learned from organizational experiences, which in turn feeds back into the beginning of the circle with a continuous feedback loop that keeps the program fresh, improved, in a cycle of continuous improvement.
Steve,
yes,
and I might jump ahead where you're going to answer this question, but can you also address how this is different than our internal audits, quality assurance, and all of those components?
Yes, and I'll just go ahead and address that. So compliance is on management side of the organizational chart. It's not independent from management. It's part of management. It's on management side of the organizational ledger. Internal audit is an independent function. Now the chief audit executive does report administratively to the chief executive officer, but not functionally. Functionally, the internal audit and the chief audit executive report to the audit committee. So they provide independent assurance. Compliance doesn't do that. Compliance is involved with the nuts and bolts. It's really a very tactical, there are strategic elements, but it's a very tactical function of ensuring that day to day, the processes are in place, including all the 6 steps that were on the previous slide of ensuring that laws, regulations and policies are followed. Internal audit comes in separately to examine the adequacy of those controls and report on its findings as to the adequacy of those controls and then recommendations for improvement. So in a way, you can view just like internal audit is a check of management in all operations, that would also make it a check on compliance. Does that?
And then quality assurance would be a component of compliance?
Quality assurance is, an interesting division, and maybe Bernie should handle that. Before he does, quality assurance has a relatively narrow focus currently. That may change, but it's focusing on benefits issues. But Bernie, why don't you answer Chair Keating's question?
Sure. I think that's correct. Quality assurance is narrower. It's sort of like we are the ones that are inspecting the product before it goes out the door to make sure that it meets our quality standards. And these are usually predefined based on the law and our procedures. But we are that inline inspection of the actual work product versus the ones that will do the assessment of the entire culture of the organization, like internal audit would do generally.
Got it. So compliance would make it so that internal audits has less that they have to catch, right? Because it's kind of the goal.
Hopefully, if compliance is successful, it would lead to fewer findings and recommendations by internal audit. Yes, compliance is organization wide in terms of organizational operations. It has a broad mandate in terms of making sure that organizational policies and also laws and regulations are followed. Any other questions about compliance or risk governance before I hand it over to Richard to talk about enterprise risk management?
Probably should have asked how you change the slides. Press screen, right. So I think this will kind of reiterate what you just asked there, Sean, as well. I was going to say that Steve talked about the 3 lines model that the IAA proposed. And what's most important to understand is that the responsibility for risk management lies with the first line, management. And in this context, management is really from the executive level down through aligned with all of the divisions and staff. That's in that context, we're talking about management's responsibility for the first line. And CalPERS has a great presentation they provide to all new staff that come on that provides their responsibility for ERM at the entry level. So everybody's responsible throughout the organization. But the key thing to understand in this presentation is that first line is a management responsibility. The board provides governance and oversees the organization, but management is responsible for achieving the goals of the organization through the establishment of processes, internal controls to achieve the objectives of the organization. Internal audit is independent. It's said, I've seen said in that 3 lines article by the IAA that the functions of compliance and ERM are management's tool to challenge themselves on their effectiveness in compliance and in risk management. Internal audit is the board's tool to challenge management on their compliance with these things. So that's where internal audit is independent, because we report directly to the board through the audit committee. What's most important as I begin the discussion and go through the slides is that when we talk about ERM, we're talking about the process and framework that supports the first line in managing risk. Risk assessment facilitated by ERM are the functions, are function as risk assessments facilitated by the ERM function are management risk assessments. Every year, internal audit performs our risk assessments. We do risk assessments every year as part of our audit process. That's to develop our audit plan. But that's not truly a management risk assessment. In fact, when Lewis talked about Weaver and one of the audits that they did last year, which was evaluating the organization in terms of maturity, and one of the areas they looked at was in our risk management maturity. They give us, at some level, we're at the initial, at some level, even touching on repeatable practices that we have in the organization for risk management, but we have never done, they give us no credit for having done a management risk assessment. So ERM is going to build that framework around which the organization and management will do their own assessment of risk in the organization. So again, ERM is the, I got to change the slide, hold on, there we go. So definition of ERM, and this is one that I found, I didn't cite it, it was actually Wikipedia, but I thought it was a pretty good one. Enterprise risk management in business includes the methods and processes used by organizations to manage risk and seize opportunities related to the achievement of their objectives. And I thought it was really encouraged today to see in the pillars of the strategic plan that's been developed by LACERA, the passion and enthusiasm by the groups that preceded us today in really looking for those opportunities to improve the organization and manage the risks of the organization. So risk management is something that LACERA has done. I mean, we're 85 years old this year, right? I think 85 years. And clearly we've provided, provided, protected the promised benefits for 85 years. So risk management is something that we have. ERM is going to build that framework to challenge that and make sure that we have consistency in performing the risk management function. Some of the risk, I might have mentioned some of these already, but some of the current risk initiatives that you see, the development of a strategic plan. This is a great initiative in the organization recently. The formalization of the Information Security Office. We had Bob Schlaffelt and Matt, and I think they're in the process now of hiring a permanent Chief Information Security Officer. And that is a huge step forward in terms of a risk initiative in the organization. We've had business continuity and disaster recovery, but there's been a continued effort at making sure that we test those processes. And we suddenly were tested in the last few years through COVID. Cyber efforts to protect ourselves, third-party data, cyber liability insurance. These are all risk initiatives that we've seen. The establishment of the policy committee. And another article I read talked about the fact that some of these risk initiatives, when you don't have a framework around ERM, is that they can be siloed. And I don't know if it's really fair to say that risk is siloed at LACERA, because there's a lot of things that go across. There's this communications, Cynthia and her group, in terms of member communications, ensuring that there's consistency. But risk management further ensures that there's no silo development of risks and ensuring that risks are just done not in a siloed type of effort. This, and I guess the big question that may come is how can internal audit, because we are the third line, we're independent, how do we also participate and do enterprise risk management for the organization? We, internal audit, have participated in the peer group forum, the pension forum on risk management. And it's got some of the top pension funds in the country participating, Texas Teachers, CalPERS, CalSTRS. And you see different levels of maturity in the ERM programs. And most of them have independent ERM functions, but there are a number of organizations and where ERM does fit under the umbrella of internal audit. This graphic shows on the left side, the light blue, those are those first line or the traditional third line efforts that internal audit participates in, evaluating the risk management processes in the organization, giving the board's assurance that risks are correctly evaluated. I won't go into all of them. The dark blue at the top, those are the second line functions of the enterprise risk management, giving advice on identifying and evaluating risks, helping to establish that risk matrix, performing that risk, that management risk assessment for the organization, holistic reporting on risks, building the framework of risk management in the organization. And then on the right side of those things that internal audit will need to stay away from, those are first line functions, setting the risk appetite, imposing the risk management processes, developing the processes to achieve the goals of the organization. That is not something that internal audit can do. That's clearly a first line function. So the COSO framework, and this is pretty conceptual, but I think it's somewhat intuitive. On the left side, you've got the mission, vision, and core values of the organization. I always get the P's in the wrong order, but produce, protect, provide, produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits, essentially, and the direction the board gives in overseeing the organization results in strategic development. We have a strategic plan, and then from that, management creates the operations and establishes the business objectives that all the divisions follow. There's implementing and performance of the functions, paying those promised benefits, and that ribbon represents that it's an up and down process. And we developed our strategic plan in a very democratic way all the way through the organization, I guess, having everybody participate. And this, what enterprise risk management provides for, is a continual upward feedback to the board, to executive management, and which can affect the strategic plan and make adjustments to the plan based on the feedback you continue to get. Another model is the ISO 31000 framework, maybe a little more. This one, I was going to say a little more intuitive, but just a different approach. You've got your stakeholders on the left, and that's your board or members. You've got established goals and context for your operations. You still identify risks, analyze the risks, identify controls to those risks to result in your residual risks, estimate those risks, to evaluate them, treat the risks, monitor, provide reports back to the management and the boards, and then the cycle continues. You go through that cycle of continually evaluating your risk management framework. So keys to the success of a formal ERM program. Board and executive sponsorship is vital. It has to be a top-down direction. And, this is one of the principal priorities of the strategic plan. And I think that's great. I've been very enthusiastic about us getting to this point and developing a formal compliance and enterprise risk management function. So second is clearly define goals and objectives. And one of the first steps that we'll do, I think, both on the compliance side and the ERM side, is developing an ERM charter. Buy-in has to be obtained throughout the organization at the division level. Dedication of resources and time. This is another, like we don't have enough time already to do everything. This is another function. So it's definitely going to take a dedication, training for program participants and champions. There'll be champions at each division level. Champions will be assigned to the enterprise risk management function. The goals of a formal ERM framework, essentially, The ending result would be a risk-aware organizational culture, alignment and integration with strategic plans and goals, aligning resources and efforts to the highest priority risks. And key is that ERM is not an add-on function. It needs to be integrated into the risk governance framework of the organization. From a human resources perspective, I talked about the board and executive sponsorship. There will be establishment of an executive risk committee at the executive management level with participants from various parts of the organization. Enterprise risk management program will be led by internal audit, and we'll have to make sure that we follow create the firewalls to ensure that we segregate our second line role there from our third line assurance role. And again, the establishment of divisional champions. So that's from a human resource perspective. It's going to take a dedication of staff throughout the organization. Real quickly, I don't have much time left, but these are some of the key terms that you'll see as we move forward and bring things back to you on risk assessment. The concepts of key risks, which are similar to as key performance indicators. Key risk indicators are kind of an inverse of each other. Risk appetites, risk tolerances, risk and control registers, identifying gaps in risks, even where we have initiatives to improve processes, looking at your processes through the vision of these risk registers helps to identify gaps, and then we can establish in our reporting and dashboards that we present to the board and to the executive management risk heat maps. There'll be training provided. Some of the low-hanging fruit is just providing training to the organization on risk and internal control awareness, as well as fraud risk awareness. Next steps, we have to get the audit committee fully behind us and supporting it. We're sort of threading a needle here. The board has got the strategic priority, and I'm talking about that, but we have in our package to the audit committee next week, we have in our budget request segregated out the enterprise risk management part of our audit plan for the next year, as opposed to our traditional audit process. I talked about the firewalls, low-hanging fruit. There are definitely great tools out there. Gartner makes one of them, I know, but they're great enterprise risk management and GRC system application tools that we can make use of. And at some point along the line, I think it's going to be really beneficial for us to engage a consultant to help us design enterprise risk management at LACERA, Ernst & Young, Grant Thornton, Gartner, and others. And then finally, I just have on the reporting and dashboards that is part of the cycle of reporting on risk management. This is a Gantt chart that it really applies to both compliance and risk management. And it shows that I won't go through the different lines. I think about halfway down, roll out training to the organization, division champions to work with and develop action plans, monitoring, reporting, and update action plans, and targeted training and continuous improvement. Those functions will cycle. We'll probably go through different iterations of those processes. But I think the plan is, from what I understand, a 3 to 5 year implementation process. So I think now we're going to move to the panel, and I'll ask the panel, starting with Barry, just to introduce himself, and everybody do their introductions, and then we'll have some questions for the panel.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Barry Liu, I'm the Legislative Affairs Officer. I've been at LACERA for about 20 years. I actually started out with Louis Gittins and Stephanie Hawaii in our training class. Over the past 20 years, I've started member services, went to benefits, also worked in disability retirement, and finally here in legal.
Hello, trustees and members of LACERA's management. I'm Bernie Buenaflor, Chief of Quality Assurance, formerly Benefits Division Manager, and formerly Internal Audit.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Roberta Van Ortrick. I'm the Interim Admin Services Manager. I've been with LACERA for 14 years, and I moved to the Admin Services position temporarily from Human Resources.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Logan. I'm a principal internal auditor. I started with LACERA in 2015.
All right, so the first question will go to Barry. So Barry, you were in benefits for many years to help implement new mandates such as PEPRA. Most recently, you spent several years as legislative affairs officer and has seen benefits from that side and the need to develop legislative fixes to address gaps in the legislative structure. You're also part of the team in the legal division that reviews benefits processes. What are the compliance issues that you've seen raised by benefit operations, new mandates, and ethics?
Thanks, Steve. So actually in your question there is a good distinction. There's ethical compliance and also operational compliance. So I think broadly speaking, ethical compliance is something that's consistent across organizations in terms of ethical conduct because it's reflective of human values and norms of behavior. So, and also it governs duties to others. So, you have a duty to others and you're not going to business for yourself. And in terms of ethics, people generally know the difference between right and wrong, but then there's a difference between knowing the right thing and doing the right thing. And so, trust me, bro, is not the best way to enforce, ethical human behavior. And in one of the earlier slides with all those bad headlines, you can kind of see, a lot of those things were a combination of ethical and operational failures. And as a result, some groundwork has been laid in place. For example, with the city of Bell, with public pension funds, that you have things like the Code of Ethical Conduct, conflict of interest, statutes, revolving door restrictions, mandatory training. A lot of those kind of sprung out from those, ethical and operational failures. Now, when you talk about operational compliance, that would be unique, based on your industry. What we do in public retirement would be different from, say, hospitality in terms of the hotel here or manufacturing. So I think operational compliance for LACERA kind of ties back to our mission, producing, protecting, and providing the promised benefit, because those three actions really encompass compliance and risk management. Job one for us is providing the promised benefit. So, everything we do in the organization sort of just funnels down to that, making sure that the member gets that check in the correct amount at the end of the month. That's really what everything we do leads up to. So our number one, I think, job of compliance is our plan document, SURL. I mean, that's like our recipe book and our cookbook. And that compliance happens on the federal and state level. So for example, on the federal level, we're a tax qualified plan. We have to, do certain things to remain tax qualified. And the IRS even has self-correction and compliance programs for us to remain compliant. And then on the state level, again, it's our plan document. We have errors and omission statutes. We also internally have a administrative appeals process, and all of that goes towards, being operationally compliant, which is, again, comes down to just paying the correct benefit. And you can kind of see this each month in your operational oversight reports, where, for example, the COLA accumulation project, that's to make sure that our members get the correct COLA. The Alameda adjustments, that's to make sure that the correct salary amounts are being used to determine the benefits. So, so that's basically, broadly speaking, in terms of ethical and operational compliance, and kind of some of the issues that I see with that.
Great. Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, Barry. Christina, on the first slide of the presentation, we have the logos of companies and agencies that had experienced risk management failure. Are there common threads that LACERA should think about in enhancing its enterprise risk management?
Thank you, Richard. So we're trying to get back to the slide just so you guys can recall the different scandals that we were referring to. But overall, first I want to talk about just the goal of risk management really is to protect assets by understanding the bad things that could happen while emphasizing the good things that we could do. And so the important thing about all of these really is the culture. In the first model that Richard showed, the ERM COSO model, that first area is on governance and culture. That's a really important key principle of enterprise risk management, making sure that you have the right culture so that everybody, there's this acronym for ERM, that everybody is a risk manager. Everybody who's involved in the organization knows that they're responsible for risk management. So while Wells Fargo, their issue was related to incentive pay, their pay incentivized bad behavior, that's really more of an operational risk. But culturally, nobody, even though there was all this pressure that the different representatives felt, nobody felt like they could say anything. So that's the flag. Southwest, that was an operational failure that I'm sure everybody, maybe some people even experienced this last holiday. And then of course there's Enron, which was such a colossal failure of enterprise risk management that it doesn't even exist anymore. So, Wells Fargo, Southwest, Volkswagen, they all recovered. It didn't doom their enterprise, but Enron had so many issues. They had operational failure, they had financial reporting failure, they had compliance failure. They just probably shouldn't have recovered from it. So that's what I would.
Great, thanks, Christina. So we have 4 minutes for Roberta and 4 minutes for Bernie. Roberta, we'll start with you. You're in one of those divisions that straddles the first and second line as the interim administrative services division manager. So you oversee budget, contract management, procurement, other business functions where you're implementing those functions, but also making sure they're compliant. You've also overseen programs in human resources. Does the fact that LACERA doesn't have a formal compliance program mean that LACERA doesn't practice compliance overall? And what will be the benefits of implementing a formal compliance program at LACERA?
Great, thank you, Steve. So although LACERA does not have a formal compliance program in place, it has established functional compliance throughout the organization within each division. So as was mentioned, compliance includes the policies and procedures in each division and particularly focuses on the laws and mandates that govern LACERA's day-to-day business. This includes keeping current with changes in those rules, regulations, and applicable laws, and to develop policies and procedures to comply with them. And some of the compliance initiatives in this functional compliance that LACERA state is in right now, some of the compliance initiatives that have been implemented include the ethics hotline, published a code of ethical conduct, internal audit, like as Richard mentioned, conducts an annual risk assessment. We have established internal controls throughout each of the divisions, the auditing of processes and procedures, and again, as was mentioned, the policy committee has been established. And there are several examples of this functional compliance that I've observed and experienced while being the interim admin services manager. And one of these is contract management. Contract audits are conducted to define the business compliance and the contract terms, assuring that the stakeholders are fulfilling their obligations and adhering to the value of the contracts. And this is checked when we're issuing payments against those contracts. Another example is our business continuity plan, which was also mentioned. In the last several years, we've really strengthened that plan. We've conducted tabletop exercises in different areas of the organization. The last one that was conducted was at each division level to test their divisional business continuity plan. And so that is something that it might not be a rule or a regulation, but it's very, very important that we have those procedures in place and that we have them documented. And so that would be part of the functional compliance. And then as my role in human resources, as the training coordinator, as was mentioned earlier in the DEI, we have, the legal mandate or requirement to have sexual harassment prevention training every 2 years for supervisors and staff. And so those are just a couple of quick examples. And then, Steve, you asked about the benefits of implementing a formal compliance plan or program at LACERA. And the greatest benefit would be to protect LACERA from becoming a victim of waste, fraud, and abuse. And it serves as LACERA's ounce of prevention. So this benefits the organization as a whole, and it also benefits all the staff who do the work to accomplish LACERA's mission. So let's look at it in terms of the organization. It creates a structure around compliance obligations that includes staff education, auditing and reporting, among other things. It creates a central collection point where all the compliance and risk documents and activities are stored, and so that they can be easily accessed when LACERA is required to provide proof of an effective compliance program. It also helps to understand the risks and proactively mitigate them before a crisis arises. It helps to avoid monetary loss and legal penalties resulting from non-compliance to laws and regulations. It avoids damage to LACERA's reputation. If LACERA is not adhering to the laws, regulations, policies, and procedures due to a lack of staff's knowledge of these standards when they're doing their day-to-day work, that could directly impact LACERA's reputation in the community, with our vendors, with our members, with our staff. It creates a culture of transparency, and this discourages misconduct and leads to a higher detection because staff are encouraged to report potential violations. It helps to deter violations of the laws, rules, and regulations. And as Mr. Kehoe stated this morning, what can be done from this? What can be done to keep this from happening in the future? And so those are the things that the compliance program helps to bring to the surface. And most importantly, it fosters a workplace culture that values integrity and ethical conduct. And so it also has a direct benefit to staff. Staff are provided training that help them to know about the laws and the rules and the regulations and the procedures that affect their day-to-day work. And this helps them to know what is the right thing to do. And not only that, why is it the right thing to do? That helps them in the future when they have to make decisions, when those situations come up to them, and they have the opportunity to go back and think about the training that they received and why this rule or why this law is in place and why they need to adhere to it. It also helps to increase employee engagement because they're equipped with the knowledge to do their job, to do it well, and they know what's expected of them. Staff are all trained on compliance so that all divisions, all staff are working together to maintain these established standards as we move toward our mission. It can help with recruiting and retaining staff, particularly those who choose to work for an organization that has a commitment to do the right thing. And staff feel comfortable in raising concerns and trust the reporting system to address the issues that they raise. So these are only a few benefits that a formal compliance program brings to LACERA, both organizationally and to the staff, but just as a quick overview. Thank you.
Great answer, Roberta, and great answers by all the panelists so far. No pressure, Bernie. In your many years of experience at LACERA, you've been involved in many process improvements. You developed systems in the benefits division to ensure the proper calculation of benefits. You conceived of the process management group idea, and now in the quality assurance and metrics division, you are overseeing systems to audit benefit calculations and develop ways of measuring performance. What are your lessons learned and how are they applicable to enhancing LACERA's organization-wide compliance and risk management?
Thank you, Richard. Well, from my experience in championing operational initiatives, I think there are certain principles that were sprinkled throughout the presentation today that are worth emphasizing again. First of all, for any successful initiative, we need to have a clear vision. We need to know what we're trying to achieve, what future state we want to achieve, and then we are able to articulate objectives based on that. We need to formulate a good structure and position this new function or initiative within the organizational structure so that we know where everything fits and that we're not stepping on anybody's toes or duplicating efforts. We need to make sure we have the right people assigned to do the work. And we can't just assume that somebody can take it as a side gig. We have to make sure that we take seriously the amount of resources required and are prepared to commit to it. We need to have a clear definition of roles and segregation of duties if we're going to have the integrity of this initiative and are able to hold people accountable. we need to make sure that we have excellent training so that we can make sure that all of the information that we work with are up to date, accurate, consistent, and complete. And we also need to make sure that we select the right tools. Like any job, if you have the right tools, you can do it pretty well. If you don't have the right tools, it becomes insane. So we need to get tools, and preferably tools that are well integrated into our existing tool set. Because we want to make sure that these tools will help us to follow through, manage our workflows, provide the proper reporting to management and decision makers. And first and foremost, it has to become a tool for sustainability, cohesiveness, and sustainability for the future. So it doesn't go to the wayside as soon as we change the people leading the project. But of course, the final say is that we need to have a system for enforcing and following up on what we're trying to achieve. So we make sure that we're constantly making progress, never falling back, and improving wherever possible. So I would say these are the principles that I think we've seen in some of these slides. And I think those are the things we should need to focus on if we want to be successful in this and any other project.
Thanks, Bernie. I think the panelists did a great job of summarizing the key concepts that we were trying to convey today. This completes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. And I think this just scrapes the surface of what we need to get into and focus on. Okay, so I will open it up for good of the order. We're at the 4 o'clock hour, but we'll open it up for good of the order for anything the panelists discussed or any other topics that were discussed.
I just would like to
Anyone
thank
dare.
staff for a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So I've been told that Bonnie is your go-to for anything you need validated for your cars, for validations. And
I just had
I will-
I just had one item that I needed to clarify one comment that I made earlier about HR.
This is our errors and omissions policy in place right now.
We did pay that premium, right? No, I just wanted to make sure that I reiterated that. I think I said that we don't have any connection with the county in terms of our HR. We do use a county vendor to do our online testing. And so it's really a contractual arrangement that we find is efficient at this particular point in time. So I wanted to make sure that I corrected that. And I just wanted to make one point on the compliance. The compliance issue or the program is not going to be an easy task, quite frankly. And one of the things that they didn't mention is that in my experience, division managers and operational managers don't like compliance officers. And we have to make sure that we have that we support it from the top and that we make sure that we're executing on the recommendations that are being made. So I don't want you to think that go away thinking that, everybody's going to be on board, because quite frankly, it's sort of like, everybody has a plan until somebody gets hit. And when an audit comes down and there's an operational issue that's raised, there's a tendency to circle the wagons. And so I'm aware of that. And I just wanted to make sure that you all, and the assessor's office was a perfect example where no one liked the compliance officer at the assessor's office. But I think that this group is mature enough, the management team is mature enough to understand that there is a role to be had and to be played by this compliance office. It's just going to make us better and stronger in the end. So thank you for that time.
And I take this presentation as setting the stage for future discussions in the boardroom as we look and we expand this program. Perfect. Then once again, validations are with Bonnie, and we will see everybody is at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a good night, everyone. Drive safe.